Good morning, everyone. Gonna get back to casting some Brazilian dynasties. Gonna start with Lewis versus Stark today. Let's combine the chats over on Twitch, combine the chats everywhere. And hello, Maddie. What's up? What's up? Trying to get my spectator dashboard to load. We have another full day of AoE2 ahead of us. Very full day. So full, we've already had sets played today. Hello, Zexus. Good morning, good morning. Oh, my spectator dashboard isn't loading. I might have to find this in-game. See, Tato and Fire are playing. I think we're going to do Lewis Stark. This feels like it should be a good competitive set. Lewis did win 3-2 over Degao last week, and Stark lost 3-2 to Degao. And I know Stark, he's a thinker. He's a very intellectual player when it comes to practicing the maps, so I'm sure he's got some strategies planned. And thank you for combining the chats. Much appreciated. Their announcement post made in my Discord too. Now I just need to find this game. Let's see, spectator dashboard, if I refresh you. Okay, good. Now we're in business. And in the lobby for Amazonia. So lots of sets going on right now. We got everything. Fire Tato, Barles, Benangi, Lewis Stark chart running. We had Sato Turs and Dennis Sebastian earlier. See, Wenlu's doing monos versus blue. And looking at these Civ drafts, we have Stark favoring water maps, whereas Lewis banned Fernando de Noronha. Hello, Careface. I very much understand that ban. Monte Pascual and Arena Costiera will be the home maps for Stark. We have Satan and Sea dos Carajas, the home maps for Lewis. Hello, Zepislav. So welcome everyone, just waiting for them to launch. Looks like they might be having a bit of trouble going in and out of the lobby. Well, while we're here, let's look at the brackets real quick. This is lovely. I just type Onamaru into Google. I click the link to their website. And it works. Hopefully it works. It's loading now. Unless it's down. Oh, there we go. I also open up the Onamaru YouTube chat. Good old Botrix doing the bot duties in the chat. And as we're waiting for them to launch, we'll take a look at the bracket there, and they are going to be facing a difficult one because this is Heart's bracket. This is Heart's bracket. So Lewis, one game away against freaking Andy, but I think has a harder opponent this time. Hart didn't sign up for the first qualifier because he was still traveling back from Red Bull. So this will give us Mihai Dark. We casted that the other day. The winner of Mono's Blue will face Hart, likely to face Hart against Dark then. Lewis Stark just getting started. The winner will face the winner of Kingstone Deduzu. I do think Lewis has a good chance of getting to the finals again, and Lewis did beat Hart in TTL. So that makes for an interesting matchup, Lewis versus Hart. I think Hart is a heavy favorite, but Lewis showed he can take games off of Hart. And Legend Cookie, thank you for the follow. So Stark will win for sure. Hello everyone on YouTube. Hello Matt Adder and Christo. Hello Andy. So just waiting for them to launch. Let's see. Oh, there they are. Lewis in blue, Stark in red. Are we okay with those colors? Stark always likes to pick purple usually. Maybe red-blue is okay. Maybe I make Stark green so he matches the Brazilian flag. Are we okay with that? Lewis in blue, Stark in green? I think blue and green usually work. So, welcome in everyone. Just about to get started here. Stark versus Lewis. This is, as we just looked at the brackets, in Heart's bracket, so in all likelihood, the winner of this side of the bracket will have to face Hart in the finals. In the previous qualifier, Stark gave Degao a very good set, but it did end up losing 2-3. Lewis ended up beating Degao 3-2, but ultimately lost 4-3 to freaking Andy in a best-of-7 in the finals. So Lewis, once more a game away from a LAN tournament, has a history very recently of having beaten Hart in the TTL playoffs before losing to Leary. So he still has to have some hope for himself in this bracket. But I think Hart, who didn't sign up last week because he was traveling for Red Bull, is a much harder opponent for Lewis. Just want to say you've enjoyed your casting, hadn't heard of you before TTL, like how you don't feel the need to talk all the time. Well, thank you very much. When I'm casting 10 hours, I gotta save my voice too. It helps to have a bit of longevity to the cast. Hart will have another chance to qualify in the Latin American qualifier. Yes, he would. Yes, he would, should he lose. Depending on the performance of Latin American players in these qualifiers, that could be very competitive. Or it could also clear the board for some up-and-coming players. Alright, so Stark here, I'm going to put him in green. So, let's go. We will have Stark as the green Armenians to the northwest, and Lewis as the blue Britons to the southeast. Welcome in everyone on all the channels, my channel, the Onamaru channel, the YouTubes, the Twitch streams, everywhere. Welcome to our bridge map, the Britons, Lewis's home civ pick. So let's, as an American, I really don't have an AoE 2 era civ. Definitely not in the game currently. So, Lewis must get a special power from having picked his home civ. Why would he pick the Britons when we haven't seen them in competitive play for a while? It's because of all of these capybaras we have scattered about on each of the riverbanks. Quite a few maps in this map pool with extra herdables, so the Britons and the Tatars to some extent have been fairly popular picks. I've really been liking Britons for the land nomad map on Pantanal. This is a bit of a hybrid map. As hybrid is 2 deep fish per player can get, but hybrid nevertheless. So Lewis will have to put that famed British Navy to work. Are these live? These are live, Muddy Bite. These are very live. Live and kicking. So forward dock from Lewis, forward dock from Stark. You do have an opportunity to dock behind the bridges, go for a safe fish boom. I haven't really seen many players doing that, even though I think it is pretty viable. I think the oyster deep fish combination is what makes players dock at the front. And before the LAN event, since I do want back docks maybe to be an option, I think I'll have a good discussion with players and see what they think might be needed to make that a bit more viable. And the trade-off is it shouldn't be as good as the front dock, but it should at least be possible to play that strategy. We have seen a couple of players attempt to go for sneak docks and transport ships. We have seen some players start off the game simply by walling off their bridges, like they're playing a campaign. Still, I don't know what causes some bridge tiles to have these little blue water terrain bits near them. I need to investigate that and see if I can fix that.
Ready.
So I have a Lena lured in by Lewis. And what is Stark going to do as the Armenians? The mule cart for this map, I think, can be a lot of fun going across the bridges. Get the mule cart out to the side. You can use it as a drop-off site for the guanaco, deer reskins I'll hunt over here. You can use it to take the wood and the gold and the stones. Can't use it for the papaya trees, though. Everything else you can take with it. Probably do want to mill eventually just to unlock the ability to do the market and go up. So four fishing ships from Stark. We'll have 2 and then a 3rd from Lewis. Both players on 1 dock so far. Could add in a 2nd dock should they want to fight more heavily over the water in the middle. Are there any dolphins here? There are not 11. Are there Amazon freshwater dolphins that I should add to the map? Should I put 1 dolphin in the back to encourage a fish boom? So feudal age for both players. Lewis up a lot faster. Makes sense that the Britons with their herdable bonus would go up. They actually collect from the herdables ever so slightly faster than they do from the hunt. Lewis didn't even push in any of his res. And Juville's doing a dock forward for Lewis. There are also some in Asian rivers, and the Three Kingdoms DLC added them to the rivers as a nice touch. Interesting. I learned so many animal facts by casting. In the campaign, well, this is a bit of a campaign-esque map with the bridges. But double docks for Lewis, opening with a fire galley. 1 fire galley, neither player heading across the bridges to the outside yet. In the middle of the map, there's a bunch of gold tiles, so late game this becomes important. Early game players will be sailing across it. triple docks from Stark, and he's going triple dock galleys right off the bat. So a bit later to feudal, but with the extra dock. The fire from Lewis will be the opening. Looks like he's trying to get some capybaras. Players will be messing around with the scouts on the side. The more capybaras Lewis gets, the better his eco will be. And he's forward with a couple of fires. So fires should be the countership to the galleys, especially when the galleys do not yet have fletching. Stark, picking up a couple of capybaras. Have to look on the outside of the minimap, because I never know, is it a Vil doing a sneak stable, or is it just capybaras? And here are the galleys. A couple of fires will be hoovering back and forth. Let's go, frogs. Hello, froggy frog frog. Did I know javelinas have a scent gland that emits a very pungent, musky odor, giving them the nickname skunk pig? I did not. Now I really don't want to be one of those villagers luring the javelina. Now, no engagement on the water. We will finally have a building on the side. It'll be a market from Lewis trying to get walled up on the side. Stark still has some capybaras he can bring in. Quite a few under the TC, though. He's still got 10. Lewis has still got 6. That's something I'll need to revisit before the LAN. Capybara numbers. Making quite a few non-standard maps with different resource distributions did lead to me not noticing I put capybaras on, like, 4 maps. We have this one, Pantanal, Valle de Silva, and also Lensois Maranhenses, where it's goats instead, that have lots of neutral herdables. Maybe that's fine as long as the new maps I make don't have neutral herdables for the land. So the villagers are basically eating skunks. Well, that's why they've moved to capybaras, which apparently are a type of rodent. And this water gameplay, the players are not even fighting. Lewis is simply camping the docks where he could garrison. Stark will go up to the castle age first. It is pretty important on this map not to overinvest into water when you only have 2 deep fish. Well, I guess water could be more important were I to make the gold oysters, but I wanted to keep that as gold so you didn't want to overinvest into the front and the back still was viable. A faster castle for Stark. Lewis beginning to wall up, and so far a very passive game. Didn't really know what to expect going into this map. I wasn't expecting it to be quite so boomy. But we did see in that Viper Doubt set how you can be punished for the boom.
Ready.
If you wall up and don't try to move out and get map control, you're giving up all of the gold in the middle. Now, galleys forward for Stark. We'll be fighting the hulks from Lewis. As those fires have to dance a bit back and forth. My Britain's on the map, all because of the capybaras. All because of the capybaras. You can get off to a fast start, and you collect them faster. You have a great eco bonus. Medium warships for Stark. The thing that Stark doesn't have now are any fire galleys to turn into fire ships. Fire ships are the best ships at pushing docks, both in having armor against the fishing ship arrows and in doing the most damage, the most DPS to the docks over time. So good fleet for Lewis. My warship number is still pretty similar. Both saw gold mining medium warships for Stark, and both players playing this very aggressively on the water, but cheaper Britain TCs. That cheaper Britain TC is a nice eco bonus. Able to add that in. Stark gonna head to the edge, go for TC on the wood line. And Lewis, without medium warships, will be trapped a bit. Mostly fighting fires versus hulks, and it looks like Stark has the ship composition to clean this up. So Stark beasting on the water. And this is a crucial fight for him because now it gives him control of this bridge to stop Lewis from sending Vils back and forth freely. And Lewis might need to try to come back on the water to control that, or do a transport ship in the back. So water now is belong to Stark, as he will TC both sides. Lewis also TCing both sides. I have seen players TC one side or the other, but here he's going to be on both sides. The gold in the middle doesn't mean you can't simply boom forever. But I think Stark, after taking one very good fight, has overwhelmingly gotten the water advantage. And Lewis attempting to push fishing ships with the hulks, probably the worst ship underneath docks, because they're the weakest towards dock arrows. But maybe Stark is just saying, you know what, these fishing ships will be idle. Save me the pain of deleting them. Give me the pop space. As he will be taking out Lewis's docks. Now, I've seen many times on this map, you overinvest into water, and then you lose the land. And Stark adding in a couple more war hulks. Ooh. I don't know about that. He's destroyed one dock, gotten Lewis down to one. I think he's in a position to stop the docks now. So, on land, we have a warrior priest for the Armenians. Fortified churches for controlling the map out here will be really nice. And we'll also have horse collar on the way for Stark, starting to get his farm upgrades. The 5 relics for the map will be 2 on each riverbank and 1 in the middle, spaced across the middle. And more hulks going down for Lewis. And forward workshop from Lewis. Now the question for Stark, did he see that? As Stark goes for fishing lines, and he only has 4 fishing ships left. If he wants to add fish traps instead of farms, back here still would be safer. Though adding them in the front does mean that Lewis can come forward. I don't know what I think about that. As Stark house walled but didn't fully wall off the bridge. This is where if you're going to add more fishing ships, I still feel like having the dock in the back would be the safer spot. But Lewis with the forward workshop will look to push Stark. And wheelbarrow on the way also for Stark as he adds in some more farms around the TC. And this, Stark doesn't see this. At the same time, he's preventing Lewis from walling the south. One thing, let's see, Lewis has done Town Watch. Lewis always prioritizing the map vision. I'm surprised he hasn't done outposts down in the south yet. Oh, as I say that. Lewis doing outposts in the south. There we go. That's what I expect from Lewis. Outposts everywhere. Outposts over here. And let's just look at the map vision. Look at the map vision from Lewis. Wheelbarrow for Stark. As Lewis is trying to send Vils across, but because it's fire ships and hulks, they don't even stop the Vils all that well. Out of 7 Vils, only 1 gets killed. Oh, look at him dead on the bridge, though. This is Age of Empires. This makes me feel like I'm playing a campaign. Like I'm playing Joan of Arc and the British longbows killed my Vils that was trying to cross the bridge. The Mangonel push. Oh, Stark. Look, speaking of dead Vils, 4 dead Vils for Stark. He's actually down 52 to 69. And once again, the Britons with the cheap TCs being able to transition from the water to booming nicely. And even though Lewis lost the water, he didn't really lose too much. Here's the fortified church from Stark. But imagine how different things would be had Stark had 1 fortified church in front of that TC 5 minutes ago. 200 wood and basically stops Mangonel pushes. It's the same HP as a TC, but repaired for about 1/5 the cost. And Redemption on the way for Stark. Going to go Redemption Monks. Now Redemption Monks, very good against Mangonels, would need Sanctity to be able to tank 1 Mangonel shot. And the Mangonel will be attempting to hit the Scout. Stark will have to micro this Scout to keep it within range of the Mangonels. But the nice attack rounds from Lewis. Surprised he didn't try to get a hit on the Scout, but maybe he trusted Stark would dodge there. Now Stark repairing the TC. This monk has redemption, does not have sanctity. Will one monk stop this? Yes, it will. That TC was almost down, but the monk able to save it. Lewis is going to try to get a triple hit on the monk to kill it right away. Ooh, those vills almost getting smacked by the mangonels. Mangonels might try to get a hit on the fishing ships. At the south, though, vills from Lewis, so if Stark tries to go forward, Stark finally has an outpost. Lewis has an outpost too, and Lewis also. Does Stark have... Stark doesn't even have town watch. Stark doing warrior priests. So he's not attacking the south. I don't think... Do the Kaimans attack the warrior priests? Maybe not. Stark getting close to Imp. Indeed, Jiggy, getting close to Imp. Are they cheaper to repair? I believe they are now, yes. I think that was something they weren't cheaper to repair in AOC, but that was a bug fix at some point, or a change of some sort in DE. Oh, so the Kaimans do attack the warrior priests. Do they attack them if they're carrying relics? Mangonels attack them if they're carrying relics. Converted Scorpion. Oh, that poor Kaiman just wanted to eat some warrior priest. Mangonels mangonelled him. So Imp for Stark. And more villagers popping out of the TC for Stark. We'll have stone mining and Imperial Age both on the way. And forward castle from Lewis. At least Stark will see that with the outpost. But Lewis trying to get map control with the boom. Stark with the score lead, but faster Imp at the cost of economy. 93 villagers to 61. Stark did fishing lines, but his fishing ships are still on shorefish. So this has not been the Rage Forest fish boom he might have wanted. So 0 army game for Lewis. Well, at 3 mangonels, that's all he's really needed, and Stark's been booming. Heavy plow, stone mining, gold mining, and light cav all clicked for Lewis. 3 mangonels and a prayer. Well, I think Stark's the one with the prayer. He's going for the monks. And warrior priest gonna pick up a relic. And there we go. There's Stark. Extra prayer for Stark getting the relic. And can he dodge ballistics? Can he dodge ballistics? Yes, he can. Or no ballistics. He dodged without ballistics, absolutely. So fervor, faster moving monks and warrior priests. Nice against the mangonels too. Monks are faster than mangonels, but it's good to be extra faster when trying to convert. Or dodge mangonel shots. Hitting Lewis where it hurts, converting the outposts. Lewis trying to add in light cav to deal with the monks. No bloodlines for the Britain light cav. And there's Stark up to Imp. Now that he's an Imp, could he even consider heavy warships and play for gold in the middle? Go for Dromans. I guess Dromans not having much range can hurt the Armenians compared to cannon galleons. Britons do have siege engineers, and they don't have elite cannon galleon though, so they're not going to hit too much from the middle anyway. Elite cannon galleon, I believe, is still +2 range. Should be 13 to 15, and then an extra range from siege engineers for 16 for the cannon galleons, if I have my stats correct. Siege engineers never used to apply to them, but does now. Bulletproof monk. Oh, mangonels on the fishing ships? Okay, only 2, only 2. I was looking for a big splash on 5 of them. Guess we need Onager for that. Be a boulder proof against the mangonels. And longbow time. It is Britain longbow time for Lewis. A left-handed longbow. Look at him go. That's what I learned when I briefly did archery at a Ren Fair. You have to knock the arrow on the opposite side of the hand you're using to hold it. And the longbow graphics seem accurate to that. So some light cav raids for Lewis. Stark has the score lead, but I think the score is lying to us. Oh, double mangonel hit from the converted mangonel. Stark getting some Dromans out. I think the score is about water, but this map I think is more about land. And Britain's longbows I think will be tricky for Armenians to deal with. I think Lewis just needs to camp, get longbows. And should be able to push both of the riverbanks. So Stark now with 5 of the 6 relics. Remember, he magicked a relic in his first fortified church as the Armenians. Lewis, is he actually a local favorite in Brazil? I think he's a local favorite everywhere. Monk picking up the relic, as we have another outpost for Lewis. Iron casting bracer and chemistry for him. And some longbows raiding down here. And Tato, thank you very much for the raid on Onimaru's channel. We're here casting Stark versus Lewis. We're in game number 1. Remember to give the channel a follow if you can. This is where we'll be casting the land from Brazil this July.
Ready.
So get your Doritos in the chat for a Tato raid. Thank you, Commander Derbear, for following my stream. And weak vills for Lewis, trying to dodge some Dromans. The Dromans being an issue for Lewis. Looks like Stark's able to hit his starting TC. This might be a situation where Stark controls the river and Lewis controls the land. And Rum Pirate. That feels like an appropriate name. Someone who's maybe gonna try to raid the HMS Londinium, the Red Bull ship. Maybe attacked by pirates. Should British players playing Britons get an admin loss? I think they should get maybe an admin win. I guess if you're from Brazil, admin win if you pick Tupi. So light cav raid, Stark trying to add in some spears, get the Armenian upgrades going. Probably wants to get pikeman halb and stop the light cav raids. And Lewis thinking of redocking. Now that can be difficult with all the Dromans out for the Armenians. Also a couple of Kaimans came down over here to the riverbank, might attack the villagers. Only play civs from the country you're in. We'll have nothing but Tupi mirrors in the land. Doubt's in the chat without a VIP. Doubt's too good for a VIP. That's just an IRL VIP. Light cav raiding the Stonevilles of Stark. And Stark's still with a good score lead, but I can't help but feel the score's lying. The Britons now, with a Treb push, Warwolf against the Armenians who don't have Bombard Cannon, should be pretty darn effective. Armenians also no Siege Engineers, so less range on their Trebs. And the outpost maybe even blocking, if not blocking the Treb shots, blocking the right click of Stark. And now we're looking for a Warwolf. Not in yet for Lewis. Warwolf means you're 100% accurate with some splash damage, which means not only do you hit Trebs 100% of the time, you also splash damage kill some of the repair vills. Longbows might be doing the job though, keeping the repair vills away from Stark. Lewis needs to keep repairing his Treb, and loses a Treb. That is expensive and not what you want as the Britons, but you get enough longbows out and you can actually do some damage to Trebs over time in the Treb War. Lewis has to keep his castles on the hills away from the shoreline. He is afraid of the Dromans. Stark will have access to all of this gold in the middle from holding the river. But he's about to lose the church with all the relics in it. He's doing a great job of defending with his Trebs, though. Losing a ton of vills in the process as the longbows are sniping them down. Lewis lost his Treb. And he'll have to back up, but still no skirms for Stark. And he's still being raided, trying to deal Feudal Age pikemen against the light cav raids. And there is Warwolf from Lewis. That should let him push much better, but he lost a couple of Trebs in the process. We'll need to reamass maybe 3 or 4 before thinking of pushing. You really don't want to trickle Treb when your opponent has 5 Trebs. That means they can actually, even with their inaccuracy, kill your Trebs. What units should Stark even do? It's rough for him now. He doesn't have many vills on gold, despite having all the water control for gold access. Elite longbowmen for Lewis. Stark, I think, this is a weird thing to say, but I think Stark isn't walled enough? Stark, a player who's always walled. He has the account named Wall and Boom. If he could wall this side, stop some of the light cav raids, he might be able to go for skirms rather than halbs. So it's still going to be tricky for him, but he needs to make sure that the Trebs are protected. That's the one thing he can't do, lose the Trebs. And I don't think composite bowmen are the unit against longbows here. It can be very tricky to figure out a unit composition against the Britons. As much as skirm plus ram feels obvious. Now that Warwolf Trebs are in, Stark's Trebs are also kind of bunched up. And he has to fall back. That'll leave his relic fortified church exposed. Lewis closing the score gap. As light cav raid the vills. And Lewis is raiding everywhere. We'll have leather archer armor for him. Addictive me, a longtime Stark fan. Did you watch Stark's tutorials back in the Voobly days? I was around, I learned to play before them. I learned to play by reading Chris's book, but those are still a great resource for people. So Treb defense from Stark, doing everything he can, but Werewolf Trebs will win this. They will win this every single time. They go from hitting around 1/3 of their shots to hitting all of their shots. And Stark's Trebs dealing with splash damage too, they go down. He can't stop this push. He has another Treb popping out of the castle just to be peppered by longbow arrows. And I don't think Stark can hold this. He's going to make a last-ditch effort to TC the middle and try to win through gold control in the middle. There's enough gold on the sides. Lewis can push the sides, and he'll have gold access there, too. He's mined one of the golds in the middle. Need some land armor besides Trebs. That's easier said than done, though, when Lewis... Look at the res collected difference. They're both up to Imp, but Lewis is there comfortably, able to make technologies and researches. Stark's Vills are going to be slaughtered as they have to retreat across the bridge. Oh, look at him go, taking the mule carts with him across the bridge. Feels like a campaign scene. Stark somehow still has a villager lead after that. Now that's one thing Stark will always have, TCs and boom. He's never gonna be out of Vills. Finally getting some skirms out, doing armor for the skirms. So looks like he'll have full upgrades on the skirms now, just needs chemistry. Remaining themselves miss thumb ring. And another castle from Lewis, actually using the bridge to keep the Dromans away from the castle. So he will now get 4 relics. He'll have control of the south. Stark will make one attempt from a monastery to sneak the relics with some warrior priests. Has enough skirms, actually. Can he? This would be amazing if Stark can pick up those relics, and then with one tile outside of the castle, thread the needle to get the relics across the bridge. Lewis trying to pick them up too. So he's got a race to get a warrior priest out. And might not have the eco for that as he's still being raided by Light Cav in the north. And those Light Cav raids have picked him apart. Lewis may be watching a bit too much Hera in the late game, spamming the Light Cav. Finally, Stark gets pikemen out. The eco difference for the boom was insane. Now trying to go skirms against elite longbowmen. I do like the look of the elite longbowmen. They're rather nice. Killing archers with buffed champions. Sometimes the best thing you can do. But I don't know if that works against the longbowmen. Stark trying to hold on by castling the middle. Lewis pulling ahead in score, as heavy warships will be the play for Stark. Lewis trying to do the castle to retake the middle. We'll see how good Werewolf Trebs and longbows can be against Dromans. Lewis kind of needs this castle up to keep the skirms away from the longbowmen. But at the same time, that's a lot of Dromans for Stark. He's going for 6 Dromans. Longbows will be picking off the Dromans. Split on the longbowmen. And a forward castle for Lewis. Now is Stark ahead in Vills? Stark, whenever you see a Stark game, he's always going to be ahead in Vills. He's got TCs, he is continually pumping Vills. He's at 120, and he's just going to stay at that number. Lewis, I think he's just kind of ended Vill production a bit. And Woolaloo your mom, thank you for the follow. So, Lewis, those castles, the Dromans, stopping him from pushing the water. And this is where things get maybe a bit dangerous for Lewis. If Stark simply can hold, we're about halfway through the time limit. There is a 90-minute time limit on these games. And Stark will be holding along, however, Lewis now has 5 relics, 4 in that monastery. He has the southern riverbank, he has half of the northern riverbank, but he does not have the water. And what's going to matter late game? How good is water control against land units? Is this actually a situation where Stark would want demos? Maybe not against longbowmen? Stark will add in another castle and keep trying to spam galleons. Maybe some fire ships would even be good against the longbowmen with their pierce armor. Carrick's probably not. But since you have heavy warships, you have all the upgrades. The downside for Stark is Armenians do not get fast fire. But if he could ever somehow get one Cilician fleet demo on longbows, even in the current patch, oh, there we go, Cilician fleet. Hello, Remy. Armenian champs with the Unitech would be good here. You do need farms to pump out champions, though. That's maybe something that Stark doesn't have. His farms on his home island are being raided, and he's stuck in the corner of the map where he doesn't have much farming space and where he's being trebbed. At least he did get Cilician fleet. As long as he has the middle and the gold, he's going to try to hold on. And to be fair, maybe that means he still has a chance. Lewis farming his home island. A transport ship raid there would be cool. Always one thing that the community game players are aware of, the transport ship potential, maybe even more so than the pros. Clinker construction for Stark. Don't know if movement speed is really what he needs, but it'll help him out. Maybe a couple more Dromans to push the castle, but then again, vulnerable to the longbowmen. And Britain's siege with Warwolf should be better than the Armenians. And Lost on Planet, thank you for the follow. And careening also for Stark. Armor. That will be important for him against the longbowmen. Who is still raiding in the north? Stark starting to fall a bit in Vils. Doesn't have the number of pikemen out. Feels awkward to be the Armenians and not having the Halb upgrade to stop these raids. When Stark's floating resources, he could do it. I wonder what Stark's going to spend his resources on. Losing those relics, though, is very painful for him. If he still had all the relics, he could be thinking, let's hold on, take the gold in the middle and hold on for a long relic lead. The Britons with longbowmen can keep a good mass of longbowmen in the back, as Lewis is healing them. And the Britons won't need to collect as many resources to field an army. Maybe not as good for their score if they're not collecting resources. But they won't need as many, they can go higher pop. Apologies for Twitch playing the ad break on my stream. I should have been more aware of trying to dismiss that. So careening and heavy warships for Lewis. Lewis with light cav trying to push all of these galleons. This is where if you're Lewis, one way to get back on water is to do a back dock for your upgrades. And he's going for shipwright. And this is probably not the type of fight to take, but a lot of skirms and light cav all being killed there. Droman Stark, he docked the back. Stark docked the back, and he'll use the back pawn to try to take out a castle. He did shot plate mail and dry dock on the way. Maybe he needs rams? I think fast fires would be the option for him. That's what he's trying to do. What upgrades? He still needs dry dock, incendiaries, and Carvel Hull. So some upgrades for him. He's doing shipwright. There he goes. So shipwright is the tech that makes your ships cheaper and produce faster. And now with 8 docks with shipwright, some longbowmen helping out against the Dromans too. Here comes Lewis, an attempt to get back on the water. And now more docks for him. Maybe even could go cannon galleons or trebs to snipe the castles. There are the trebs, there are the trebs. Longbowmen, fast fires, trebs, all pushing at the same time. In the north, continuing to raid, at least his trebuchet raiding. Trebuchet raiding. But this castle from Stark looks like it's gonna fall. Looks like it's going to fall. Longbow's pushing in against the Dromans. Dromans trying to get some hits on the trebs. The trebs going down, though, to the Dromans, but the castle is down. Lewis with the treb push. He loses trebs to the Dromans. He lost a lot of fires there, and Stark still has a backup castle. Lewis will pull back his treb, try to remass trebs, and then push again. He needs to pull it back. Oh, and Stark, the stone for another castle. Stark, yeah, he's sitting on resources. He has resources in the bank. Lewis, with the KD lead, is still trying to push. Those Dromans are so nasty. Light cav fighting galleons. Light Cav fighting galleons. Stark, his navy is blocking his castle foundation. He can't even make the castle he wants. I'll have to go put it in the back. The fishing ship blocking the fishing ship on the foundation as Light Cav run in. Can Stark get this castle? 2 castle holding will be better against all these ships. He did do heated shot earlier. That's a dwindling number of ills, and Stark will call the GG. Lewis with the push up the middle will take game number 1. Britons over Armenians, we had ourselves a long one, but Lewis holds on with the Britons to win on the water at the end. The fast fire switch enough to push the castles, along with the Trebs, and Stark, I was saying all game, it felt like that score lead was him holding water and not actually being ahead thanks to the eco and the land boom of Lewis. So GG, well done Lewis, he'll hold on, take a 1-0 lead. So much res, and well, really couldn't do much. He couldn't find the army composition he needed against the Britons. He was at 200 pop for most of the game. It's not like he was struggling to spend the resources, it's that he was at 200 pop and just didn't really have a unit to counter the Britons. Why didn't he use Trebs on Dromans? It feels like the Dromans were more counter to the Treb. I think the problem is the mobility. The Dromans can sail away and come back. Armenia has 0 options versus Brit late game. Felt like it. Felt like it. And Britain's towards the end of the draft, after Armenians for Stark, so he might need to maybe rethink his drafting. No cast Hato versus Fire. I think that ended already. That started at, I think, 9 AM for me. That was a bit before I went online. Unfortunately, all the sets last night were casted overnight, so I didn't really get to see the schedule until I woke up this morning. Champs and capped Rams. That's expensive, though. That's expensive. The key to that game, I think, was still Lewis being ahead in res, thanks to the land boom, as they were heading to Imp. So next game will be Monte Pasquale. This will be Persians for Lewis against Wu for Stark. Persians versus Lu again, versus Wu. And again, thank you all for tuning in. And if you're not already, go give a follow to the Onomaru channel. We're co-streaming, multi-streaming, both there and on their YouTube for all these games. Trying to cover as many as we can. We're almost at 1,700 followers there, so appreciate the support in preparation for the land this summer. I mean, get caught up on the Onomaru YouTube chat too. GG's, Stark will GG when Lewis gets to Imp. I mean, easy sweep for Lewis. That is some confidence. Thank you, Bobby, also for the follow. See Lewis's Georgians again? Yeah, you were pointing out Lewis does like to pick the Georgians, and, well, holding true to the hypothesis here that he likes the Georgians. Oh, failed to download match content, thanks DE. If you have a thanks DE emote, get that in the chat. I'll need a failed to download match content emote of some sort. Yeah, the event's in Sao Paulo. The event is in Sao Paulo. And here we are. Monte Pasquale. We will have Stark as the green, Wu to the west, Lewis as the blue, Persians to the east, and both players TCing the islands. So I've seen both approaches so far. I don't know which is better. TCing the island or TCing the mainland. From what I've seen, going to the mainland puts you behind by about 3 villagers. And usually behind in feudal timing, as the fish boom is a bit stronger for the player on the water. Here I made a couple of adjustments during the qualifier to make the whale locations more consistent. Players have whales in the back, and there are 4 whales total on the map in this back corner. If you control the water, you'll be able to get the whales and also the stone on all these neutral islands. You can transport ship and dock the neutral islands. We've seen that a lot too. And you'll be working your way towards this mountain in the north with, what do we have, 16 jaguars and 7 black panthers on this mountain. I'm still waiting for someone to pick Armenians and do a Dark Age spear to grab all those jaguars and then just put them on the beach of your opponent. What? The Black Panthers? Black Panthers, which are apparently the same animal as a jaguar, just with a different skin pigment. Hello, Bloodless? Why do you need Armenians? Because Armenians can make the spear in the Dark Age. You could do it in Feudal too, but I like it with the Armenians for the Dark Age. Your opponent transports, maybe they're going to gold or wood, and then bam, here come all the jaguars into their economy. We saw one player almost do that with a Feudal Age spear, but ended up just wolf rushing themselves when they tried to go forward later. So this has been, I think, the most interesting map, and maybe the least figured out, as I've heard some players claim that the middle is a far better TC location. They're in a separate species. That's what I've heard, that they're not their own species. So Fish Boom from both players. Persians versus Wu, 2 hybrid map civs, and players might play this as a pure water map. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that. Biggest differences between Pilgrims and this. Pilgrims these days starts with a monastery, actually, which is a bit weird. I started the map, players have 2 capybaras on the mainland, so they have a bit of scouting of the mainland with their herdables, even if they don't transport over. It's a similar start. You start with a lumber camp on an island in a transport ship. This map has a lot of extra islands, a bit inspired from Seychelles, if you saw that from LY Cup and TTL. That was Death Counter's map. Now you can come over to the islands to do forward docks and transport for stone or grab a bit of extra wood. And also, of course, basically the Gold Rush / Zimbabwe hill in the north with all these resources, the gold, the stone, and the cracked terrain on it. Pilgrims is more an even spread of resources. Yeah, neither are doing the TC on the center. Both TCing the starting island, neither even transporting to the center yet. You need to transport to the center for gold if you want to make villagers. Is this modified migration? I'd say more closer to Pilgrims, as someone in chat asked about earlier. But I guess similar theme, where you start on an island and go to the middle, but it is a nomad map, so you don't start with the TC. And oftentimes players are choosing to put the TC in the middle. So Feudal Age for both players on the way. We'll have some vills heading over to the transport ship. As they pop out for Lewis. And we'll go to mine gold. So if Stark is staying on the water, he's going to rely on fishing the whales. I don't think that whales are as efficient as mining gold with villagers. But if you don't need food, and you don't need fishing ships on food because you're going for warships, then maybe it's better just to put your fishing ships on the whales. And triple dock galleys will be the play for Stark. Opening with the galleys, already doing the blacksmith for fletching. And then we'll see what he transitions into. Lewis staying in the Dark Age longer will have more fishing ships. 11 fishing ships for Lewis. Persians will have the faster working docks too. More HP on the docks, double the HP. So they'll survive for quite a while. If you're going to push docks, you really do need fires. So Lewis will be able to hop inside that dock for the moment with his fishing ships, keep them safe, as fletching is on the way for Stark. And fireship pushing the galleys here. Fires seem iffy. You think iffy? Well, fires are supposed to be the counter to galleys. I think the good thing for a Stark is having the build to rush up the blacksmith. The Wu also get food every time they build a dock, so maybe that's another reason he might stick to the whales rather than the fish. We won't need as much food we won't need to collect as much food to do fletching. So Stark moving to transport to the middle too, taking some gold there. Bit of a score lead, but still down by quite a bit in terms of the fishing ship numbers. Does fire benefit from the blacksmith? I don't think so. Galleys, of course, need fletching, as they always have, and hulks can get forging. But the fire doesn't get any blacksmith tech. Even though it does do a combination of melee and ship damage, I don't think forging affects it. Chat can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I don't think forging affects it. Fire is pushing in. Galley's gonna turn and fight. And in terms of ships, Stark really focusing on the galleys. Lewis a bit heavier onto the fires. So different approaches here, but Stark really with a heavy focus on the galleys. It felt like in the previous map, Stark did, as he picks off a couple of fires, end up with the better composition. And I do still have the feeling that in Feudal, mass galleys still is the way to go against fires. You have so much potential to micro them, even with the fires being, the same speed as the galleys. You get all of them attacking at once on box formation. The fires, I think, get much stronger in the Castle Age against war galleys when the war galleys are harder to micro. Harder to keep grouped up. But Stark seems to be winning, doing Loom now. Didn't have Loom yet. Yeah, it does. It doesn't do anything in Hulk versus Hulk. Forging doesn't matter because they have so much melee armor that forging is canceled out by the melee armor still. But it does matter Hulk versus other ships. So if you're doing Hulk versus fires, or Hulk's trying to attack a dock, then forging matters for them. But Hulk versus Hulk, you're right. Forging doesn't matter. I'm not seeing any Hulks here though. Just galleys, and it feels like Stark's dominating with the galleys. And Stark harkening back to his AOC days of galley micro on water. Now, it's always a question of you win water against Persians, how long do you actually win it for? Before their docks really kick in, you can't destroy them all that easily. And no, Stark even finding fires to attack the galleys. Despite all the pressure he's applying, hasn't really pushed Lewis's fishing ships. Lewis still up in fishing ships and up by 1,000 resources collected. Stark a slight KD lead, and the score lead thanks to the water numbers. But Lewis now, 37 to 28 vills with that Persian TC. This Persian's eco is insane. And his transport ship still is alive and moving vills to the middle. He'll have everything, a lumber camp, a mining camp, and a mill. Yeah, Catans do actually benefit enough from forging with the double forging that it matters for the Hulk versus Hulk in their case. They're the only civ that needs it for Hulk versus Hulk. Let's see, demos to complement the galleys. At this point, maybe a couple demos could be worth it, since Lewis is going full fires. Maybe a couple of Hulks. I mean, the galleys are still the galley fire composition still is working for a Stark. And from what I've seen, players have been reluctant to add Hulks. But maybe a couple Hulks or a couple demos would be worth it now. Lewis doesn't really have too many galleys in the back. Well, considering galleys can be microed pretty well against fires, adding in Hulks in the Feudal seems to be something players don't really do. Stark trying to repair. I feel like repair vills aren't quite as useful in the current meta as they were in the past. 15 on food. Stark, 4 minutes of idle TC time as he simply is playing for water control and trying to win water with the Wu. Fishing ships now moving to fish instead of whales, but they are kind of far from the dock. And now in terms of military numbers, Lewis is finally catching up, and his villager count is skyrocketing. You're seeing just how dangerous the Persians are early game on the water. An eco difference pulling ahead for Lewis. Look at how much more well-established he is on land, and even with his food count getting close to the castle age. Stark, 4 vills on gold, starting to float resources. Maybe not enough docks, but only 1 galley in the queue. Doesn't have the production to keep up with Lewis. He'll destroy a dock, and maybe a bit deceived by the score lead where he thinks he's winning water. Doesn't quite see the eco advantage that Lewis has. Lewis buying food, selling wood. And Lewis up to the castle age. Stark pushing the dock, a few hulks, a few fires. Again, fires are the ships that really do destroy docks. And Stark, as he's winning the water, thinking of adding them in to take the dock. Lewis might want to repair with vills. Don't think he can, though. Galleys can snipe off the repair vills. Fishing ships trying to get inside the dock. One more big fight on water, and who will win this? Reinforcing arrow fire from the dock for Lewis. Wants to make sure he's targeting the galleys rather than the fires. They're a bit more vulnerable to it. As Lewis will fall back to another dock, put the fishing ships inside. Wherever he goes, it feels like he has dock fire. And now this is what he wants, dock fire on the hulks. That's where it's most powerful. But now Stark cleaning the entire navy. Cleaning the navy of Lewis. Able to push into the docks. But Stark, no food, will be stuck in the feudal age. I think I like Lewis's position now, despite the fact he lost everything and is down in score. Yeah, the macro. Oh, can he get the transport? Can he get the transport? Lewis, vills on the transport. Lewis loses 5 vills on the transport. Will lose another vill or 2. Just loses 7 vills all at once to Stark. There goes the eco lead. Now it's 41 to 45, but Lewis still with over 2,500 more resources collected. Okay, now Stark's position may be a bit better. He is using the market like crazy to click up. Almost there. Lewis will get another TC in the middle, though, and that Persian's eco still will go burr for him as he has more capybaras and javelinas in the middle. And he's going to do a forward siege workshop, and in the feudal age, how do you stop a couple of scorpions? You really don't. Castle age for Stark. And he might need to think about military buildings. Is a stranded whale? A beached whale. It was in the new graphical assets, so decided to add it in. I tried to use as many of the assets as I could. That's why we have the gunpowder barrels, too. I think the beached whale has been there for a while, but I hadn't seen it in a tournament map yet. Felt like if there was a map to use it on, this would be it. So Lewis is going to lose all of his docks. Stark will have water control, and complete water control. Almost took a vill lead, did tie it up. Oh, but he's going to say GG. And he's going to call it, as he's going to say GG as the knights come in. Stark might not realize that it's a best of 5 and not a best of 3. The barrels explode. So why is Stark calling the GG there? It's because the knights are coming in. And right now he has no way to stop Lewis on land. He committed full to water. And that I think you know, he could have fought on more. But yeah, he gave Lewis admin win. I know the scheduling was difficult for Stark here. And down to, it looks like he'll just give admin win for Lewis for game 3. So a bit anticlimactic there. As, oh my gosh, Stark, you could have resigned 1 minute later. Just so we could have watched Lewis lose his vills to Jaguars. But, alright. I know the scheduling has been very rough for players. We've been doing this crammed into 1 week. So, woo-woo-woo on the Jaguars. Alright, so that'll be Stark Lewis then. So that'll just be admin win for game 3 then. And what was that? Persians. Woo woo woo, meow 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 for the Jaguars? You know, what sound do the Jaguars make? Alright, so let's just give some wins then to Lewis. Admin win for game 3. And we'll find another set to cast. What is going on right now? Do we have any more Onomaru players playing right now? We have Jordan Classic Pro will be starting in 15 minutes. Valessa Vivi is going on right now too, but I think we'll go Jordan Classic Pro. And that'll start in about 15 minutes. Let me just see if I get any more details there. Yeah, I know Stark probably had a very tight scheduling window. And looks like probably just giving admin one because he needs to run. Alright, so it looks like we have a very slight break in games and we'll wait for the Jordan set. So let me update this overlay for a moment. It'll be... Classic Pro actually I think is the higher seed against Jordan. So thank you all for tuning in. Let me do some quick math. We got like 200 viewers on both the YouTube channels and 600 combined on Twitch. So hope you all have been enjoying these sets. Hope you all have been enjoying the maps too. Yeah, and Valessa Vivi should be starting now. Jordan Classic Pro starting in a few minutes. I know Jordan's going to be one of those players who wants to draft as fast as he can. Yeah, Jordan, as I said that, I see Jordan in the chat, he's tagging, hey, Classic Pro, we can draft already if you're ready. I have the most pleasant voice to listen to. That's what people tell me. They say they listen to T90 to go when they want to fall asleep at night. But occasionally he yells and wakes them up. And they listen to me because I don't wake them up. So while we're waiting for the draft to get started, we can take another quick look at the bracket. Can they pre-select bands? They can. Oh, yes, that is who I am, Haverlane. Hello, welcome. So we'll take a look at the brackets. Again, you can check out the Onamaru website for the brackets. Can they pre-select bands? I mean, there are no admin bands, there are no random bands. Players can choose their own bands. So we have Lewis winning over Stark. And he will face the winner of Kingstone Deduzu. Dark did advance over Mihai. We casted those Rex yesterday. Heart versus Blue should be a good set too. Blue's been a very competitive player. And I know Blue has been looking at the maps. He was posting screenshots of those beached whales early on. Barles Benangi, I think they played already. I'm assuming that Barles won that, but the winner of Classic Pro Jordan will be playing that set. Classic Pro seed number 18, Jordan seed number 22, so this should be a very close matchup. Jordan and Doubt are in the same bracket. And while I probably still favor Barles here, Sorokuma, Doubt, Jordan, Barles, I could see any one of those four winning. Classic Pro would be I think a bit of a stretch. I think even though Jordan's the lower seed, I might still even favor Jordan here. And I probably still favor Barles of everyone, but this would be one heck of an event if we had Jordan versus Doubt as the final set. Now, MBL, not in this bracket. We can look at the other brackets while we're waiting for the draft. We have Sebastian, the top seed in his bracket. Sebastian Sato look like they're on a collision course for the finals. Siscon did beat Jordan. He's been playing well. Kapach Niaz should be fun, too. Kapach lost very early on to Rodrix in the other qualifier. Looking to redeem himself a bit. We had Tato, he won over Fire earlier today. He'll face the winner of Dragonstar Degao. Another set that's poised to be interesting. I know Dragonstar. Dr. Agonstar has been practicing the maps. He's been playing full-time now. And yeah, actually, he's kind of surprised to see this, but the higher seed over Dragonstar. That's 20 versus 24. Also, MBL's bracket, he'll be facing Kasva, then running. And then we had Vinchester played against Goku earlier. I think they played privately as Rex. And Vivi Valessa will be going on too. Looks like Stone Please will be winning over Bad Koala by the looks of it. Looking to face Lucho in the next round today. Also, thank you very much earlier for the sub. Or right now for the sub.
You men, you will visit each of the outlying tribes. You must convince as many as you can to join our glorious army. But beware the Karakitai, they are without honor.
Yeah, Vinch, I think Vinch probably in a very good spot for his bracket. I know Nikov, I don't know what type of shape Nikov is in. Remember, he did have that bout of appendicitis last month, and I know he's been dealing with a lot of trouble IRL kind of related to that. But he's back in playing, and I know he's messaged me about the maps a couple times, so I know he's been preparing too. Stone Please here. Stone Please had an amazing run in the first qualifier, beating Barles and almost beating Doubt. If Stone Please can beat Nikov and make it to face Vinchester in the finals, that's going to be crazy. If Stone Please makes it to the LAN, that would be incredible. But yeah, we're going to wait and cast Jordan versus Classic Pro. We'll try to cast the Onimaru players as much as we can today. And just going to wait and see. Let's see, still waiting for their draft to get started. They have another 10 minutes before they're supposed to start. But Jordan, as I said, he is always prepared. Whenever I see Jordan, he's always ahead of time in his sets. He's in the voice channel right now, ready to get going. I don't know if he's streaming his point of view. I saw him streaming the other day. Let me check that on Twitch, see if he's streaming. Well, Jordan and Doubt will be facing each other, or potentially. So let me update my stream title. This will be Jordan versus Classic Pro. He's a German. They value being on time. If only I could say the same thing about their trains. Back at the garrison, my train was canceled. I was literally on the platform waiting for it. And then I got an email that the train was canceled. I had to take a 30-minute detour to another train station to grab another train. Yeah, the good thing, I will give Deutsche Bahn credit though, as an American who tries to survive on Wi-Fi without getting cell service when I travel to Europe. They do have Wi-Fi at all of their platforms now, which has been lovely for me. Better than American trains. That's a low standard. Hello, Baron. We're used to that cancel a train nonsense in the UK too. That is, to be fair, when we don't have trains in the US, we don't have to care about trains being canceled. But alright, Classic Pro, 2 minutes and he's ready, so we're about to start the draft. Cars for the win. Dinner and age is a nice combo. So is breakfast and age, which I need to eat my breakfast now. Alright, looks like Jordan's hosting the drafts and we're good to go. And alright, there we are, getting the drafts. Immediately the islands map banned. Was that a random ban? Okay, that has been my least favorite map, so I'm happy for the ban at least. What is Classic Pro? Is Classic Pro just doing the dark strategy? All random for the maps? It's the intimidation factor. And yeah, confidence there. That's what it is, confidence, saying, I'm the higher seed. I don't even need to be the higher seed in the draft. I'll just random my picks. And he randomed the gunpowder barrel map. He random Festida Pulvera. So I am happy with that. Watch for that. We're gonna do our best to cast the Onamaru players today, so we're casting Classic Pro Jordan. I'm sure someone else will probably cover the Valessa set. I think Valessa Vivi are playing now. What's the score? Lewis 1-3-0. And Lensoy's Mariniensis will be our first game of the set. Is Andy out? Nope, Andy already qualified last week. Andy is already heading to the LAN. So Andy doesn't need to play this week. And Farstool, Octonoinzig, thank you for the follow. And Akasuna, thank you also for the follow. Maybe Classic Pro got Jordan's official new coaching on what to do on all the maps, so he knows his strats. That's true, Jordan is offering... I saw he has a website up now for his coaching platform. You can be coached by Jordan. And Jordan would be one of the finalists here. Jordan versus Barles will be interesting. Why do they appear as an X? That's because they are done... Players do their first bans in parallel and they're hidden from each other, and then they are revealed. So Classic Pro going for the random draft strategy. Look at that. And then look at how fast that is, explicitly clicking random. Bulgarians banned, doesn't want to face Bulgarians. Worried about maybe Jordan building crep posts, training Konix, and deleting all those Konix to put him in siege towers. The Classic Pro present looks like he is. He's just doing the dark strategy of randoming the draft. Yeah, how can Jordan know what he's going to do when Classic Pro doesn't even know? He's just chilling now. I mean, honestly, look at that Civ draft. Italians, Burmese, Armenians, Tatars that he randomed. Those Civs have been picked by players for this map pool. The rotating die on each image indicates that Classic Pro picked random. That instead of choosing an option in the draft, he clicked the random button. So he is full randoming the draft. Now when Dark randomed the maps, he didn't random the Civs. Classic Pro taking this a step farther. So Sicilian's questionable, but other than that, all of those are good Civ picks. Didn't no. So at the end, the final, each player has 2 bands, and the final map, Linsois Mariensis, was picked randomly from among the final 3 maps. And the bands there are actual random bands because that's done by the Captain's Mode website. So those are maybe they should have a die on them too to indicate it's Captain's Mode random. But that was Classic Pro randomed everything he could. As an opponent, maybe you are confused. When do tickets go on sale? That is a great question, and I don't know if Negodram is still around. Maybe he has some news on that. But I think that is still being worked out with the venues to figure out exactly how many tickets and when they go on sale. Am I going to Brazil? Yes, I am. I will be there. First week of July will be the LAN. And Jordan hosting the lobby. Linsois Mariensis. I imagine he plays Dravidians on this map. We could see Armenians or Italians or Romans from Classic Pro. Romans have been a pretty common pick on the map. I mean the way his draft works, he has Burmese for Festa da Pulvera. He has Romans for Linsois Mariensis. Italians for Monte Pasquale. Armenians for Amazonia, and Tatars for Sea dos Carajás. So he actually has an insanely good draft. Civs that players have game planned for and picked on these maps. Can also go Lithuanians for Monte Pasquale for the extra food with the TC. Am I getting my Portuguese on Duolingo? I actually just had that idea this morning while I was casting that I could grab Duolingo and practice some basic Portuguese, and then practice saying the map names after doing that. Is this, well, it's different than Costa Mountain because it has lots of fish in the middle, and dock locations and the little ponds. And it will be Georgians versus Tatars for Linsois Mariensis. Okay, that was not the Civ picks I was expecting. The reason for the full random draft here? Classic Pro just is gonna he's gonna trust in fate for his draft today. He's gonna trust in fate. The die are wrong? What do you mean they're wrong? Are the faces on them wrong? Yeah, let doubt decide his fate. Something about 3 and 4 touching? Does it actually matter what sides the faces are on a die? Opposite faces are supposed to add up to 7. Okay, I never knew that. That doesn't actually matter for the probability you get of rolling a die and getting one side out of every 6, I guess. But if there's a convention, then I guess it doesn't follow the convention. It does? How would that matter? It technically balances the die the most. Alright, so after a very random draft, we will have Georgian playing as the Blue Georgians to the west and Classic Pro as the Yellow Tatars to the south on Linsois Mariensis. Lots of goats to pick up, lots of ponds you can dock for fish, and you can, of course, head out for a dock on the water all the way on the other edge of the map. So Jordan, with the mule cart as the Georgians, can head straight to the wood line and immediately send a Vil to dock as early as possible to go try and get the early lead, and also will send his scout forward to look for the villager of Classic Pro, and not just look for the villager, but also lame some goats. I did take some time to balance the goats on both sides of the map. And Jordan will find the Loomless Vil. Jordan came prepared for this set. He can use the goats to block the scout from Classic Pro and try to... Oh, he's trying to block the Vil with the goat. He's trying to block the Vil with the goat. And he blocks with the goat. Jordan gets the villager using the herdables he found. What a play from Jordan, blocking with the goats. And now he can run back in a straight line towards his TC. And his villager will have a safe dock. He knows it's safe because he sees exactly where the scout is. The true goat. Well, Lewis is his teammate now. That's why Jordan has to use the goats, but used them very well. So gold positions, safe gold to the south for Jordan. Same thing for Classic Pro. They'll wall up by the wood line. Classic Pro losing the Vil is just going to start with a barracks then before the dock. But Jordan already with a fishing ship out, doing more fishing ships. And Jordan back to his TC, keeping his scout alive, picking up more herdables. He'll see Classic Pro's scout in the wood line, and he'll know it's safe to go check out the map for more herdables. The scout will heal, and the scout will heal for Jordan the next stage, too. So, Loom for Classic Pro, and it's starting to send militia forward. That scout will see Jordan hasn't walled this fully. So maybe there's still a downside for Jordan if he doesn't get this wall up. He doesn't have Loom yet. And the Drush, I don't think Jordan will see the Drush. Maybe not expecting it to come in. Didn't wall his wood line. And Jordan, who got off to one of the best starts I've seen on this map, might still face a disaster if the Drush comes in and he doesn't quick wall it. The scout is there from Classic Pro. Loom is not in. Loom is not in from Jordan. He's trying to wall. The scout's there to block. The scout accidentally attacks the mule cart. That'll be a dead Vil from Jordan. Revenge for the dock Vil going down. But Classic Pro loses the scout. Jordan will try to quick wall. Still has to contend with the mule cart. That Vil can't quite run. 2 Vils down for Jordan. He finally clicks Loom. But the Drush does some damage now. Jordan a bit greedy with the late walls, not having the mule cart walled. And the 2 militia Drush from Classic Pro getting some value. Before Loom, another Vil takes a few hits. That Vil goes down. Kameyuk militia kills the villager. And Jordan 3 Vils lost without Loom to the Drush. So after the dream opening, Jordan will Titanic on the wood line. Did you hear Classic Pro random all of his civs? Not just the civs, but the maps too. And now those 2 low HP militia still around. Jordan not even fully walled over towards the TC. Units from Classic Pro still could sneak in past that wood line. And Jordan sending more Vils back there. Militia could even lame some of the goats from the back of Jordan's base too. His scout was forward the entire time. And now the militia can pick up goats as Jordan tries to send them back to the TC. Why is the second T capitalized? Because I have a typo. Thank you. There we go. Now we'll get the civ there. Thank you. Now that I'm almost done fixing all the map bugs I've seen, it's time for me actually to fix my UI so I don't need to type the names in. And so it auto-completes instead of letting me have typos. It's their gamer name? Yeah, it's their gamer name. It's like Tato. You have to capitalize the letters. So Jordan will be up 25 seconds faster. The militia can come around and hunt for the dock Vil, but pretty low HP. I don't know if they'd be able to get a kill. Only 1 dock for Classic Pro. And neither of these civs particularly water heavy. Jordan, with slightly more res collected, does actually find himself down in eco units, though, thanks to those Vil losses, and he's only up by 1 fishing ship. And Classic Pro up to the Feudal Age. We'll have more walls set up for Jordan over here. Dock for Jordan. And a Town Watch on the way for Classic Pro, just like Lewis, preferring the early Town Watch. Still more goats for Classic Pro to collect up. And some men-at-arms around the side will come in and try to push the walls. And Jordan now walled up on the wood line, 2 mule carts there, hoping not to repeat the mistake of men-at-arms that get in. But men-at-arms with a hill bonus from the Tatars. They don't have arson yet. But if they can find a spot where they have a hill bonus attack in the palisade, they'll get in very quickly. Tatars have that extra bonus attack from the hill. On the water, it will be fires, a few defensive hulks from Classic Pro. So Classic Pro not investing into the water as much as Jordan did, who went triple docks. Classic Pro preferring to focus on land with the men-at-arms. And that Vil not quite in position to repair, the hulks go down. Fishing ships will have to hide in the dock, and maybe the Hulk will too, as Classic Pro repairs the dock. Might need to amass 2 or 3 Hulks before fighting again. Jordan now opting for a range, trying to repair to keep the men-at-arms out. So far so good on that front. But he will be down in archer numbers, as Classic Pro has the range already with 3 archers and more on the way. And Jordan will try to recover archer numbers. He'll add fishing lines. Why not make water hills like the Cape of Storm map so that Tatars get picked even more? Well, I mean, we still could make water hill maps. We need more maps for the finals. And Jordan perfectly calculated 1 HP left on the scout, diving underneath the dock with the garrisoned fishing ships to help the fire pick off the Repairville. And he still keeps his scout alive on 1 HP. He wishes he could have kept his woodline vills alive, like that. But at least he is the scout. Now, Arson for Classic Pro, along with archers, wants to push through the houses. Jordan with a Vil over to re-wall behind the palisade. Now, this could be deadly for Jordan if he doesn't get his own archers out in time. Fletching will be in first for Classic Pro. Jordan just now trying to do the blacksmith. And that'll force a tower from Jordan. That'll force the tower from him. Yep, ships do get high ground bonuses. I mean, pretty much everything does. Even villagers, if they're lumberjacks chopping trees, get a high ground bonus. Or a hill. A downhill deficit. Most trees have 20 HP, but the classic oak forest trees, part of the oak forest terrain, actually have 30 HP. If you're a downhill Vil from the tree, it actually takes 3 axe swings instead of 2 to chop the tree. The only thing that doesn't is secondary projectiles, so TCs don't get a kill bonus. Tower doesn't matter, but that's due to the primary arrow damage being cancelled out and doing the min damage. And then the rest of the projectiles being secondary projectiles. It's very complicated. I have like a 15-minute video on my YouTube for the janky system they use, which is absolutely lovely. But it also is kind of silly. So redock attempt from Classic Pro, went for 2 docks in the corner, tried to run the fishing ships, and is trying to get back with hulks. Jordan, though, has a couple of galleys. And the men-at-arms are trying to break through. Can he dive the second tower? I don't think you want to dive with only 3 men-at-arms, but it would definitely be a choice with Arson to get the archers under the tower. And Jordan trying to house wall, trying to keep Classic Pro out. If Classic Pro breaks in, then this is still a pretty close game. If Jordan can keep him out, he should be able to pull ahead with the water advantage. The Classic Pro has done such a good job of pressuring this wood line. The wood lines are so vulnerable, and there is a tower from Jordan. Can the men-at-arms break in before the tower goes up? The archers are sniping every vill that goes to build the house. One vill down. Jordan might lose more. That vill, a second vill down, has a low HP vill on the house now, and might lose a third vill. Jordan, losing 3 vills, gets the tower up and keeps the wood line safe, but loses 3 vills in the process. Hello, our base. 2 vills, 2 docks like that, the ships will get... I think they can sail out. I think they can sail out where the villager is fishing. It is definitely hard to tell, though. I have seen Doubt do that to himself and make 2 docks that trap the ships. Well, this is Classic Pro. This isn't Doubt. So Classic Pro doing quite a bit of damage on land. Looking at that Eco KD, 7-3. That's mostly fishing ships that Classic Pro has lost. That is a jungle tree there. Jordan, no forward vill to palisade chop that. But Classic Pro, so far, he's safe on his wood line. And Jordan not quite able to push in, and we'll have Classic Pro up to the Castle Age. Also docked one of the ponds. You can drop off the fish at the dock with your villagers, so you don't necessarily need fishing ships. Although you could put fishing ships inside to serve essentially as a tower since they shoot now. You who never sleeps. Our base knows about my sleep schedule. So, Castle Age for Classic Pro. We'll have a few fishing ships still on the map for him, but Jordan investing into water. Jordan will be Castle Age a minute later. And maybe we'll finally destroy the fishing ships. They're low on HP. 2 of them get to the dock. Against all those feudal age ships, they still get to the dock. Fishing ships feel so tanky these days. But Jordan definitely investing more onto the water. 5 galleys, 5 hulks. So even though he's ahead by about 1,000 res collected, he's also put a lot more investment, not just into the warships, but also into the fishing ships. And he will need that investment to pay off. Maybe it will, but he's behind on land military now. 12 archers to turn into crossbows for Classic Pro. Jordan already with towers in his base, but almost out of gold. And yes, he has the whales, but still will want to move out to grab a gold mine. Why is no player adding skirms? It definitely could be an option against the archers. Skirms don't threaten vills though, and right now Classic Pro wants to push with crossbows so that he can threaten Jordan's vills. There are no vills under the TC. Jordan rushing up a 4th tower. 5 on stone. The crossbows might even hit vills, and that's more damage. Jordan has to run. The crossbows can't stay here. These towers are garrisoned, and eventually Jordan will queue vills inside of the TC. That'll force up a TC from Jordan, Bloodlines and Bodkin Arrow for Jordan. As he does own the water now. As Jordan's coastline. Doubt Tower from Jordan. Classic Pro needs to make sure he doesn't get scared by the score lead. The score lead, of course, for Jordan is because of the water. And more res collected, but he needs to turn that res into something. Right now, he's almost out of stone, too. We'll have just enough stone for a castle, but the crossbows now in the Castle Age might be able to stand outside of tower range and hit the vills. The immediate bodkin for Jordan is actually really important for that tower. Ballistics also for Classic Pro, as he has a second TC added in. As the Tatars, he'll get the free sheep, so he doesn't need farms as quickly. Jordan, with a few archers of his own, finding a vill on the dock, but Classic Pro with crossbows can probably clean that up. Already prepping the Swan Tower play, the Swan Tower woodline defense. Oh, and these crossbows get into the back. Fortified church for Jordan. That Georgian's eco will be incredibly good with the church. One church boosting all these lumberjacks. But can't boost them if they're idled, and they have to garrison. Against the crossbows, as Jordan tries to bring the mangonel over, what will the micro be for Classic Pro? Tanks one shot, but only slightly. University for Jordan. Also by the stone, trying to keep the vills safe. And will Classic Pro micro against the Mangonel? Jordan has to be careful that he doesn't get downhill, where crossbows will do a bit more damage. And forward workshop now for Classic Pro. He's looking to push too. Jordan has to send a Repairville over. A Repairville will be downhill though from Ballistic's crossbows. This is where I feel that other players would have microed against the Mangonel more. Classic Pro very wary of losing the crossbows. The Georgians, the Georgians. Horse Collar just added in for Classic Pro as he's adding more farms. Gill nets for Jordan. He's taken most of the fish in the sea though. There aren't that many fish left. Might have to go to fish traps soon. And as he finishes the whales, it'll be time for him maybe to have to move out. But as Classic Pro is coming around with the crossbows, he will run straight into cav archers, Georgian cav archers. I think Classic Pro just deleted his crossbows there. After seeing the frustration and futility of that fight. Wasn't able to group up with the rest of his army. Now Jordan will have more mobility. Difference between good and great players in the micro versus Mangonel. Yeah, no, repair is not affected by hill. Repair speed is not. So, nice TC from Classic Pro between the gold and the stone. He'll be on 3 TCs, and 64 villagers to 45. Yes, Jordan has 22 fishing ships. I can't help but feel this fishing economy is not that strong. The remaining fish are in the far corner of the map. Jordan doesn't have a dock there, and these fishing ships have to sail forever just to get to their fish. The fish is fairly sparse, and I think Classic Pro actually feels... Or it actually does feel like Classic Pro should be ahead in vills right now. But Jordan has a bit of an early boost because of the fish. So Jordan now has a window where he can push. I think if Classic Pro defends and focuses on the land boom, he'll be okay. But that's also a big if, because it's a lot of cav archers with the Mangonel supporting them. Ballistics clicked for Jordan. The cav archers will be healing as the Georgians. And the Mangonel will push the TC. Mangonel needs to make sure it's on level ground and not downhill in the pond. Will not do much damage when it's downhill. That's true, Jordan does have churches, and churches probably the strongest eco boost in the game. Mangonel comes forward. Maybe it'll get a hit on some of those castle builders. Might kill one. Ooh, gets a hit, but doesn't kill anything. Thank you also, Nishes and MMC Ha for the follows. Welcome to the stream. What do churches do? As the Georgians, they have a civ bonus that the churches give vills next to them a work rate boost. They will work 10% faster. Armenian churches are different. They train warrior priests, and the first one gives you a relic. Georgian ones are an eco boost. You spam them throughout your eco, and you have a more efficient eco. It helps you make up for having fewer vills. How's uphill or downhill calculated? It is a floating point number. I'm not sure what the precision is. But any slight change in elevation counts for the hill change. And Tatars, of course, get extra hill bonus. So building that archery range on the hill for Classic Pro might be a bad thing, so it gives them fewer spots to micro. Jordan trying to get in with the cav archers. That one tree in the wall keeps debating me, making me think it's open. Never got that pronunciation, but that's a funny one. I've read the capital letters one by one and then said the lowercase part as its own thing. So crossbows here, Jordan tried to run in. Maybe he ran in a bit too greedily as he's trying to dodge ballistics and get out. But Classic Pro will close the distance with his crossbows to try to snipe off all of these cav archers, and should be fine to do so. Maybe he wants to get to the top of the hill there. Jordan losing his army gets cleaned up. And there goes maybe some of that pressure. Although, someone said he was getting prepared for Svan Towers earlier. It looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Maybe wanting to control both the water and the extra resources late game. Do Georgians get less damage from hill stuff? That's true. Georgians receive 15% less damage than they should when located on higher elevation. And the Tatars do extra hill damage when fighting from higher elevation. So the hill's extra important in this matchup. The little ponds are downhill. That's me trying to replicate the pools of water that form during the wet season in the region. Was that a horrible use of the CA? Jordan was hoping he could get in and dive vills, but since the TCs are up, he got trapped. So that was Jordan being greedy. He certainly will himself look back and think, yep, that was a horrible use of my CA too. So with the towers near the docks, Jordan can think of adding fish traps. It is still pretty expensive to get going. And he has to worry about the cav archers microing against the mangonels here in the middle. He will pull back and try to do more churches, maybe swap to stables. Could add some knights or light cav. And Jordan's slowly but surely starting to add fish traps by the docks. I got 6 over there, another 5 over there, so that'll help make the fishing ships more useful again. Still ahead in res collected and close in KD. And with the churches, should be able to defend. Imperial Age on the way for both players. Right now it feels that Classic Pro's ahead in land military presence, and maybe could use that to get some type of forward castle. Jordan with the defensive castle, though, and as I do think he will go for Swan Towers, which basically turns your towers into scorpions. It is very strong. Are we finding Tatars are the meta on this map? Considering they were picked by someone who randomed every single civ, don't know if that's the case. Here, light cav and scale barding armor for Jordan. But if you destroy the docks, then yeah, the fishing ships are kind of useless. It is pretty far away to be able to do that, though. There's a guard tower for Jordan, who looks like he will be working his way towards those Swan Towers. Very difficult to push the fortified churches of the Georgians, but easy to get good splashes with your mangonels if Jordan isn't paying attention. The mule cart goes down, too. And nice fight from Classic Pro, who still in actual villager count, 107 to 78 vills, is ahead. Nice mangonel shot from Classic Pro, too. He's keeping the score close. And there's that guard tower from the Georgians. Masonry on the way for him for more HP. And there's the castle, not forward. The tower's forcing the castle maybe a bit farther back for Classic Pro than he would have liked. But he is now adding in cav archers. Remember, the Tatars, they do not get arbalests, so it can be awkward for them to make that Castle Age to Imperial Age transition, not being able to upgrade the crossbow mass. Is Swan Tower in? Swan Tower is not yet in for Jordan. Keep an eye on the text for that silver crown. Treadmill crane for Jordan to build buildings faster. We saw him getting masonry earlier, trying to buff the towers as much as he can. And we'll lose a lot of forward vills to the cav archers. Only one vill making it back to the tower. One vill could finish the tower. Classic Pro will find some skirms to clean up. Jordan with towers everywhere. There is Swan Towers. Adding in chain barding armor so he can raid. Georgians probably don't want to keep staying on cav archers in the Imperial Age. Let me see, they do have heavy cav archer and Parthian, but they do miss the final armor upgrade and thumb ring. So they can stay there, but they don't. They're missing some key upgrades. So conscription chain barding for Jordan. Is Classic Pro still pushing? The thing that worries me is Swan Towers against cav archers. I think cav archers are going to get perforated by them. There's heavy cav archer for Classic Pro. That'll be the last of his upgrades. Yep, you'll have fully upgraded heavy cav archers aside from the unique tech. Silk armor will give them additional melee and pierce armor. Additional pierce armor will be great for raiding under all the towers. Jordan has a lot of farmers here. He upgraded the towers. Did he do murder holes? No. He needs to get murder holes for this tower, otherwise these cav archers will have a field day on these vills. And nice raid from Classic Pro. Very nice raid. Jordan can't keep the farmers safe. Now he's doing murder holes, but a bit late. Good advantage taken by Jordan though, but Classic Pro takes the score lead as he's mangonelling the TC. He's trebbing down those forward towers. One forward vill, low HP still for Jordan who isn't taken out. Cav archers might be able to stop the tower if they get forward in time, and they do. 91.98%, that's doubt building a tower for Jordan. Jordan trying to go to light cav now. Forging on the way. Wants to play map control. Vill's out here fighting the mangonel, keeping that away. Jordan trying to run to the tower and coastline for safety. And T-Mech, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you very much. Mangonel still push the stables. There's a sub alert.
Barbarossa,
Bloodlines forging for the CA.
You see, it is I who should be
Or not
holy
forging, just
Roman
bloodlines.
emperor. Kneel before the lion.
Okay, bloodlines for the CA. That was a late tech. That was something he was missing and didn't notice. Now husbandry. He didn't have the stable techs. Forgetting about the stable for a while, but now he'll have the fully upgraded CA sans the final silk armor. Which isn't that expensive of a tech. If you already have wood and gold for the cav archers, you're synergizing with your eco pretty well. Ah, good old Henry the Lion. Yeah, a lot of gold for Jordan. I feel like he's struggling for food. Even with all the fish traps he's added. 16, 20 fish traps, but a lot of the farms being hit has stymied his ability to pump out cavalry. And crop rotation even for Classic Pro. Cav archers continue raiding. Jordan can't get the army numbers he wants. He needs food. And he's going for Onager. He's going for Onager. Wait, is Jordan... Could Jordan play Onager cut Classic Pro's wood line and deny him wood? Could that be Jordan's win condition? I mean, Jordan still could win if he goes for abandoning the mobility aspect and simply controlling the hill and try to push Classic Pro off of wood. There are small clumps of wood out here on the map, but not much. Light cav raids... Well, Hussar raids might be even more devastating than light cav raids. Especially if they get all their armor and get silk armor. Arrow slits for Jordan, still hoping that the towers will save him. Trying to pump out some trebs. And now light cav raiding in the back. Part of me says instead of farming, you do 2 or 3 docks on a pond and then wall in the pond with fish traps. Rage Forest Fish Boom style, so that Hussars can't raid. Or light cav can't raid. Tatros have nothing versus Onager Halb. I guess the army composition they would have would be raids, but Georgian's one of the most difficult civs to raid, along with the guard tower and fortified church. So chemistry coming in, Jordan's still working on those tower upgrades. And Jordan, also that's a great point, Jordan managed to collect 5 relics. So 3 in that fortified church, 1 in that forward church, and 1 somewhere else. Oh, 1 over here. Okay, that one's maybe a bit vulnerable. That might change hands if the Treb pushes. But at least for now, Jordan with 5 relics and 2k relic gold. Classic Pro, the better eco though, more res collected. He's at 147 vils. Jordan 85 vils and 29 fishing ships. And Georgians have access to siege engineers, but not in yet. That's crucial for extra range on the onagers. Now Tatar is very, very weak to Halb Onager. That's true, that's true. Or Tatar is very weak to that. Georgians also could go Siege Onager. If Jordan clicks Siege Onager this game, that would be crazy. But it's the good old Hussar Cav Archer composition. Now in the super long run, this composition wins if the gold runs out. And the siege gets sniped because of how gold intensive that is. Cav Archers now just want to sit in the back and avoid the siege. Hussars want to run forward and try to snipe Trebs, try to snipe Onagers. Classic Pro wants to micro down the Onagers. But the Trebs stand for Jordan. Classic Pro running Hussars into their deaths. Scores coming back. And Jordan hoping that late game... Oh, what are all those churches? Jordan hoping that late game, the Georgian army composition and eco will outshine the Tatars. Classic Pro now has silk armor, so I think now he has fully upgraded Tatar heavy cav archers. Maybe you want to count devotion at some point. Will there be Tatar? Do they have champions? I have seen Hun champions. They don't have champions. They only have two-handed swordsmen. I have seen Hun two-handed swordsmen against Celt Halbs before, and it worked. So they don't count it out. Snipe with flaming camels? Is that actually? That doesn't actually sound crazy. That does not actually sound crazy. Flaming camels to snipe Trebs. part of me says you're on to something. So Classic Pro in the unenviable position of trebbing enemy trebs instead of a castle where the shots will miss consistently. Sending vills to repair. I think it's a bit of a hill bonus for Jordan. Light Cap trying to raid. Jordan's still only on 95 villagers. Trying to tower everywhere. But yeah, Classic Pro, he has food. He has 76 Hussars in the queue. He has 76 Hussars. The Cav Archer's in the castle. Makes the castle shoot a ton of arrows. Jordan's spending his resources. Jordan's spending the resources. The eco is not there. Oh my gosh, look at that spawn tower. Spawn towers are scary when they start shooting. So this church being repaired, that might go down to the trebs. It all depends on what Classic Pro focuses with the trebs now. Now, yeah, same as a demo ship or a petard. If it's killed by the enemy, it still does damage. The flaming camel. There is Blast Furnace for Classic Pro, trying to upgrade the Hussars. And he's thinking about raiding. Jordan with some exposed vills on the wood line. Hussars will find them. With Silk Armor, they get up to 7 Pierce Armor, so pretty darn good at raiding, even under Castle Fire. Jordan, does he have Chemistry? Yep, he does have Chemistry, so the castles have their full attack. Well, some vills will go down. Nice raid from Classic Pro. As the Treb fight in the middle, still engaged on the church and on the castle. Where are the 9 Expo? We'll check that in a moment. So this church goes down. Classic Pro still defending. Jordan wants a tower. If Hussars race and destroy one Treb, then the castle finally stays up. They need to get to the Treb, though, with all the halbs. They need to focus the Treb. 4 Trebs there. The Cav Archers are ejected from the castle. The Hussars all go down. Thank you, Hex5, for the follow. Classic Pro might lose the castle. Remember, there's a 90-minute score victory. There's the strategy of delete the castle right before the final Treb shot hits to get the score back. Yeah, Spawn Towers give extra attack to castles, too. That's true, that helps against the raids. Doesn't make the castles scorpions. Which does give more attack. Classic Pro raiding Jordan's woodline. Finding holes where Jordan doesn't have churches. That castle in the middle goes down. Jordan's still trying to push. Slow push with Halb Siege. Classic Pro with 82 farmers. He is in Hussar spam mode. Hello, Lexi. And Jordan trying for more towers. Cav Archers keep trying to get a good KD against the Halbs. Jordan defending those Trebs. If he pushes too far forward with Halbs, then Hussars maybe still could raid the Trebs. Jordan on guard tower really needs to think about keep too if he's doing this many towers. On the coastline, Jordan trying to micro a Ville away from tower fire. And Jordan, I don't know if that's where your micro is most well spent at the moment. He wants another tower, wants to stop Classic Pro from taking the gold. Classic Pro will notice that and YOLO the Vills to Ville fight. As in the middle, it feels like the heavy Cav Archers now with a skirms, feudal age skirms, but they're doing the job against the Halbs nevertheless. Classic Pro will want to upgrade them once he gets a bit more wood. Feels like he's maybe starting to run short on wood, or perhaps an artifact of the number of farms he's trying to maintain at 82. Repairs, the cost is half the cost of the building. Other than TCs, which is double the cost to repair from 1 HP to full HP. So Treb sniped by the light cav. There's a battleground in the middle under these guard towers, littered by the corpses of cav, unfortunate enough to run underneath them. And Jordan, how is that Ville still alive? Jordan does need the Hussar upgrade. Georgians do get Hussars. Jordan doesn't have the upgrade. Jordan trying to afford it, but he's down to 133 pop. He's down to 130 pop. And actually, I think Classic Pro is about to do this. I think Classic Pro is about to push Jordan off of the map. Jordan does not have the resources to sustain this. Classic Pro's 82 farmers are set up for Hussar spam. Looking like a Hera late game with the Hussars, but Classic Pro I think is going to pull it off. It feels like Jordan's dead. 143 pop. 107 vills, 108 vills. Needs to recover from that, down to 20 fishing ships too. And again, we're seeing on this map, winning the water might not be the right investment. And you lose the land. Jordan still trying to push the castle. 5 trebs atop a hill, that castle will go down. But Jordan doesn't have the Halb numbers. He doesn't have the Halb numbers to deal with all of those Hussars. Medium warships for Jordan. What? What is he doing with medium warships? That does not feel like a tech for Jordan right now. A comfort tech? Thinking about the score victory? Well, he has recovered a bit. Classic Pro losing the castle, he needs more houses. That gives Jordan a moment to push. Classic Pro has 50 Hussars in the queue and doesn't have the housing space for them, and he's thrown down some house foundations, but he needs to build them faster. He needs to notice that he's horribly housed. Down to 170 pop space. Jordan actually the pop lead simply because Classic Pro is housed. Wants to deny gold on the coastline? I mean, all he needs is a cannon galleon for that. Medium warships maybe still help protect the cannon galleons. Okay, Classic Pro, 185 pop space. He needs houses. He needs more houses. On this map, I'd say never a bad idea. Add some houses against the edge of the map, just in case the pop changes when you lose castles. And right now, more towers for Jordan. Lots of stone on the map, so he wants the spawn towers for late game. Jordan actually takes the score lead. He had 130 pop, he had no resources, but he manages to recover and now retake the score lead against Classic Pro, as Classic Pro loses the castle and right now has nothing to stop the treb push. He can't really fight the Halbs. Trying to add in siege rams, but he still needs an answer to Halb. Maybe not enough heavy cav archers in. Mule carts are there to tank some heavy cav archer shots, because why not? Yeah, Jordan really does need to remember his Civ gets the keep upgrade. He needs to keep that in mind. And now, more Hussar raids. But so hard to raid the Georgians now that spawn towers are everywhere. Final armor upgrade for the Halbs will make him tankier. Siege ram for Classic Pro. And Jordan, the push on the wood line, Classic Pro was not prepared for that. There's a timer, 90 minutes. We still have a while till we get there. Maybe he thinks he has keeps and doesn't recognize the architecture? I don't know, I mean, not for the... This has been there since the start of DE, not for the Mediterranean architecture. Hussar for Jordan. Starting to think of the techs he's missing. Hussar. We'll need blast furnace for them. We'll need crop rotation for his farms. There's a lot of techs he can do as he's taking a huge score lead. Classic Pro still doesn't have 200 pop space. Classic Pro simply is housed. He needs to build the houses. Give Classic Pro 20 more pops in those fights. Maybe he pushes it back. He has 13 cav archers queued. Give him 20 more heavy cav archers in those fights. That changes the fights. That kills the Halbs. Now Jordan's Halb mass can't be stopped. Check gold access. Jordan still doing everything he can with the spawn towers to control the golds. Jordan has not stopped going for golds here. One relic picked up from Classic Pro from that destroyed fortified church. Spawn towers by the coastline. Rams from Classic Pro trying to ram the towers to get access to gold. But Jordan's been mining enough stone for map control with the spawn towers. Onagers hitting the heavy cav archers as Hussars come to push the trebuchets. And this is now being pushed back. The trebs for Jordan. He's finally going to lose all of the trebs. All of the trebs going down. And now he's stabilized. Classic Pro still needs houses, but he's stabilized. He's losing houses faster than he's building them. He needs more vills to build the houses. And losing those trebs was huge. That stops the push. The score is now within 1K. Jordan somehow keeping the guard towers alive against the siege rams with all the halbs, but the rams have destroyed Jordan's docks. Jordan realizes he needs to click keep. The docks now, the fish traps look like, this doesn't look like Jordan lost docks. This looks like T90 just built fish traps where he thought they were in a good spot with this dock. So the halbs will push forward from Jordan. our base would make those fish traps. Tower here will go down. And maybe, just maybe, if the docks go down, the ships could go down to Hussar raids. I know that's silly if Jordan micros properly, but he's losing his medium warships to the Hussar raids. And now we're actually getting close to the time limit of 90 minutes. Hold on, let me alt-tab for a second. The players did remember to set the time limit. Okay, they have the timer. It's slightly over 90 minutes. So we have Aznuri Cav for Jordan. Classic Pro's kind of getting stuck running out low on wood. Same for Jordan. Cav counter ship. And now, if you're Classic Pro, you don't actually destroy those fishing ships. They're so inefficient, you're happy for Jordan still to have that pop space. Wasted on eco, that's not really doing much. Classic Pro, finally 200 population space again. Climbing in pop space, Hussars everywhere. This is the Hussar queue he needed. 37 Hussars with 20 in the queue. He's taking a fight against the halbs under spawn towers, and he's getting massacred? He didn't even clear the halbs there. Okay, Jordan climbs another 1,000 score thanks to that fight. Classic Pro needs cav archers. He can't go Hussar versus halb. Just got absolutely wrecked, and he will call GG. I don't know if that was over, but he'll call GG. that fight dropped to from 200 to 140 population. Those towers from Jordan. Was that over? Maybe Classic Pro seeing they're getting close to the score difference and doesn't think he can make it up in time. Dang, that was a crazy game. That's what I wanted to see from this map. But the T90 fish trap's enough of an eco for Jordan at the end. After he finally stabilized his farms, the Jordans are so hard to raid once they get spawn towers added everywhere. Look at that, Jordan's has 18 keeps. Oh, capture age. Let me zoom out, don't crash. 21 keeps. They're gonna keep him in the lead for victory. So let me give Jordan the win on the scoreboard there. And that was crazy, 630 kills for Jordan. Better eco for Classic Pro. And better technology score here. Let's see, faster feudal for Jordan, faster imp and castle both for Classic Pro. That was back and forth, and I don't even know if that was over. But what a game that was. And that's just the start. We still have a best of 5 ahead of us with some random maps that Classic Pro could pick now. Alright, so Twitch is going to make me play an ad on my channel. Remember, I'm also streaming on Onamaru and on YouTube, so go check those streams out too. And let's check off some maps. That's Lensois Mariniensis. A hard-fought Game 1 win for Jordan. And that was Georgians over Tatars. That's my Jersey accent, Baron. I just say something and then the Jersey just like, you gotta really slow down. Baron in both chats. Alright, Monte Pasquale will be the next map. Classic Pro picking Jordan's map. And it'll be Dravidians against Italians. And what a random Civ deck. Like, Classic Pro randomed his Civ draft and got an amazing draft. Full random, yes. Why were all of Classic Pro's picks random? That is a wonderful question, and I think only Classic Pro knows the answer to that. Didn't have time to prepare, or he was just so prepared he was ready for everything. So, I've heard different pronunciations. Anyone from Brazil can tell me if I actually pronounce the E at the end and say Mont or Monta, because I've heard both. But Monte Pasquale will be the map. Picked by Classic Pro was Jordan's home map, Italians versus Dravidians. If you're going to play full water, the Italians feel great. And if you're just going to focus on uptiming, you could play Fast Castle on the land, Classic Pro going for a TC on the land, nice spot between a woodline and a gold. Jordan TCing the home island, that gives you around a 3-villager lead while you're transporting vills over. Is that a beached whale? Yes it is, yes it is. The new graphical assets I'm trying to use, the beached whale. It really does stick out among all the other graphics. And it is absolutely huge compared to the actual whales that are swimming around. Maybe these whales need to be larger. But 4 whales on the map, all in this southern corner. One pretty close to each player if they want to take the whales. They can also transport to the islands for more docks. I could say Monty. Like Monte Pasquale. How long is the T then? Whenever I've heard that, like the E added at the end, it's been pretty quick. Does the beached whale give you food? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. They stand out too much compared to the rest of the map. It was the only map I could really fit them in, I felt. Even then, I think you can build over them and remove them. This map is usually a whale of a time, says Arbase. Arbase looking for admin losses with that joke as an admin. Can we give an admin loss to Arbase for that joke? The stranded whale doesn't give food and rots after 2 minutes? It doesn't rot at all, it's just there as scenery. It stays there the whole game. It is a static scenery element, the same as one of these plants. So forward dock from Jordan, I've seen him doing this a lot. He likes to dock one of the forward islands. And he will do loom. He won't be one of those loom skippers we see on this map quite a bit. And usually I see the players who start on the islands going up to feudal faster, and that should be the case for Jordan. A bit of idle time as he's idling to go up. But he wants to get off to a nice start, adding a few galleys. Is Nego Drama still among us? I don't think we voted him out. I don't think we voted him out. Dude, why? Are you afraid he's the imposter? Did you see him vent? So Feudal Age for Classic Pro, he'll be up, honestly, not all that slow compared to Jordan. And we'll be in a great spot on the mainland with more access to resources and wood. And no transport yet for Jordan either. He will maybe just rely on whales for his gold income for the galley rush. So transport ship for Classic Pro, scouting around the bottom of that island near the edge of the map. You could transport vills and put a gate here. That would be fun. Wouldn't really do much of it, but it would be fun. Sometimes we care about things that are fun more than actual things that are good. To slowly rot in the graphics update, maybe in tuned with our 90-minute timer. Alright, so Jordan up to feudal. And opening with fires. So fire galleys, the best ships at tanking dock fire and doing the most DPS to docks. Could lead to a Hulk response then from Classic Pro, as he will add in his third dock. And what ship will he go with? Fire galleys himself. For the most part on this map, I've seen players wanting to go galley plus fire galley and showing a reluctance to add in Hulks. Now Jordan will get forward first, and we'll have Town Watch on the way for Jordan, and a double bit axe for Classic Pro. Vil palisading himself to shield from the fire, and then repairing the dock. And oh, finding the transport is Classic Pro. Classic Pro finding Jordan's transport. Oh, that could actually be horrible for Jordan. Jordan has not transported yet. Jordan's simply playing quadruple docks from the island and not transporting to the mainland, and has his transport stuck on the other side of the map under attack? And only lost 8 HP there. That could have been worse. Does feel like Jordan will dominate the water. 4 docks as the Dravidians. Just saved 100 wood on houses. Which strat has been stronger? I have seen both strats work. On Pilgrims, I always felt the instant TC on the island was stronger, and you got your fish boom going. But it also took longer to transport to the middle on Pilgrims. Here, you're really close to the edge. I don't know if the mic's picking this up, but it's starting to rain, and my window is getting bombarded with rain right now. And fishing lines for Classic Pro, that is bold for someone who is maybe behind on the water, but he's starting to up his production now. 3 docks. We'll take a fight against Jordan in the middle. Still feel like Jordan should win that. Also should have more reinforcements. And Hulk's attacking the fire galleys. Fire galleys going down. And Classic Pro will call the GG. Alright, Classic Pro wanted to fight on water. Didn't go for a mainland fight then. I called that one pretty early. Called that pretty early. Oh, it's not over yet. Jordan up 2-0. But after an hour plus long game 1, Classic Pro calls it in 13 minutes. Surprised to see someone call from losing water when they did a mainland TC. It feels like the emphasis would be on the mainland, but he tried to go TC plus Italian uptiming for triple docks and still lost the water. So Jordan up by almost 1.5k resources, but we've seen this map enough to know sometimes that's not enough to push the mainland. Dravidians themselves won't have a good castle drop, they make a roomy swordsman. Classic Pro calls that one quickly. So 10 to 5 KD for Jordan. We'll have much better eco, and Dravidians are Dravidians. Maybe he didn't know Jordan didn't go to the mainland. Well, he needs to scout then. That's something he should be scouting. So maps then. Jordan wins Monte Pasquale. And we'll see what Classic Pro picks for the final, well, potentially final game, unless he pulls off a reverse sweep, but feels like maybe he's mentally drained from that first game. With that early resign. And it will be our gunpowder barrel map. It'll be Festa da Polvora. With Vietnamese against Burmese. A matchup we've seen on this map before. And here we are, game number 3, with Jordan looking to close it out. We'll have Classic Pro as the yellow Burmese to the south, and Jordan as the blue Vietnamese to the north. And yes, indeed, all random for class. Oh my gosh, he loses a Vil to the Javelina. Jordan's scout is there, ready to disrupt the lore. Oh my god, Jordan with a plan. He says, you know what, those Vils won't have loom. I'll try to disrupt the Javelina lures. He's got a scout there. And Classic Pro immediately losing a Vil. Well, if he was tilted after the last 2 games, he certainly isn't feeling good now. And what is Jordan going to do? Jordan is going to stand there and he's going to block. Oh, house trick from Classic Pro to stop the Javelina. So maybe this is actually kind of bad from Jordan, losing the scout HP. Mentally drained from the draft stage, maybe? And, well, double Javelina lore should be okay there. Still no loom on the Vil. Has to de-aggro them and shoot them again. We'll bring them into the TC. So a few capybaras under the TC there. As the Vil lures in the Javelina. I'll pull that Javelina under the TC. Another lumber camp for Classic Pro, as walls will go up at the front. And, well, stabilized a bit, and Jordan's scout very low on HP, so Classic Pro might be able to snipe that off later on. And, well, he will know where Classic Pro's TC is, not hard to tell, though, on this map. As Jordan's doing his own Javelina lore. That's what players have learned, you wall up this small passage. Barracks for Jordan. So we have seen men-at-arms rushes on this map. We have seen cases where players try to weaken the gunpowder kegs early on with the scout and then shoot them with archers later. Loom for Jordan, Feudal Age also for him first. You could also play this as a fast castle map, but you have to be careful about walling behind the barrels. Aquanaco pushed in from Classic Pro, pushing it in from the mill to the TC. Now, that's what players always do. They build this passageway and then they try to push to the TC. Jordan's scouting all the corners, finding all the gold and stone resources. There are extra resources in the corners, 1 gold and 1 stone. So Jordan trying to figure out where they are in case he needs to expand his TCs. You can just kind of send Vils out there, spread them out, and try to find them later, because it's always the same. You have papaya trees, stone, and gold. And loom for Classic Pro. And Javelina trying to eat the villager, 11 HP. Oh, look at the scout blocking the Javelina while luring the deer. No Vils under the TC. Classic Pro needs to go back to the TC to shoot the Javelina. And will the Vil survive? Yes, she will. Yes, she will. Shooting with the TC, easy these days. Easy. So, walls from Classic Pro, ready to wall behind the explosive barrels, but you're giving up some map control if you do that. He'll be up to Feudal. And Jordan, where are the archers? Archers being trained now, not going men-at-arms. We have seen this matchup before of Vietnamese for Jordan, or Vietnamese versus Burmese on this map. If Jordan simply holds for the late game, he has, I think, a much better Civ matchup. This is where I feel Classic Pro will need to do some type of pushing. Maybe an aggressive monk rush. And oh, Jordan with a poke with the spear early on. Also gonna block with the archer, almost. Can't use his own scout, but tries to bait into the spear. And Classic Pro up to Feudal. We'll try to snipe the archer with the scout. See if he can get it. That'll be close. Decides to disengage, but takes another arrow in the process, so 3 HP left there. Jordan wants to go through the gunpowder keg. There he goes. He is in, but Classic Pro wisely is walled behind that already. So Jordan looking to harass the gold, but that does put the gold now in tower range where Jordan to come forward and trush. Don't think he's going to do that as he picks the scout off with another archer. And he actually can harass the Vils with archers. So pushing in. quite a bit. Getting to the gold area. And Castle Age for Classic Pro. And the wheelbarrow also for Jordan. Castle Age first, though. So Classic Pro can add TCs and boom. But if you do that as the Burmese, you're then risking playing late game against the Vietnamese. Since Jordan has archers, it'll be hard for Classic Pro to go forward and get any monasteries in the middle of the map if he wanted to go for a monk rush. And the mining camps being pressured, Classic Pro is not on stone, so it won't be a castle for a run-by. So what is he going for? I'm not sure, other than maybe a boom. Jordan, what's he attacking? The barrel. We'll see if he goes through or if he just weakens it now. Do Saracen archers do extra damage to the gunpowder kegs? No, they do not. Boom, and Jordan's in again. Classic Pro has to react with some more walling. Puts more pressure on the mill. And Jordan opening up the map a bit. And remember, you can go around the outside and hit barrels from the outside too. So a situation where Vils could be trapped were Jordan to try to come around the outside, shoot these barrels, and then head in from the back too with a small group of archers. I do worry a bit, though, that Jordan simply isn't doing enough damage with the archers. Even though there are golds and stones in the back, I think keeping your opponent off of this mining area is huge. I'll have a TC from Classic Pro there. So far, hard for him to gather resources over here. Any maps with neutral human units? It's hard to use those because villagers can't attack them. And the natural thing to do is put maybe some pirates guarding gold or units guarding resources. But that's very awkward when Vils go to grab the resources and can't fight the Gaia units. So Jordan clicks up to the Castle Age, but Classic Pro will be starting his boom. And the archers from Jordan collecting in the middle of the map. As the Vietnamese, he'll have extra HP and will want to upgrade them to crossbows and do bodkin. But the question is, how quickly does he do that versus adding extra TCs? So some golden stone in the middle, and some options for golden stone on the outside, but not that many. Hello, Red Cliffy. Couple of mangonels in the workshop. Oh, and Magnolia, look at that. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Here's the alert. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Rodrigo. The tournament awaits only your arrival to begin.
And Boshua, thank you for the follow. Hope you had a lovely trip at... I think you traveled a bit after London, right? So I hope it was nice to see you at Red Bull. Hope you had a lovely trip afterwards. And Castle Age for Jordan. As the mangonels move forward. Will they hit the archers? Not quite. Nice micro from Jordan. Tanks a mangonel shot. One monk goes down. Mangonel's still trying to hit, but the scouts play from Jordan adding the stable was great against the monk rush. No spears out. The scouts are all very weak, but they clear all of the siege, so if Classic Pro wanted to monk rush, Jordan cleaned it up right at the start. Light cav for Jordan also. And he's ready to boom on the outside. Alright, not doing a TC in the middle, TC on the outside. We'll be down in Vils compared to Classic Pro. Classic Pro, at least not tilted enough to call the GG right there. Well, that is rough for him. He's thinking, let's monk rush, destroy the barrels, control Jordan's gold. Not working out. So third TC from Jordan. Part of me thinks the third TC in the gold and stone area is the place to go, at least, to defend it. Have you seen someone hit the wall with men-at-arms to trigger players to wall behind and then use the barrel to destroy the vills? We haven't seen that. I think any type of walling would be like this, where Classic Pro goes an extra layer behind. Jordan will try to take some map control there, pushing through. Showery Fever, thank you for the follow. And can't really raid the TC. Can get close to it. Could archer the barrels from the inside to try to break out. Handcart for Jordan using those cheap Vietnamese ecotechs. And Jordan will pick up the relic from the middle. As Lightcav still looking for a way in, but Classic Pro can wall that out. Some farms for Classic Pro can be awkward to farm on this map with this rock terrain upon which you can't build. And 5 farms all fit snugly by the TC. And still a Vill lead for Classic Pro. Jordan more res collected despite the Vill difference though. Vietnamese eco upgrades are crazy. These houses along the wall get added. And some Vills will head over to the gold in the corner. Monk bringing relics back to the monastery. And defensive workshop for Jordan. So he's looking to pick up relics, boom, and just play for the late game. Control the middle against the monk rush. There goes the monk rush again, but Jordan will slip out the side. He'll slip out the side, past those villagers from Classic Pro. He saw the mining camp. That's clutch to see the mining camp. He'll know where the gold is and could do a TC on the stone if he wanted. And Lightcav still chasing the monks. Monks go down. Mangonels kill their own spears almost. The monk rush continuing. Didn't go through the barrels. Yeah, spears are OP. Especially Burmese spears. They'll have a natural +2 attack. Oh, the monk scorpion combo. What the heck? Weak to Lightcav. That is a new unit there. That's the new Ratha from the DLC. The monk plus scorpion hybrid unit. So Lightcav from Jordan, those fleeing vills seeing the mining camp leads to the Lightcav raid on Classic Pro's outside gold miners. And there goes the Vill lead maybe for Classic Pro, still down in the eco res collected category. And Jordan feels like he's pulling away with this game. YOLO'd Vills from Classic Pro to fight a Cav Archer, that's never a good feeling. Jordan can micro. The new Khmer Monk unit just dropped. After the Ballista Elephant, you get the Ballista Monk. Hello, only cats.
Okay.
Chainmail armor for Jordan, trying to pick up that last relic. Oh, shoot the barrel, shoot the barrel. Oh, Classic Pro, you missed the barrel. Let the monk pick the... Okay, he gets the monk anyway. Gets the monk anyway. Elephant monk, not the ballista monk. You can have both. Siege Tower, Fire Lancer from Jordan. How do you stop a monk rush? You put the units that are being converted inside the Siege Tower. No longer gets a speed boost, moves at 0.96 speed. And that is it. Same speed as archers, slower than pikemen, still faster than siege though. And Jordan will taxi his way forward with Fire Lancers into the GG. Classic Pro cannot deal with the might of the Siege Tower, and as Jordan is 4TC booming with the Vietnamese. Jordan will win 3-0 after a set that looked from game 1 that Classic Pro came to fight, even with the random picks. Jordan turns it around in a hurry. And I think this was a great Civ matchup for the map too. Burmese need to be aggressive with the monk rush, and Jordan shut that down. Siege Tower into GG. And thank you again, Magnolia, for the sub. Really do appreciate the support. And on the maps, that'll be Pested Pulvera, lost for Classic Pro. And that is Burmese losing to the Vietnamese, so congrats to Jordan. Why is he going all random? I don't know. But he did. Congrats to Jordan. So, time to look at the schedule. What else are we going to cast? What are we going to cast next? All the sets in the world are going on today. We have... What time is it? Oh, we have Doubt versus Lobo starting in 15 minutes. Y'all want to see Doubt? I think we cast Doubt. See, Dogao Dragonstar is also going on. That just started. They're on the Islands map. Ooh, maybe we go Dogao Dragonstar. They just finished the first game. We have about 15 minutes until Doubt starts. So maybe we cast Dogao Dragonstar until we get there. Let's do that. I think they just finished game 1 on the Islands map, so we can skip the water gameplay. I know Dragonstar thinks that's a interesting map. At least from the landings perspective. I'm trying to find their games. On Wikipedia, it shows Classic Pro 2-0 Jordan. Well, that's wrong. That was not correct. Don't know where that came from. Someone entered a result wrong. Where is this Dogao Dragonstar set? There we go. Let me grab the... bracket and Dragonstar. Gao. And they're in game number 2, which game 1 was won by Dogao. And game 2 will be Sea dos Corajas. Our terrace map. Our base would love this. We have Celts versus Vietnamese. And I'll just grab the drafts. So we'll cast this set, and then we'll cast Doubt. And game 1, SR base, lots of Celts. That was Bengalis over Wu. But game number 2, time for the Celts. Who's ready for some Celts? Hope someone from Brazil makes it in. I think Dogao would be the favorite among the Brazilians. Probably the best Brazilian player right now. I think a lot of potential number 2s, but I think Dogao, to me, feels like he's a bit ahead of everyone else. Yeah, I think, too, if Sebastian and Hart win, where they're the number 1 seeds in their brackets, then Dogao probably is the favorite for the regional qualifier. Dogao has been at LANs as recently as NAC, so no stranger to the LAN environment. And Dogao in red, I guess? So here we are. Dogao will be playing. I'll put him as the red Vietnamese to the north. Dragonstar is the Cyan Celts to the south. Thank you, HFBR1, for the follow. Reminder also to check out the Onamaru channel. We have Onamaru Dogao here. Trying to qualify for the LAN. He is 1 up over Dragonstar. We'll have Doubt coming up soon. He'll be the next set. Forward house from Dragonstar. This map can be very aggressive. Maybe our base might have some thoughts about this, but we replaced the unwallable rock terrain. There was one layer of rock terrain between each layer with just a standard terrain that can be built on. We have seen a lot of walling after that, so part of me feels like for the main event, maybe we restore the rock. Oh, Adam, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Highwaymen
for the
preying
sub.
on hipless travelers. What has become of our
Westerner.
homeland?
Never heard that before. That's a good one. There's our lumber camp here for Dragonstar, or Dr. Agonstar, as the fans call him. Why did the good doctor make a forward lumber camp and not maybe a lumber camp on the back? My only thought is he might want a tower to defend the lumber camp and the gold at the same time. You don't mind the walls? Okay. We've gotten mixed reactions from the players when we were asking them about this. Makes it much harder to place the lumber camp if you have to place the lumber camp on here and then wall it in, or on the first level. Rooting for your doctor friend, rooting for the good doctor. And streaming enjoyer, hope you enjoyed following. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Similar to the food, light green? I never felt that. But maybe it is. I guess no matter what colors we pick, there's gonna be some type of problem somewhere. That's I think what I've learned. And cyan I think is one of the better ones. They are playing cyan versus blue, and I don't think I can do that. And I think I'll keep it red versus cyan, because Dragonstar picked a color, and if we do have a water map later, cyan will be easier to see on the water than blue. So another palisade for Degao. He's trying to wall up to the edge. Thody Wooloo, thank you for the follow. This is what we were saying about the walling. You can do this type of wall now. Degao, maybe at risk of losing some herdables. Has to be careful there. The Celts stealing the herdables, the Celts bonus. We're seeing the Celts bonus. The ownership always transfers to the Celts as long as a Celts unit is nearby. Probably the weirdest bonus in AoE 2. And they'll be feudal at just about the same time. 1 second of idle time from Dragonstar. Just behind the Magyar Wolves. I think Magyar Wolves actually makes a bit more sense. But okay, they're both up. No extra hit thanks to the age difference. Or to the age up timing difference. And Dragonstar should be able to run in a pretty darn straight line back to his TC. Keep his scout alive. I think I would love to get a downhill hit, maybe by the rock. Ooh, the rock, yes, betrays Dragonstar, but he's able to get back. Never understood what the Celts bonus meant. As long as you have your own unit by a sheep, you continue controlling it until you move away and someone else gets next to it. Unless the Celts are involved, in which case Celts dominate all other units in terms of controlling sheep. So, men-at-arms from Dragonstar as we have full walls from Degao, and double bit axe from Dragonstar. So Celts for a Huang push on this map with all the elevation feel like they can be quite strong. And double bit axe for Dragonstar. And he's trying to break through the wall. Does have arson, so prioritizing arson before double bit axe. 3 men-at-arms, not quite gonna break through though, and Dragonstar might lose the scout. As long as the scout focuses on his repairs, he should keep them out. And he'll be adding in a few archers. Speedy Celts men-at-arms faster than the archers. So the guy has to be a little careful when fighting them off. And it will be an archer follow-up from Dragonstar. When is the doubt game starting? They should start drafting in about 5 minutes. And we'll join Doubt once we're done with this set. So we'll see how competitive of a set Dragonstar can give us. Archers chasing the men-at-arms away. Who plays Celts in 2026? We've seen quite a few Celts picks on these maps. Men-at-arms have been making a resurgence now with Feudal Age Arson. And if there's no water where you favor the Japanese or a hybrid civ, Celts have been okay. That Jaguar attacking the archers will slow them down, and the speedy men-at-arms will get away. Celts are top tier for 1v1 land maps. I don't know if they're top tier, I think there are still civs with much better economies. But they do definitely have their uses. Best men-at-arms archer civ? I think that all depends on eco. It's honestly probably still Chinese, depending on the map. Or Persians. So Dragonstar trying to use the hill bonus against Dagao. Dagao played Vietnamese here in his previous set against Thunderbolt, where Thunderbolt was the Maya. Dagao was able to take a good fight, feudal to castle, in the crossbow numbers, and basically maintain the lead since then. Well, MLA are good at it too. Who played Teutons? Tato played Teutons. Won with them, even. Jordan with the sweep? Yes, Jordan with the sweep. The horse collar from Dagao. And another house for Dagao, still trying to wall and would have a good segment of hill to the edge of the map. Maybe use the barriers where you can finish the walls. Armor for Dragonstar with 7 to 9 archers. Feels like Dagao has more production too. Dragonstar not grouped up. Starting to add skirmishers now. Dagao staying purely for the crossbowmen. Or for the archers to turn into crossbowmen later. I'll turn around and try to avoid this fight. Doesn't want to take too much damage against those archers. Green is the best color because it's my favorite. I do always view Dagao as green when I see him play. But can't really go green versus cyan, I think. So, tricky micro situation for Dagao. He's doing wheelbarrow. Will want to go up soon. He sold the stone already. Scout tracking Dragonstar's reinforcements too. Men-at-arms from Dragonstar are not able to break in. Scouts or archers and skirms fending the scout off. As the men-at-arms go down. Archers will start hitting vills, and nice fight from Dagao. That Dragonstar doesn't notice at the beginning. He's trying to bring skirms over. Dagao will get a vill, will force some idle time. At the same time Dragonstar getting in, Dagao has a hole between his houses, has some walls behind it. And actually that could be a debate if Dragonstar gets trapped in here. I guess he can get out the side. If this vill could wall, it could wall Dragonstar's army in. Dagao has to be careful not to over-chop. Wait a minute, he's got all of his vills on the tree that could be over-chopped. Oh, this is some damage from Dragonstar. Damage from Dragonstar, a hole in Dagao's walls, and things are falling apart a bit for him. Dragonstar won't be too far off from the next stage. With a market, he'd buy himself up. And there he goes doing just that. Still pressuring more vills on the woodline. A third vill down. That's now a 4-to-1 eco KD for Dragonstar. Celt's OP. It felt like Dagao was smooth. He was forward. He had the uptiming. But then one gap in the walls just lets Dragonstar waltz on in. So Bloodline, Scalebarding Armor, and Castle Age. And Degao losing his archers to the skirms. That hole devastating. If you wanted a hole to go in and out of the walls, it needed to be right in front of the TC. Couldn't be over here by the mill. I didn't see, maybe that was Dragonstar with men-at-arms breaking through the palisade, but I didn't see that. If that were palisaded. And this is an awful fight for Degao. He has to fight archers versus skirms. He's up first. And Dragonstar did so much damage. Yeah, I don't know, I think that was just not walled. Maybe he was just baited by the houses, not realizing there was a hole. Longswords, I don't think we're gonna see longswords against Vietnamese archers. Maybe though against Vietnamese fire lancers. We're walling from Dragonstar. As Degao still will have a good timing advantage, but has not turned that into crossbowman or bodkin. He's decided to go knights. Swapped to knights, adding in +1 armor. And the knights will get a charge down on the skirms and the archers. Pushing them right back to the TC, trying to do damage before crossbow comes in. Bloodlines and 1 armor for these Vietnamese knights. Pretty good knights they have. And it'll be an immediate university, it looks like. Yes, university for Dragonstar. As he wants ballistics. As the knights in the back will be hoovering around. A couple of archers still at the front hoovering. A couple of knights underneath the tower. They get fended off. And husbandry on the way. Double stable knights from Degao. Double stable knights in a monastery. He's being really aggressive here. And he's picking up monks. I wonder if we'll see a forward workshop. But he's trying to be aggressive against the Celts in the Castle Age. Doesn't want to end up surrounded by crossbows and pushed. Doesn't want to let the Celts eat his TC. Here's ballistics for Dragonstar. Chainbarding armor and husbandry for Degao. Knights. Dodging some skirms and crossbows. Ballistics for Dragonstar. And a monk will pick up a relic in the corner. If... Oh, Dragonstar can't go forward there. No, he can't. Degao finds that army, it's dead. Yeah, a couple of crossbows, or not even crossbows, just archers for Degao. Dragonstar at the outpost doesn't see them. Ooh, if Degao saw that, he could fight the TC, but probably not going to see it in time. He will add in his own TC in the back and try to start his own boom. Dragonstar ahead by 5 vills. Wheelbarrow somewhat makes up for that. And there's Degao finding the TC, but too late, immediately has to turn. But he's there with knights, +2 armor and bloodlines on the knights. Degao about to finish his TC. And Yavalis, thank you for the follow. Will he maybe break through the ranges? He has knights on the side. And he'll force Dragonstar off of the remains of that gold tile. We'll have to go to stone. And maybe 7 on stone could be a castle for Woad Raiders. Foraging for Degao, trying to buff the knights. At range almost down, he'll commit to it. Down it goes. Now there's a way in and out of the front, unless Dragonstar can rewall. Which he could if he wanted to, just send a Vill. Jaguar chasing knights. Armor before attack. Depends what you're fighting. If you're going to be under TCs or fighting archers, then almost always you do armor first for your melee units. Sometimes if you want to be killing vills, doing the attack first is better. And knights, they can't really fight on the front, even with the hill. Dragonstar always pulls the crossbowman back. Oh, hello, Jordan. We just casted your set earlier. Thank you very much. So knights on the hill, picked off by the tower. So where's Dragonstar's other gold? It's by his TC. And we'll have a mangonel defensively for Degao. So they're trying to find the hill. And Degao, if did he see those crossbows? Knights don't have much line of sight. And if he's not paying attention very closely to the knights, maybe he didn't see them himself, even though the units might have seen them. And heavy plow for Degao, still benefiting from those Vietnamese upgrades. He's somewhat closing the Vil gap. And now Dragonstar close to his base, and Degao doesn't want to engage. That's always so tough to tell whether you're going to get the jump on the crossbowmen and surround them properly, because it really depends on the pathfinding, and these days on your patrol stacks. And he's worried maybe he doesn't have scouting of Dragonstar's base. Doesn't want to run underneath a TC or underneath a couple of monks. Town center for Degao, so that'll be his third. Ecos are still really close, but the Vietnamese eco is so good. Degao 1,000 res ahead, despite being down in vills for the most part. Has gotten some harassment on Dragonstar, yes. But for the most part, Dragonstar, I think, has gotten the boom he wanted. If he gets to late game Vietnamese Celts, I don't think I've seen this matchup before. Vietnamese, they don't have hand cannoneers, but their heavy cav archers and bombard cannon should both be useful. Celts trying to go siege would be expensive for a 1v1. I mean, we did see Tato go Saracens counterweight siege onagers, but that was versus Nacho. Don't remember when you lost 3 vills in the Dark Age last time? Yeah, that was quite the swing. You went from using the goat to block a vill and get a vill kill to suddenly not scouting the drush and losing 3 vills without loom. That was painful. Yeah, we did see onagers, it's true. So Spear poking the mangonel. And Degao's been very careful to keep his knights alive. Has a couple of monks where he can heal them. And he's just been patiently waiting for the good mangonel and knight mass he wants. It makes it tricky for Dragonstar to add in mangonels of his own, because it's much easier to run in and pick them off with knights than it is with crossbowmen. On the other hand, it's hard to defend mangonels with knights. And if Dragonstar can get around the numbers, he could maybe find 1 or 2. Mangonels want to hit, don't quite get it, the monk will dodge. And both players mostly disengaging there. Dragonstar was hoping for a mangonel snipe, didn't quite get one. Well done from Degao to pull back at the right moment and focus on the knights. Monks still valuable. Every converted knight is a destroyed mangonel, basically. And the knights cannot block. Finally, Dragonstar gets the kills on the mangonels he wants. Now he can push forward with the crossbowmen. It's so tricky for the Celts to go crossbowmen, though. When you look at their tech tree, you get to Imp, and they don't have Arbalest, they don't have Bracer. If Degao simply holds on and doesn't take a fight, he gets to Imp and should have a much simpler transition, going whether it's Arb, Skirm, Cav Archer, whatever he wants, accompanied by Chemistry and probably Bombard Cannon. Dragonstar trying to take map control. But I'm still very worried about this army as they're working their way closer to Imp around 33 minutes in the game. Dragonstar wants the hill, he will have that for now. Without the mangonels, he probably has the stronger army as long as the monks are used properly. Yeah, that's true. Degao, behind this, he's had a couple of monks here and there. What they've been doing is picking up relics, and I'll see where there is his monastery, all 5 relics under his control. 5 relics for Dagao. Already 1k relic gold. And pulling ahead also in Vills with that 4th TC he had added in. Also a Knight Raid in the back. Some Knights getting in. Dragonstar will be focusing on the fight at the front, keeping an eye out for any mangonels. As we have another university, or first university? First university for Dagao. And at the back, Dragonstar losing Vills. He notices, though, does get back to the tower. But a lot of stray Vills on lumber camps, and he'll have to send Knights over to try to clean up Dagao's forward. Now, ballistics for Dagao's, he's trying to add in cav archers. That will scale much better for the Vietnamese than the crossbowmen will for the Celts. And this is just a cleanup. Dragonstar, he can do nothing with the crossbows, but give them a last glimpse at that beautiful Celt castle architecture before they're cleaned by the Knights. A few monks come forward to convert the Knights. Mangonel, I don't think Celts have a chance at redemption, but the cav archers will clean the monks. And the Mangonel even will try to get a shot off. Nice attack round, but the crossbowmen still dodge. One converted Knight doesn't pick the Mangonel off. And Dragonstar still just managing to hold on. Hold the hill with that castle. Yeah, classic Vietnamese Knights versus Celt crossbowmen. I do wonder what it would be like if Dragonstar maybe had just tried to play Pikemen plus Siege as a strong push up the middle. If there's enough openness on the map that he'd still be hit by the Cav Archer raids. Because I do think the Celts do have some merit for swordsmen or woad raiders against Vietnamese fire lancers. But the tech tree for the Vietnamese is so flexible that if they ever have to run outside protection of the siege, Cav archers, even imp skirms can pick them off. Still think they should lose bloodlines? Originally they didn't have husbandry. Considering they get extra HP on the elephants as a unique tech, that's more than bloodlines. So maybe they should. Would be an interesting way to nerf them. They were never really a particularly strong cav civ at the start, now they are. Yeah, Celt crossbow, I mean, early castle you have a good eco with the wood bonus for the crossbowman. Now we're gonna have Woad Raiders from Dragonstar. He's down by about 30 Vills. And is gonna have to hope to find some clear spot in Dagao's base where he can raid. Also, Dagao expanding to the extra golds, the extra wood lines, getting great vision on the map, has an outpost forward. Not as many outposts as we'd see from Lewis, but outpost forward by the TC to raid with Knights. See that that's vulnerable. And where are the Woad Raiders? As the Knights are killing some Vills. We will have some Woad Raiders still in the castle, not being used yet. Crossbowmen pick off a Mangonel, but behind this we have Dagao up to Imp. Puts Imp in the forward TC. Okay, I don't like that. Doesn't really matter this game, but one of these two TCs I think probably should have been the safer one with Imp. Crossbowmen will walk right into some Cav Archers without patrolling. This is why you stand ground patrol your crossbowmen so that this doesn't happen. And now, things going very well for Dagao. Imp plus cleaning his enemy's army. And he's ready to go forward with Cav Archers and raid more. Another castle for Dagao, taking great control of the tops of these terraces. And yeah, very far from Imp is Dragonstar. Trying to go Elite Skirm. That's probably too little too late, and it might be GG once Dagao hits Imp. So if he tried to go Men-at-Arms with the Celts, Dagao did a great job walling it off right from the start. There were a couple of tricky fights in the Castle Age transition where it felt like Dagao was maybe not microing the army properly. But overall, Vietnamese still the stronger eco for outbooming the Celts and outboom them to a late game where they have a unit composition that I think should win. Oh, that's true too. No bow saw, no horse collar. Well, there goes all that extra wood he was collecting. Missing out on the upgrades. Compared to the Vietnamese, who get all the eco upgrades for cheap. So ram push. One last ram push for Dragonstar. The Mangonel comes out for Dagao, who is amassing rams. And that's another thing for me to learn to keep my eye on, the unit counts. I'm looking at the minimap all the time, those are in a different spot. But the ram push won't succeed in destroying a castle. That castle will be repaired. There's Imp, and there's GG. So 2-0 for Dagao. And 161 to 91 KD for Dagao. Dragonstar with the military advantage, but that's Celt crossbowmen that very quickly get flattened. So I'm sure our base will be sad to see, but Celts take the loss. And Satan, the final home map for Dragonstar if he picks it. He has Byzantines for it, which could be a great civ. So let me get caught up on YouTube chat for a moment in between here. Let me actually look at the Onamaru channel. See, I was looking at a previous game. So again, thank you everyone for watching. Glad to have you all here. Why are wall blocking terrain so popular in tournament maps these days? Well, we did, as I said, we did remove the wall blocking terrain from the previous map. I'm very tempted to add it back just because we see a lot of walling. And it's because whenever you see a tournament map, players or people watch it, they see walling and they think, you know what, we'd rather have this map not have as much walling. Leads to some passive games sometimes. And Satan, indeed, the next map pick from Dragonstar. Romans versus Jurchens. Alright, so it'll be Jurchens, a very popular civ on this map for Dragonstar. Against the Romans for Dagao. And if this is indeed a quick 3-0, we will swap right over to Doubt versus Lobo. They just drafted and they're getting in their first lobby setup. And there you go, Drama, rooting for his Onamaru player in the chat. And here we go. So Dragonstar technically was the top seed in this matchup. And here we are. Keep on rocking. Always good to see your content. Well, thanks, Andre. Thank you very much. So Jurchens here for Dragonstar to the west. Romans for Dagao to the east. Map is Satan. Players will have 3 javelinas. They have 300 food on them each, compared to the 340 of boars and the 400 of elephants and rhinos. But you do see hunt civs picked a bit. We've seen Mongols, the Jurchens with the hunt that doesn't decay, and the herdables that don't decay. Have a nice food boost early on, and then they're a good scout civ with mounted units that attack faster in the feudal age. Don't have access to knights, so it does pretty much have to be like Cav Step Lancer if you get to the castle age. The Romans, just a good all-around eco. They can go men-at-arms, they can go scouts. We've seen this map played a few different ways. There have been aggressive men-at-arms, there have been aggressive double, triple, 5 times stable scouts. And we've also had skirms. Lots and lots of skirms. The Romans could do all 3 strategies. The Jurchens feel like they're more locked into that scouts play. Although we did see FC Grenadiers for the Jurchens. And right now, Dragonstar has something cooking because he has skipped the lumber camp. And we've seen the pre-milled drush for years. Now we have the pre-everything drush. His base is simply houses and a barracks. And he has militia going forward. Jordan knows what it's like to be caught off guard by a drush when you don't have loom. Dagao right now does not have loom.
Salve.
And this could be bad for him. He's got vills on the lumber camp.
Eus.
And now if Dragonstar gets there with the scout, yeah, Degao will see the militia, but he needs to stop the walls, and he stops the walls. He stops it, and Degao tries to run. He does not have loom, One Vil down, looks like a second Vil will go down. Loom not in yet, both Vils down, not a single hit on any of the scouts or the militia, not a scratch. And Degao does not actually have the wood for another lumber camp, as he has panicked and added a barracks, another militia for Dragonstar. Dragonstar is cooking with this build order, taking the straggler trees. Why Jurchins? Just a good civ for the map, honestly, with the food bonus. Militia's fighting the Vils, could be a third Vil down for Degao. Dragonstar idling the Vils. Oh, this is looking so good for Dragonstar. We have Feudal Age for Degao. This will be a third Vil down. Down it goes. Still not walled. Degao trying to do his own militia. But Dragonstar with the infinite Dark Age Drush. 5 militia? 5 militia Drush? Feels like we're playing 2015 Aztecs here. This is so much damage already. This is Champy-esque in the rush damage. You're right. Oh, a bit of a pause. Oh, my internet dropped. Oh, are we coming back? Are we coming back? Okay, I think we're good. A brief internet pause. F5. Small F. Press F5 to pay respects. I think we're okay. Let's see if my internet can stabilize.
Salve.
A little laggy. Okay, let me keep an eye on OBS. Okay, I think we're good. We're back. One day my internet will be stable. One day we can pray for stable internet. So, Degao now has lost 4 Vils, managed to get some walls up though, as Dragonstar himself is doing loom. Degao's up to the Feudal Age. And Dragonstar's still pushing. He is not anywhere close to going feudal. So he's done damage. He's up by 400 resources collected. And so far he's safe at home. Look at this lovely wood line against the edge of the map. Oh, that is so lovely. And we'll have a mining camp here for Dragonstar. Has a double bit axes clicked for Degao. And 9 Vils, but will be around 5 or so Vils as he heads up to the Feudal Age. So that Vil lead will disappear a bit simply because his TC now is up to the next stage. Degao only 12 seconds of vital TC time. He has an archery range up. And these militia still are forward for Dragonstar. Who designed that? I'll have to increase the clumping factor of the wood lines and try to avoid spawning near the pits like that. So another palisade there for Degao. And militia hitting the lumber camp. FC, ooh. 27 Vils. Is this a Drush FC? I don't think so. But then again, perhaps. Drush FC on an open Arabia-esque map? What year does Dragonstar think this is? I'm saying I don't think that's the case because he needs to afford man-at-arms, and that's going to eat into the eco he would need to FC. Could also do arson now. But he has a ton of wood. And what buildings is he placing? Double ranges. Okay, double ranges. Not going to be an FC. And oh, this is open. This is open. This is not walled. Can that militia keep it open? Can he keep it open? Degao might have to sacrifice a Vil to wall it out. But yes, he does. 1 Vil will go down. The men-at-arms are here. May be able to fight the archers a bit. Degao has to pull them back. And Vil's walling up by the wood line. Archers keep pushing forward. See if the men-at-arms can get over by the gold. And he wants to keep on the pressure. So here come some archers. His Ray are killed out here. And skirms to follow up the archers. So archers to pressure vills and skirms to deal with the defensive archers. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing a quick blacksmith for upgrades on the men-at-arms. Yeah, I'm sure fletching will be what he clicks first, but armor here could be nice. Here's fletching for Dragonstar. As Degao, he's down by 5 vills, trying to keep the score close, but now skirms forward. Degao has no blacksmith upgrades, no horse collar for the farms, desperately adding in a stable to try to deal with the skirms. But it feels like Dragonstar is doing this with the pressure. Skirms keep the archers away from the men-at-arms, archers can hit the vills. And the men-at-arms will try to get through the palisade wall. Alright, Skirm's fending off the archers. Eco upgrades, double bit axe. What is an eco upgrade? Dragonstar getting double bit axe. Fending off the archers. Archers going down, and now the vills have to keep walking back and forth wherever the archers go on this wood line. Skirms will take the other side. Degao forced to engage with the archers against skirms to keep the vills alive. The vills are going down. That's 7 dead vills. Skirms have to run back around. This is still the... that was the only wood line for a while. Second lumber camp for Degao. He can run the vills now. The scouts will let him run the vills. The skirms will be chasing the archers, picking off an archer. No vill weak enough for the skirms to kill yet. There's an over forage on those pineapple bushes. Scout down. And the vills will have to run away from the gold. Scout goes down to the archers at the front. And all the archers can group up and coalesce back here. One very weak scout at the front. Maybe he's just that confident in Roman eco? I think it's more he's hoping that Dragonstar doesn't have a great eco himself after all that Dark Age investment. That's the 8th Vil killed. And 18-9 military. Degao trying to make something happen with the scouts. But there's the GG. And Dragonstar, the doctor, with the instant drush build order. Extra effective among all those acacia trees. Opens up with 3 Vil kills and keeps the kills coming. That'll be a good win for Dragonstar. Will we cast Doubt? We will cast Doubt set immediately after this one. I don't know if anyone else is covering it. But for now, we're casting the Doctor against Degao. Now, Degao has both of his home maps left. That'll be a win for the Jurchens, loss for the Romans. Romans the very last pick, so I'm sure Degao's not too worried about that. So Dragonstar, Dr. Agonstar pulling off a win here. He's a player who is very crafty on the maps. Like I said about Stark earlier, Dragonstar 2, he's a thinker. No one's covering Doubt. Well, we will cover Doubt as soon as we're done with this. Don't you worry about that. And then hopefully Lucho Stone Please later too. That would be the plan. We go from this to Doubt Lobo and then to Lucho Stone Please. And Lensois Mariniensis will be our next map. This map has given us some absolutely crazy games. And, ooh, I haven't seen this Civ picked on this map before. Dragonstar picks the Britons. Degao the Lithuanians, which I have seen a few times. Alright, here we go. The gal, put him in the red. And hop in. So we'll have Dragonstar, Cyan Britons to the north, Degao, Red Lithuanians to the east. He heads back to the woodline, has a back gold. Dragonstar, rough map for him. Both of his golds are a bit forward. Does have an option for an extra gold in the back. Can also go out for the whales on the map too and grab gold from the whales off the shore. Some more houses for Degao. When I first made this map, I was worried that maybe the deep water would be too strong. But I feel that more often than not, I find the player who invests too much into the water doesn't get enough benefit from it and ends up losing the game when they spend a lot of time investing into fishing ships rather than villagers. So early drush from Dragonstar. Degao scouts that. And he will then immediately rush up an early wall. Does not want to be caught off guard and lose 3 vills again to a drush. I have a few grabbable relics for the knights. Yep, so the relics, I think actually slightly spawned in Degao's favor. I did rebalance them so we don't have 4 relics all on one side. But we do have 2 relics definitely closer to him, the middle relic a bit closer, and then 2 relics favoring Dragonstar. So Degao with a vill forward on a shorefish. I'll look to grab as many sheep as he can. But Dragonstar not docking. Okay, Dragonstar not docking. Dragonstar once again gonna go for the militia, try to push the walls, but excellent job from Degao to scout the barracks. Dragonstar here, again, no lumber camp, long distance mining gold for the drush, and relying on the Britons' goat bonus. They gather from goats ever so slightly faster than they do from hunt. Degao will wall everything and leave Dragonstar to attempt to break through the walls with the militia. Now, if he doesn't do any damage here, Degao fish booms, and he should have a much better eco. Yeah, Lithuanian skirms will be sick for the late game. Britons with a production bonus, but no thumbring, and the Lithuanian skirms move faster. So, Dragonstar, 3 militia, not adding any more. He's still mining gold, so he could. And again, not on the dock. Grabbing some goats in the back, trying to grab all the goats. Degao's quite a few under the TC. And now, fully walled is Degao. And Dragonstar with the score lead. A bit of extra scouting from him. Look at that scouting. Degao hoping to bring the goats in, trying to find a moment when the militia isn't there. And now he's doing Loom. Managed to delay Loom for a while. So Dragonstar 0 on food. What is Dragonstar doing? He's going to dock one of the small ponds. He's going to dock 2 of the small ponds, maybe. Well, he's stockpiled enough food he can make vills, but that's going to mean he doesn't click up to the feudal age anytime soon. Here's Loom for Dragonstar. I don't think the strat has worked this time. He was hoping to catch Degao off guard once more with an instant drush. Now he's going for the dock. Now, I did see this map played by Yo with the instant drush. And it did work out for him. I think that might have been a Champy rush. I forget what civ he was. But it did work out for Yo. The key will be eventually redocking the water and grabbing more grabbing more fish. And having enough ships out to fight Degao. But Degao here, he knows what's going on. He's not going to be caught off guard by this. He'll scout the dock. He'll scout that. On the dock. There's another dock from Dagao. So, dock from Dragonstar. Dagao, 2 docks on water, he's feudal. So he opens 2 fires and then pushes the dock and then just adds fish, and I think he's fine. And now all he needs to do is wall out Dark Age Militia. Dragonstar adding in fishing ships? Where's he adding them? Out here. Double dock. He is not clicked up yet. He's just about to click feudal. And there he goes. Double bit axe for Dagao. And 2 hulks. Personally, I think I would have preferred the fires here. Because you're fighting docks initially. And hulks are better against ships. And more vulnerable to the arrow fire from docks. But I'm not sure if there's a consensus on how to open yet. I've seen different openings from different players. So, Feudal Age from Dragonstar. And hulks will start attacking the vills, grappling the docks. Docks not close enough to defend each other, and Dagao can sit within that murder hole's range. And also come forward and try to pick off vills with his scout. Scout's still full HP. Is Dragonstar going fast castle? To be honest, I think that's the only way he wins the game from here. Would be to get castle and then do a Britain's equivalent of a Huang Rush. I don't think that in a straight feudal game he's going to win against Dagao. Losing one of the dock vills. And that dock defending the vills with the fishing ship arrows is so silly. There's Dragonstar up to feudal. And no, he's doing man-at-arms, so he's not going to go castle. We'll try to break through the house with men-at-arms pressure. This is where Dagao could do a tower to defend. So, man-at-arms from Dragonstar. And Dragonstar trying to pick off Dagao's villager, but Dagao has fire ships to defend. And a dock going up. So the Britons, maybe they learned a lesson about men-at-arms from the Celts. Oh, Dagao. Oh, it needs to repair. It might need to do another palisade behind that. And barracks for Dagao, so he can do a range now. And stone wall, making sure this stays safe. Hulks for Dragonstar as he adds in arson. But I don't think he's going to break in through the stone wall. Dagao trying not to invest fully into the tower, just into a full stone walls. Probably will work if it's only 3 men-at-arms. There's arson. Dagao will find the weak wood line and will not be punished for running into it. On the water, good mixture of ships from him. Adding in galleys will have fires, galleys, and hulks. As he does town watch to make sure he doesn't get surprised by anything on the water. Another repairville there from Dragonstar.
Ready.
Man-at-arms not breaking in. Still can't get in. Lumber camp's on the wood line. Dagao's chopping away freely. 500 more res collected. It's kind of weird that he doesn't have a huge eco lead from fishing. But I think that's just how the map works. The fish are maybe a bit overly tempting. And it's really hard to push into docks as much as he is idling the fish. Yeah, he's been really solid, just as you're right, got caught off by that instant rush on a map where that can happen to you. Losing the scout to dock fire though would be horrible. Fletching for Dagao. And he ignores the scout, so losing the scout there, not good for him. Continuing to stone wall, using so much stone that he won't be able to do another TC instantly. Auto farming around his mill, those auto farms. And yeah, Dragonstar won't be much farther behind to the castle age, even with 7 fishing ships. They're on shorefish now. Degao needs to spread them out to the deep fish, which there aren't too many deep fish. Trying to push Dragonstar's dock. And still a good eco lead for Degao, but 39 to 38 vills. It's not like he is an insurmountable vill lead. It's only 600 res collected difference. He's had to react to the drush and idle vills to repair for a while. Fishing lines, he does not have the fishing tech yet. So fishing ships are less efficient until you do the upgrades now.
Yay.
Archer's still chasing the men-at-arms. The galleys willing to turn and deal with the fire galleys chasing them. Lots of galleys for Degao. He'll be better suited for dealing with the hulks than with the fires. His fish are being chased down, so Dragonstar doing what he can to stay on the water. Again, we're seeing that Britain's navy. Fire galleys going down, but also doing some damage, forcing Degao to micro. There's a market, and with the market he should go up. But the same could be said for Dragonstar. The two of them won't be too far away from the next stage. Dragonstar might not even need the market. And, I mean, with this eco, floating some gold, could go double range crossbow and have a lot of crossbows. Hope they both have demo ships again. I do too. I miss demos. Feels so weird seeing water without demos. And there is Degao up. Yeah, I thought Dragon would be farther behind too. The fish? Maybe that's just my bias of not being used to seeing the less efficient fishing ships in the Dark Age now. Doesn't give you the boost that I'm used to seeing, and maybe Dragonstar experimenting a lot with the water is able to calculate the build better based on those less efficient fishing ships. And as someone asked earlier, fishing lines still not in. No fishing lines, and you need that to unlock gill nets in the next stage. Neither in for Degao at the moment. And the Hulk's finding Degao's fishing ships. Finally getting a good raid, 2 fishing ships down. Yeah, and remember, whales are for gold. Fish are for food. And another fishing ship does go down for Dragonstar. I think it's kind of stalling out now. Shorefish is faster than farming for the vills. I mean, that too, maybe. He has taken map control and is taking the shorefish. Stable for him, too. And he's going to try to go Britain, maybe knights? Maybe knights. Let me try to just keep an eye on... Alright. Keep an eye on the other sets going on. So Men-at-Arms chasing the skirm still. Archers fighting the Vil. Dragonstar finding Degao as Degao tries to move out for more gold. Degao trying to fight with skirms as the archers close the distance on the skirms. Bodkin now for Degao. Light Cav to deny relics. That could be a play. That could be a play too, because Degao is the Lithuanian, so he will be focusing the relics. Oh, all of a sudden, this is now an interesting game from Dragonstar. His Men-at-Arms will be cleared, but Degao with the TC. And with medium warships, Dragonstar doing just enough to stay alive on water. Not fighting the hulks, as the war galleys will take out some of the other hulks. And what do we have? 2 fishing ships for Dragonstar. But not investing into medium warships. Maybe it's time he gives up the water, considering a lot of it has been fished already. There's still some good fish left. But I think that's what we've seen over and over on this map. You can reinvest into water, and it's not worth it. Dragonstar using all the small ponds. Monastery for Degao. I always felt like that's what demos were for. If you start losing, you can go demos to even the numbers and claw your way back.
Yay.
I felt like it was an investment where it's a big risk reward, where if you get demo hits, you're not in the long run getting back on water because you're not amassing your own ships, but you're trying to even things out by reducing the number of your opponent's ships. And it's a risk because if the demo doesn't hit, then it's basically wasted resources. So downside of the docks with villagers is unlike fishing ships, villagers cannot garrison in docks. And Degao will get a nice raid on Dragonstar's docks in the middle, but still will run into knights. Doesn't really want to fight skirms versus knights as Bodkin comes in. I'll have another TC for Degao too. 3 TCs for Dragonstar as some farms go up for him. And wheelbarrow on the way for Degao.
Ready.
Dragonstar sold stone and bought food. Degao trying to pick up relics, going for the one in the middle of the map. And he has one already, has a second on the way. That could be the third. If Dragonstar sees it disappear, he'll know there's a monk there and know to move his crossbows this way. Knights right now engaging skirms. That's a lot of awareness for Dragonstar to have on the map, though, to recognize the relic disappeared. Maybe he does pay attention to it, though, as that's where the crossbows are going. Might also simply be trying to head off the skirms and pick off a monk. Gets the monk. Another relic in. Monks need to get conversions. And looks like he's not recognizing the monk bringing the relic in. So ballistics for Degao. And now husbandry for Dragonstar. As that monastery will be filled with 3 relics, and Lithuanians with 3 relics, that's where they get really scary. Also an opportunity where Imp versus Castle Age becomes a lot more interesting, because staying Castle and spamming Knights now with +3 attack, you can get +5 attack if you do both your blacksmith upgrades. And you can still fight for more relics as there's a Vil out there. Been waiting to see the stable. Might also just be a castle drop eventually for Lechai, as we have stone for the castle. Will be on a hill. Needs to make sure he gets the stable for bloodlines and husbandry eventually. There is fishing lines. Finally, as Dogao's docking a pond. Fishing lines for him, super far from the docks. Winning water now. In terms of actual villagers, though, it's tied. And Degao gonna be relying on those fishing ships, hoping that they're not inefficient. Relics work both on Knights and the unique unit, the Lechai, for the Lithuanians. Those 2 units. Not on the Light Cav, only on the Knights and unique unit. There's gill nets too for Degao, really investing into the fishing upgrades. $94 Vils to 83. Still not getting a 4th relic. Degao has scouted both of them, but a scout will pick off the monk. And still no unique units as Degao's focusing on his economy, focusing on getting a TC up, walling the Vils. Nicely walled, good awareness for the Light Cav. Not gonna lose the TC for nothing, although Britain crossbowmen come over. Those Vils lost time as they were walling. If the Knights force a Vil to repair... Oh, this could be close. 97%. Dragonstar not there in time to deny it. Not quite there. Almost. Almost. Yeah, that's true. No bloodlines or husbandry makes you nervous of a cav play. Fair enough. Also, the skirm's still faster than the crossbows. So they can chase them down like crazy. They do have ballistics. And we see ballistics being useful. Armor for Dragonstar. Ooh, he will pick farms. He will pick farms. Degao needs to delete his farms. Alright, that's 180 wood, lost 3 farms there. And there's the Gao focusing on Imp. So he is focusing on Imp, and as he gets up to Imp, probably swaps to go for some Lechai, and tries to go Skirmisher plus Elatus as his composition. Monks there still want to convert the Knights, but the crossbows are there, Skirms may be out of position finally. Still no ballistics for Dragonstar. Still no ballistics. This isn't a Kami game, Arbase. There's no King Snipe here. No Regicide in this map pool. Forging for Dragonstar. And the Skirms chased down by Cav. I think the Skirms can just turn and win, run under the castle still. And I think Degao has secured himself enough, it's now hard for Dragonstar to find areas to do damage, even with the range of the Britain crossbows. And I'll get it. Oh, that could be a Doubt Castle, though. That could be a Doubt Castle. And there's the first Elatus, but still without upgrades. And I don't even see where it went as it went down. Now, could Imp have been a mistake for Degao? Sometimes the fish give you a false sense of security of your eco, because they very quickly start to run out and diminish. Maybe more docks along the coast could have been needed for Degao. That dock could have been maybe there earlier. Dragonstar clicks up. If he gets Imp, we'll immediately get extra range on his archers. Immediately extra range on the archers. Scouts hitting the Skirms as they go down. Are they deleted? They go down? Was he worried about conversions? Looked almost like they were deleted. Another TC for the Gao who's trying to cover the map with TCs. 100 food every time he builds a TC, so might as well build them. And Yeoman. So let's look at the farming eco for Dragonstar. Long term. This is great. He needs heavy plow with this many farms, but 55 farms strong for Dragonstar. Okay, losing the crossbows now to Skirms and warships. Not what he wanted. Not what he wanted, especially as the Knights come over. He wanted to run to the Knights and have them deal with the crossbows, but not going to be the play. Degao, Ring Archer Armor Chemistry, upgrading the Skirms as he starts adding in Trebs and Conscription. He has a lot of food. So too does Degao. 47 on food. He has a lot of farms. What's that? 41 farmers, and then also still some fishing ships working over here on the whales on fish. Skirms OP? If there's one thing we've learned about Age of Empires, is that Skirms are OP. Well, we see that here. Skirms fighting Knights. Knights losing HP. Treb's ready to attack the TC. Oh, is this the Imp TC? Okay, 96%, 2 Treb shots. That will hit Imp. Okay, that was maybe a bit scary for Dragonstar. Maybe Imp should have been back here. The TC will go down after Imp is finished. Plate Barding Armor for the Britons. They'll be playing Britain's Cav against Lithuanian Cav. There is Cavalier and Bloodlines for Degao. He wants numbers rather than Lechai. Not gonna go for the elite Lechai. Almost pulled a Leary. I mean, players have been doing that far before Leary. But it's not like he was even thinking that was a dangerous TC. But definitely needed to be safer. All those Trebs getting hit. I have to run. Knights going down, Treb goes down. And that'll just slow down the push. Paladin clicked for Degao. More docks on the small ponds. He wants to go paladin. Another castle. Those paladins still could benefit from another relic. Here it's only one extra attack over Blast Furnace if Dagao had the attack upgrades, which he doesn't. He really needs to focus the attack upgrades. He's doing forging now. Only needs iron casting. And that's true, we need Dragonstar with monks to get those Cyan Paladins. Yeah, 3 Relic Paladin. 1337 gold. Crop rotation, iron casting Paladin for Dagao as the final relic is within his reach. That 4th relic he would need. How many paladins does he have right now? 12.
Ready.
Crossbowman for the Britons. Arbalest being upgraded. And Dragonstar will call the GG as he sees the paladins. Not gonna take one final fight, but the paladins will win it for Dagao, who wins 3-1 over Dragonstar. Dragonstar wins a game with an amazing drush, but can't quite repeat the drush, even though he still gave us a competitive game afterwards on Sois Marinensis. But Dagao, probably the best player from Brazil, advances forward in the bracket. 94 to 98 KD for Dagao. Just figured out the eco situation. I think the eco on this map is very tricky to manage properly. Yeah, the Lithuanians no longer have the final attack upgrade. So I get +2 from iron casting and then another up to +4 from relics. So there's Dagao winning Lensois Marinensis. For the Civs, it's Lithuanians winning over the Britons. High picked for the Britons for Dragonstar. He still had Aztecs, Byzantines, and Portuguese left over. Maya, Goths for... What are these Age of Kings civs in the drafts? Maya? Would Dagao have gone the Maya for Monte Pasquale, his first civ? Or Goths or Burgundians? Actually, his civ pick for, if they went to that map, was something I haven't seen on the map. Oof. Anyway, let me check the schedule right now, because in 1 hour we will have Lucho Stone Please. So we might just jump into Doubt versus Lobo. They will be on the same map, and actually, chat, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? I'm going to play an ad as I set my overlay up and jump into the next game. Lobo's up 1-0 over Doubt. So Lobo won game number 1. So we'll cast this, and then in an hour we have Lucho versus Stone Please. And then potentially we catch the end of Kasva MBL. So where are we at with Doubt, Lobo, their drafts? So there we are, game 1. 1 by Lobo. And if you're wondering what the civs were, that was Catans over the Maya. That's a matchup I think we'll see a lot on that map. Catans over the Maya. We'll hop into Lensois Marinensis once more. Persians versus Hindustanis. Alright, and here we are, so catching up to live time, we'll speed cast until we get there. Standard game with docking. You think of the Persians more as a hybrid map civ than the Hindustanis, and you think of them as having probably the best eco in the game? Doubt's map a bit unfortunate with both of his golds forward. Yeah, you did just miss the Dr. Agenstar set, yes. We just wrapped that one up and we're moving on to Doubt Lobo now. Our Doubt is, of all people, down by a game to Lobo. Lobo won game 1. And Doubt will try to pick off a Vil. Oh, nice Vil pick there. Blacksmith not going up. Even with the loom. Doubt on the water, though. Looks like Lobo dominating. Was that a demo I even saw? Hindustanis winning over Persians on the water. But Doubt up to the Castle Age. Doubt prioritizing Bloodlines in Castle Age. Lobo is wide open and open to night raids. So, double range. Oh, Doubt's going Cav Archers and Knights. Cav Archer and Knights. Lobo up. Hindustani Camels could be good at defending this. Doubt will break through but get underneath 2 towers on the other side. Can't really raid the Cav Archers with the towers there. And now double stable, probably Camels from the Hindustanis. They do attack faster. Doubt will try to group up to the Cav Archers and take good fights against the Camels. Even get to the back of the woodline would be very annoying. There's another TC from Lobo. Has the score lead still from winning the water. But Doubt taking the fish in the middle. Has to make sure he defends his Vils, getting monks over. And Daniela, thank you very much for the raid, for the Onamaru chat. Welcome in. And we're catching up to live time, Doubt versus Lobo. Just finished up with Degao versus Dragonstar. And Doubt trying to pick up relics now, getting a conversion on camels with his monk. Hey, everyone from Danny's chat. So we're going to cast this, and then we'll have Lucha versus Stone Please in around an hour. Doubt lost game number 1. We didn't see game 1. We were still in the previous set, but we're joining this one now. And Doubt, he tried to break through and raid, but the towers were up for Lobo. It has appeared beatable. Well, he is in the bracket with... We'd expect him to win against Lobo, but he is in the bracket with Jordan and Barles. We do have a potential Doubt versus Jordan showdown in the finals. And hello, Rizzo. How you doing? Also, everyone, please give a follow to the Onamaru stream. This is where we'll be casting the LAN this July over the summer. And we appreciate all the support the channel's getting, as they hoover up every AoE 2 player in existence, it would seem. So Lobo, he is taking the fish like Onamaru is taking the players, as he has complete water control. Doubt, however, is still with the actual Vil lead, 87 to 64. And without the fishing ships, he still has the overall eco lead and the res collected lead. Camel's pushing the house, and we'll have a defensive workshop as part of the wall. Oh, and Sentient Sloss, thank you very much. Thank you for the sub.
Look out! A battle rages ahead. Stay back, lest we be caught in the crossfire.
So wheelbarrow for Lobo, then he can run his Vils more quickly, try to dodge Cav Archers. Sending the skirms, that'll keep the Cav Archers back. And Lobo can go finish the walls again. So Doubt taking all of the map control, grabbing 4 relics, and probably has a 5th on the way somewhere. And Dire85, thank you for the follow. I have Bowsaw 2 for Doubt as the university goes up for Doubt. And Mr. Evolution, thank you for the follow. And Imperial Age for Doubt. So it looks like he's about to go Imp, and I think he's going to tie this up. He'll go Imp with a forward castle, and he has the army for this. This is a safe castle from Doubt. That is a safe castle from Doubt. Monks want to convert the skirms. And Pro Bunny, thank you for the follow. Persians don't have redemption, so no converting the stables. But with that castle, he could go War Elephants and push the stables. That's something that Hindustani camels are not that great against. unlike Halbs, they do have a bonus against elephants, but not the huge bonus that Halbs have. Hindustanis these days only have pikemen. So Doubt legit pushing the stables with war elephants that I think were buffed recently for more attack versus buildings could actually be a good idea for him. Oh, dude, I think everyone would love to see an elephant from Doubt. Even just one to push the stable. Monk's there to heal it, so the skirms wouldn't do anything. Oh, and Tom1994, thank you for the follow. As every plow, scale barding, and handcart all clicked for Doubt, clicking all the upgrades. Where's the Imp TC? Lobo putting Imp in a good TC, putting Imp in a back TC. Where's Doubt's Imp TC? Okay, that one feels pretty safe. Just checking, just checking. Yeah, look at that skill. Back Imp TC. Is Doubt with Cav Archers trying to hit any fishing ships that would be dropping off at the docks. Yeah, fish still are pretty vulnerable out here. I guess the whales are far enough away and fishing ships gather enough food from a whale if they're away from the dock long enough. More ranges and looks like full skirm from Lobo. But right now, Doubt with outposts and complete control of all of the map will be ready to start popping out trebs. And the only gold right now for Lobo is from the whales. And, well, still has a little over 1,000 gold left. That is his only gold. Trib going for the castle. As the castle goes down, we'll have Imperial Age on the way for Lobo, just in. And can he repair the castle enough to get Chattagny? He's going to attempt to go for Chattagny hand cannoneers. He needs to research chemistry. There he goes. Doubt has 4 trebs, some of which are uphill. Lobo needs more bills repairing. Chattagny 60%. I don't think the castle researches it. 72% and he gives up. He gives up on repairing. Doubt is through. And maybe Lobo will give us one last fight. As Cavalier and Armor coming for Doubt. Everything's cleaned up, and Doubt ties at 1-1. With Persians on this map. Persians, I think, a very good civ on this map. Don't think we'll see Hindustanis all that much. And I don't think they do all that well against the Persians. The eco doesn't hold up on the hybrid maps. So GG's, Doubt ties it up. And now we have a best of 3 between these two. Oh, look at Lobo's home maps. Look at Lobo's home maps. Coast Arena. Tested Pulvera. And it's the very first picked Persians against the Hindustanis. So Lobo with the Spanish for Coast Arena could be good. I imagine Doubt goes Koreans or Armenians there. I've seen Wu Fire Archers on the map, but I don't think they work. I guess Bohemian Spanish. Vikings even could be for Coast Arena, but Bohemian Spanish for Coast Arena in Festa Pulvera. Should be pretty strong. Doubt? I don't know what civs he's going to go there. It doesn't feel like he has as strong of a draft. And it will be Coast Arena for the next game. Wu versus Bohemians. And while they're getting loaded in on Arena, I'm going to take a very quick break to run to the bathroom myself. I'll be right back, and then we'll get Coast Arena going. Alright, we're back, and apologies for missing the first 3 or 4 minutes of the riveting Dark Age of Coast Arena, but we will have Lobo as the red Bohemians to the north, and then Doubt as the blue Woo to the south. Now, I've seen the Woo picked on this map. I've not seen Fire Archers be successful. I think Tato tried them against Leary. Not a big fan of them myself. Hello, Gabby. Welcome in. I hope you have some popcorn ready, because we also have Stone Please against Lucho as the next set after this one. And Stone Please gave us quite a run in the first qualifier, beating Barles and almost beating Doubt. And Doubt Panic House by his lumber camp. Interesting, he's going for chopping wood on the outside. Usually players go here, but maybe this gives him a bit more room. How strong is the seawall? Tiny bit stronger than a palisade. Palisades have 250 HP. Seawall is 300. Everyone get your popcorn emotes in the chat. And is this going to be stone? Yep, it will be the stone mine for Lobo. far enough forward on the wall so Doubt can scout it. But no surprise, the Bohemians want Hussite wagons. What do the Wu do against Bohemians late game? Traction trebs. I guess they do outrange Haufnitze. Or what was it? Hufnitze. Oh, people have been telling me to pronounce it. I guess they do outrange them. But I don't think that's a good matchup late game. I think this has to be all about fire archers in the mid game if Doubt's going to push with a castle drop. But they should be countered by Hussite wagons, I would think. When I think of men-at-arms rushing around the outer edge, I think that we saw a lot of that when we had the map in TTL. And I think it is a very good strategy, but one that might not work as well these days because of the fishing ship garrison in the dock. And the fact that the dock can shoot arrows and stop men-at-arms or forward vills from getting a forward or just really eating up the area where the landing can occur. I think the dock positioning here from Lobo is absolutely perfect if he was anticipating that strategy and wanted to stop it. Yeah, maybe a big if Doubt castle drops. His plan for the Wu might simply be win water with the Wu. The Wu are a good water sieve. 55 food every time they build a dock. Careening in dry dock for extra armor on their ships will be free. So he might simply play the map for water. Also building the houses faster means he won't be housed when he's fish booming. Higuang with their pierce armor versus the Hussite wagons? I think the Hussite wagons do so much damage that they're still pretty good against the Huiguang cav. And at that point, then Bohemians start adding in monks. And no heresy for the Wu. Like Hofnitze. Okay, now I have a third pronunciation to contend with. I did get it correct years ago, but I have since forgotten. I'll need to practice that again. So many names I now need to practice. All the Portuguese names, names in different languages. Go check so you believe you're right. All right, I'll take your word for it then. Hofnitze. You believe it's pronounced the way it's spelled. Thank you. So Castle Age for Doubt. The French speakers had a big argument over the word Custilier. Apparently the S in it can be silent, and the word can be spelled without it. Like howitzer? No, I guess that helps with the pronunciation. So, Castle Age for Doubt. And what is Lobo? Is Lobo going feudal for ships? Well, he's going for a slower Castle Age. Around a minute slower. Fishboom 15 to 13, 29 to 30 Vils. So Vils are pretty similar. Fishboom a bit ahead. Well, now 15 to 16. Okay, Fishboom pretty similar. And Doubt, will he see this? Will he see that it's Hulks? That Hulk skirting around the rock on the edge of the map will get into the fish. So triple docks for Doubt. If he needs to defend, he can. And looks like quadruple docks. Looks like he'll be pumping out Hulks. Wants to keep the fish safe. And by garrisoning in docks, he can. There aren't too many deep fish on the map. We see Doubt's already basically taken the first layer outside his docks. Same with Lobo. So you do have to keep moving the docks around the outside, finding more fish locations. In the French version, you don't even have the S. So medium warships for Doubt. And okay, Vil on the outside for Lobo, going for a pretty far forward dock. And Doubt worrying about the water now. He is on stone. This has to be castle drop for fire archers, right? I don't think Fast Imp for Doubt would win against the Bohemians if he has to go traction trebs. The So Lobo up to the Castle Age. Lobo the one trying to be a bit more aggressive on water, but now Doubt with the War Hulks a bit earlier can take his turn at pushing the fish. And War Hulks pushing the fires. And that will be a very forward castle from Doubt. Very forward from him, as gold mining is on the way. And it'll be a more defensive castle for Lobo. So Doubt with a bit of a timing advantage on the castle drop. Might let him pick up the relics. He's grabbing the relic right from the middle of the map. And there will be a university for Lobo. As the War Hulks, feels like Doubt's getting to the fish pretty well. At the same time, though, Doubt may be losing some of his fish, so fish trading now. 15 to 15 still. More varied navy from Lobo, with a few fires. And now Doubt will hope that fire archers will be enough for him. If he does need to convert Hussite wagons, the Wu do have redemption, but they do not have block printing and imp. So good Castle Age monks, not good imp monks. And Doubt trying for fire archers. Now if you look at the oysters in the back, we still have a little over 1,000 gold for Lobo. Maybe one thing that fire archers could do is attack the mining camp, as Doubt will try to bring the relics back. Lobo adds in a second TC. Doubt hasn't seen it, but he does see Lobo heavily taking stone. Clinker construction for Lobo, still has 15 fishing ships alive, but maybe struggling to get them out to the fish where he needs them working. Does push Doubt back, it looks like. Here's Bodkin for Doubt. I'll keep an eye on Doubt going for ballistics. Maybe he goes for a workshop. What his next building will be. If he goes for a TC to... He's milling the forage bushes in the middle of the map. Okay, Doubt. He's milling the forage bushes. The resources that are there mostly for scenery, he's actually using them. You believe in Doubt's ability to castle? Well, Doubt has no more vills on stone. Here come the Hussite wagons. Doubt is taking out a gate. A few fire archers are ready. They'll have longer range against buildings. 2026 is the year of the fire archer? Have they actually worked? Or is it just the year players try them? Now, Doubt will get by the gold. Here comes the first Hussite wagon. They should die hard to Hussite wagons. Doubt just gonna hop in his castle. And Doubt's selling, he's going for imp. Doubt's going for imp. That's gotta be traction trebs. Are traction trebs good against Hussite wagons? Are they extra range against walls? He was shooting the outpost there. I think so. Thank you, shiny polo wags, for the follow. They do against buildings. I think walls would count. They do have the building armor class, at least. I'm gonna guess yes. So there's Imp for Doubt. Imp for Doubt has not done a single farm, relying on the fish and on the berries. So double mills on his berries, trying to keep Lobo off of gold. Bonus versus siege. They don't have longer range against siege. They do have +1 against siege. So that would help against the Hussite wagon. Actually, I think that means they do 1 damage against the Hussite wagon, because their normal pierce attack is the same as the pierce armor. What they do have is, when they get their unique tech, Red Cliffs Tactics, then they do fire damage to buildings and ships, but that still isn't to siege. So it's just that +1 attack. Maybe the elite is more attack. And Lobo going for a second castle. Lobo will have 2 castles. He'll have a second TC. And he still has his fishing ships alive. And leaving the fishing ships alive is maybe the one thing, which means Lobo still could get to Imp. Doubt will be losing his fish now. We're losing some of them. They've done what they needed to do, though. They've gotten Doubt to Imp. Lobo will be stuck in the Castle Age. And will Fire Archer Traction Treb be enough for Doubt to push? Doubt losing under the docks. Chu getting pushed at least. His fishing ships now are idled. Not even on the shorefish or the oysters. But double ranges for Doubt. The Woo benefit for the traction trebs. They don't have one by default like the other Three Kingdom civs do. They're going to have to go for Sitting Tiger, where they shoot additional projectiles, which is a strong but expensive tech that Doubt could maybe afford if he cuts warship production and uses his wood. Might need to shift a lumber camp to the middle, but yeah, won't have the wood for it if he's making traction trebs. Selling food to buy wood. And he's doing heavy warships. So doesn't want to give up on these. He's doing heavy warships in this dock. Doubt. No. No. Doubt. Not that dock. If you want the tech, no. Well, just Doubt things. Fire Archer is doing a little bit of damage to the building. They're certainly not obsidian arrows or Saracens. So, Doubt warships. Would Fire Archers benefit from a Saracen's ally? I feel like they kind of need one if they want to be even slightly effective against buildings, but they will help out with the traction treb. Do they get Bracer? Yes, they do get Bracer. Doubt would definitely benefit from clicking Bracer. Well, now Lobo kind of stuck in the Castle Age, but against Doubt's non-heavy warships, still is taking okay fights, and still has a good fleet behind Doubt's docks. Now that Doubt's moving forward, Lobo can disrupt the fishing ships. Disrupt the lumber camp too. Part of me feels Doubt needed to do the lumber camp on the inside, maybe? Away from the water. Lobo will be repairing the castle. Lobo doesn't have gold control. Since the castle's in the middle of the map, Doubt can hit anywhere in the middle that Lobo would try to move out to with the long range of the trebs, the traction trebs, and the fire archers. And up garrisoning units does not change the range of a castle. Only the number of arrows it shoots. And this will be one castle down. Lobo with the score lead, but score might be water here. Doubt will lose the rest of his navy, and without that navy, he can't pressure Lobo's fishing eco. Fire archers here to destroy the market. Treb's pushing. Market down. Now Doubt goes for the blacksmith. Doubt can go for the TC. And do traction trebs? They probably do well against Hussite wagons, right? They don't have any attack bonus against heavy siege, but melee attacks, so they'll do 50 damage. Takes a few shots to destroy a Hussite wagon then. Fire archers using the traction trebs for cover against the skirms. There's chemistry and leather archer armor. Chemistry. Yeah, the mangonel comes forward. Chemistry might help. I guess the skirms still won't. Yeah, 6 attacks still won't be useful against the mangonel. Still 1 damage. The skirms go down. Lobo with the score lead still, but I feel like Doubt is winning this game as he's pushing the second castle. Scores might flip if the castle goes down. The Hussite wagons all go down. The mangonel gets a nice shot. And the castle is down. Doubt takes the score lead. And now 54 vills to 74, 15 fishing ships to 7. But Imp versus Castle Age. And the second TC did not help Lobo's eco enough to get Imp. He's trying to stay skirm, but he can't really fight traction trebs. Why the unbanned people still appeared as banned in your channel? I don't know, that happens sometimes. I think you need to, like, we can clear them from the sus list at some point. You might have the power to clear that. With the mod sword. So there's ballistics in for Doubt. Lobo trying to rush trebs with villagers. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work with all the fire archers there. The traction treb's able to help out against the skirms. Hand cannoneers, 17 attack. Only 8 armor for the traction trebs. but the hand cannoneers is probably not going to be helpful against the fire archers. I mean, 5 range if the hand cannoneers were amassed enough. Maybe Lobo should have gone... actually, what if he just went FC hand cannoneer? Rather than Hussite wagon. That might have been better against the fire archers. And the mangonels, certainly. And Lobo called the GG as Doubt's gonna throw a castle up in the middle of his base. Water control not enough? Well, I've seen games won by water control. I've seen games won by middle pushes. This will be a game won by a middle push. And Doubt will go up 2-1 over Lobo. Still probably regretting dropping that first game. Lobo felt like he had a decent strategy on the water. It was winning the water, but didn't have the composition on land to deal with Doubt's push. Didn't have the imp timing to deal with it. Imperial Age Bohemian monks feel like they'd be great there. If he could get imp, maybe the second TC just wasn't worth it. Maybe if he, instead of going for the castle drop, went hand cannoneers instead. I think that would have been pretty interesting. Because hand cannoneers should have 7 range and should outrange the fire archers. What's the base? The fire archer stats always confuse me in Capture Age. But they have a base range of 5 with +7 against buildings. So Fletching and Bodkin gives them 7 range. And if you get enough hand cannoneers, you might be able to fight them. So it's just, yeah, the same as a crossbow then. Maybe hand cannoneers would have worked. They blast with probably just for the special attack. Let's see, that's a loss on Coast Arena. And we might just get another clown map. I would guess Spanish versus Saracens or Koreans or Armenians. Or Festa da Pólvora. Bazi, hello Bazi. Yeah, Bazi just in time for the good map. The explosive barrels. I want to see some explosive barrels in Bazi random. And for those who don't know, Bazi is the wonderful creator of maps such as Aqua Arena and Zawal and Jungle Rumble. And indeed, it will be Festa da Pólvora. The doubt is the Khmer, the one civ I didn't think he'd pick, but Khmer versus Spanish. And Arbase, can you confirm Lucho versus Stone Please is still happening in about 30 minutes? So, Lobo to the west will be the red Spanish, Doubt to the east, the blue Khmer. This is the map where everyone has explosive gunpowder kegs all around the map. In the front of their secondary bases, you start with 3 groups of 3 vills. Players usually delete the walls to try to combine them. Should we work it with all the newly added stuff? You can mod the gunpowder kegs to make them even more explosive. Had to kick Arbase from your lobby? Did he try to click allow cheats and make Cobra cars? He did that to me. A player rambling about players not using the barrels. Well, if they use them, we won't have to ramble about it. So Javelina lure in from Doubt. Pretty much what everyone does, deletes the walls and brings the Javelina into the TC. So Doubt down here on the lumber camp. Gazelle for Lobo. And still more Javelinas to lure in. The barrel spawned towards the front a bit of Lobo's base. You can weaken them with your scout and then finish them off with an archer later, so you don't have to deal with the full 80 HP in feudal. Or what is it? Not 80, it's 60 HP in feudal. Was 75, but I decreased it a bit, so that it doesn't take as long to get through after watching a few games on the map. And oh, Doubt! How much Rage Force do you play, Doubt? This is your Borlor. Doubt. This far from the TC. Look at how sad that Javelina looks. It's like, Doubt, you could have had me over here. You could have gotten me under the TC. Why'd you have to shoot me out there? Why did the Vills have to garrison and go back for you to do loom? No, you can't repair the barrels. Stubbs, you can't repair the barrels. Well, there's loom, and Doubt looks like he's going to go feudal. So we have seen men-at-arms on this map. I imagine Lobo just wants to go FC Conks. And Lobo probably needs to wall or tower over here, because Doubt will probably try to push the barrels on the mining area and disrupt the stone mining for Conks. Your monks should be allowed to carry barrels. You can turn your monks into petards by picking up a barrel. Actually, I wonder if we could do that. Since picking up a relic changes the monk to a different unit, maybe we could copy some data around and make picking up a barrel change the monk to a different unit. Do towers target barrels? Only if you explicitly tell them to target the barrel, not by default. Loom for Lobo. Barrels aren't holy enough. It would be the holy hand grenade they'd pick up. And so scout fight, one extra hit for Lobo here. And what is Doubt doing with these villagers? What is Doubt gonna do? He's forward, is he? He doesn't have a barracks. He didn't wall up. What is he doing? Well, he's the Khmer. I guess he doesn't need a barracks. Yeah, so he's gonna do a range. Okay. So forward range for Doubt. Feudal Age Scout, so he would win the scout fight now with a good timing advantage. Lobo looks like he just wants to FC. Do they do something? Now they're just there for scenery. Remember they added the Panda Rock to the Asian DLC. For the South American one, they added this monkey tree object. The monkey's just gonna hop around, have a good time. On the tree. Front row seats to watch Doubt. Players start with a petard instead of a scout. Yeah, Doubt attacking the gunpowder keg, getting it down to 5 HP. What is that villager hunting? That is some Doubt hunting right there, hunting the Rhea over the wall. And in the Feudal Age, Doubt's scout will win the fight. So what did Lobo manage to scout? He did not scout the range. Where is Doubt going to attack? Well, he weakened gunpowder kegs on both sides. Stoneville's there for conquistadors. Does Doubt know which side is which? Ooh, he might not, actually. He didn't scout which is food and which is gold. It is random, I believe. And there is the archer. He's going to break through, but he doesn't have army with the archer. It's literally just one archer. Tower goes up for Lobo. And while the archer forces a tower, it doesn't really accomplish anything. Doubt's through on the other side with the archer. Force the walls from Lobo back. Lobo doesn't quite get the quick wall, but Doubt doesn't have HP on the scout. And again, he blocks the wall, but loses the scout, and the wall goes up. So, tower on the stone. Doubt disrupting the fast castle a bit, forcing the Spanish to do a couple more towers and spend stone they might not have wanted to. Otherwise... I don't think fast feudal for literally 2 archers is the game plan. Doubt's just doing something. Oh, Lobo. Lobo didn't wall when he sent his Vil out. Okay, Doubt doesn't need barrels to get in. He just needs his opponent to make a mistake. And now he's in the back main base of Lobo. Now, Lobo just has a lumber camp there. Hasn't committed to much here.
Mande? Presta.
But, Pia Panjir.
Mande?
And
Servidora.
no HP Vil on the tree. Some Vils chopping wood on the other side. Doubt is in. He has fletching. 3 Vils might be able to block a bit. Double bit axe for Lobo. Doubt doesn't even get a Vil. This feels so weird. The Doubt is everywhere with archers, but accomplishing not much. Lobo won't need wood for the castle.
Presta.
Does need stone, but he has enough Vils on stone, he should be okay. Mark it if he needs to buy it. That'll make for balanced scout fights. Actually, I'd seen that in Hyper Random once. Petard versus Petard. Whichever one attacks doesn't actually have the attack to destroy another Petard. So you just lose your Petard if you attack the enemy scout. Alright, so Lobo, time to YOLO Vils forward. I'm in a vital TC, definitely a lot.
See?
But all he wants is a castle for conquistadors. Where is he going to do the castle? The Vils coming over here where they have a castle.
See?
I have a really old short video about that. A clip from a hyper random game. So 1 Vil down. All of that, and Doubt has killed only 1 Vil. Yeah, 1 minute of vital TC time. But 10 Vil difference in the castle age click-up timing.
Mande?
What's gonna happen now? Has Doubt done enough damage that Lobo can not afford to produce conks? He will do the castle. Doubt surrounding the TC with archers to the point where Vils cannot pop out. Oh, there's a Vil trying to chop a straggler tree. Yeah, Petard scouts. If a Saboteur, that's different. That guy explodes large enough against units to kill Vils. Not Petards, though. Very different units, even though they look the same. Looking like you practicing Archer Rush against the AI. Surrounding the TC with Vils. Best thing I ever saw was Tato once stonewalled someone's TC. And there's Castle Age for Doubt. So once Doubt gets up, how will he fight conquistadors? He could go Khmer Cav Archers. He could just go Elite Skirm. Yeah, that res collected difference, 1.5k more for Doubt. Lobo's gotta hope that conquistadors make up for that difference. So Doubt, using the barrels. Using the barrels very well. Attacking the barrel in the middle. Just blowing it up before he ungarrisons his skirms. Conquistador is now in the back of Doubt. Doubt also not walling his base. Doubt. Oh, Doubt. No, not like this Doubt. Oh, he's gonna hop in the house. He's the Khmer. Conquistadors do a lot of attack versus barrels. What if the conks destroy the barrels while Doubt's hopping out? Okay, Doubt's fine. He does another TC. Now, maybe it's just a trap. Maybe it's just wanting to lure the conquistadors in so he can kill them with his skirms. Ooh, attacking the Javelina. This is... What is this? The Javelina attacking a unit for Doubt? Usually Doubt's the one dying to that. This is the opposite of what normally happens. What if the conch lures the archers to the barrels and then... No. Well, TC placed for the Lobo. It's only a 3 Vil difference. Remember, Doubt had to go castle himself too. It's a 3 Vil difference. Doubt getting a second TC. And despite the res collected difference, Doubt still does have to deal with conquistadors. Conquistadors are never fun. Lobo can send his conks around the outside. Get into Doubt space from the back. Khmer hopping in houses is nice against the conks. And okay, Lobo, he's got a plan, he's got a plan. He got 4 or 5 conks, let's do some math. 16 attack, 8 armor. So that's 8 damage. You need 8 conks then to get through a barrel in 1 volley, if they all hit. So 6 should get through in 2. Conks are always fun for the Spanish player. for the Spanish player until they get converted. Alright, barrels go down easily to the conquistadors. Lobo's in. Doubt. Were he not the Khmer, would lose 3 vills. But he is the Khmer. So nothing too bad for him. The fact that Khmer hop in houses and render the instant barrel push useless is hilarious. Or doubt. What is this, Micro? He's sending the vills back. Almost lost them again. But he's trying to push through this newly rewalled area with the palisade. Lobo could do some quick walling with houses to keep that out. But he'll destroy the barrels from the inside to try to get around the back. And try to get into Doubt's eco, as Doubt is doing a university. Yeah, starting to get a little concerning for Doubt now. Conks don't even need the barrels to shoot the vills on the wood line. 2 vills down. Doubt's still with the TC lead, and he is in. Defensive workshop for Lobo. But the Spanish, not like they have Khmer Scorpions. Bit of idle time in the TC now. Bit of idle time in the other TC maybe too. Conks get through the back of Doubt's base. Here they come. Think this is over? You think Doubt's eco is too good? Can the Skirms defend against the Conks? Doubt trying to do ballistics. Much easier to defend with ballistics. Lobo not able to find much damage.
But
Am I going for eco now? Well, Spanish Khmer, if you go for eco, is that a losing fight? Maybe just the position Doubt's in right now. He's so far ahead in eco. But I mean, you just need one good raid with conquistadors, and you're gonna kill vills.
but
And we'll have another TC, so TC number 4 for Doubt. Going for more pressure and add TCs a bit later. I mean, that probably... Oh, who? Doubt or Lobo? That probably would have been Lobo's plan had he gotten the fast castle off smoothly. As it is, he was disrupted quite a bit by Doubt in the feudal age. Mostly by a hole in his own wall that he didn't fill. And so far, only 9 conquistadors with a few scorpions, so Doubt managing to hold. Oh my gosh. Lobo hit that barrel, Risky for Doubt to run by the barrels. Already destroyed 1. Oh, Doubt could hit the barrel against the scorpions? And Lobo just checking the back, seeing if Doubt's around there. TC and a siege workshop now for Doubt. We'll have another stable for Doubt. Or a first stable for Doubt, that is. So 13 for the lead. He is still holding his lead. Lobo 3 TCs could maybe add a 4th. Played Red Alert. Did that have explosive barrels as a strategy game? Never played that myself. Yeah, Khmer Farms going Burr with almost 3k res collected difference. I sure do go Burr as Town Watch is clicked for Doubt. Conks over here, killing vills, going for the barrels. Let's go. Shooting another barrel. And they could find vills out there. Doubt will run as the Conks come over. I see elephants. Elephants from Doubt. Well, he didn't give us Persian elephants earlier. Oh, missionary, missionary. Picking up the relic. Oh, look at the relic wiggle as he tries to carry it. Oh, the skirms pick off those poor missionaries. So Conks still raiding outside, but Doubt now to about a 20 vil lead. He's adding in a 5th TC and a 6th TC. 6 TC boom for Doubt. I love 6 TCs. So Scorpion, shoot the barrel, Scorpion. Nope, Conquistadors will move in, but the Scorps are no longer there to support them against the Skirms. Only one Scorpion left with a Mangonel shot coming to finish it off. So 6 TCs, the Doubt needs to learn 7's the best number. Ballista Ellies? Maybe. Missionary, we can't quite get a conversion there. And yeah, no Conquistadors left, and that's probably it for Lobo. As Lobo might end things with a Doubt Castle. Losing quite a few Vills here. Low HP Vills dying. More HP, more Vills being picked off, even with the missionaries healing them. Conk gets picked off on the castle. So double castle conks, but heavy plow for Doubt. His eco is booming, 108 to 78 Vills. And he's just pumping skirms now. Pumping skirms, the best unit in the game. Yeah, Spanish castles, not as fast as Sicilians, but they do go up. Skirms are the best unit, reminds me of that ancient game called Doubt Loves His Skirms. Yeah, that was even more ancient. I think Zero Empires had that originally. That's the Doubt Byzantine Skirms against Goths 2v2. And wheelbarrow for Doubt. And now we're just kind of holding now from Lobo. He might be forcing Doubt to go Imp to get Trebs to finish the game. One conk on the outside, being a bit annoying. How many TCs do we want? We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so far, our base. I think we do need one more. I think we need one more. There's yeah, barrel boom into TC boom. So husbandry, leather, archer, armor, Doubt moving the skirms around. Remember, you can't wall this rock terrain on the outside. So which TC, which of these 6 TCs, chat, take your pick. Which TC do we think Imp is in? I can't show the glow. We got 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Type a number in the chat. Which of those 6 is Imp gonna be in? Take your guesses. Take your guesses. We have a 4, 3, 6, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2. 4. Okay. Let's check. Let's check. Where is Imp? Where is Imp? We'll check. 3, 2, 1. And oh, he is starting TC. So what was that? That was TC number 4. Whoever typed 4 in the chat, you were correct. Would please TC number 4. Okay, Doubt. Oh, Doubt, attack the barrel. The conks are right there. Doubt, please attack the barrel. One day, players will realize this. 36 HP. Well, Imp is also on the way for Lobo. He does have 90 Vills. It's not like he has 0 Vills. He does have, I mean, he will have 0 Vills on gold soon. But it will be 89 Vills. Just about. Oh man, I was so waiting for one of those barrels to be shot. Yeah, Viper probably dreams of those barrels. So gold shaft mining for Doubt. He'll go build a forward castle. Conks will take out the skirms. Doubt up to Imp. And Lobo not gonna call it. He's got triple castles. He says, you know what? Let's give it a good old try. I'll try for triple castle Trebs. Okay, Doubt, why blow up that barrel? There's nothing there. Go for this one where the Vills are. But yeah, Doubt, I mean, Doubt has a better eco for anything, including a Treb War. Chemistry, stone shaft mining, bracer. Oh, and he's going for workshops. I don't even know what that's for. Maybe rams. Maybe scorpions. $33%. 40 12,000 to 30,000 res collected. Lobo Imp. I don't think you'll hold this castle. Wonder if Doubt could maybe treb that barrel. Okay, ooh. Castle will go down. Bill's gonna run. Oh, they run before the skirms get there. Oh, shoot the barrel, Lobo. Missionary goes down. Bill's trying to run. And Treb's going for the castle. Castle will fall to 4 Trebs. Lobo's trying to get his own Trebs out, but there's the GG. And Doubt will win 3-1 over Lobo. Bit surprising to see Doubt lose game number 1, honestly. But the last 3 games looked like what you'd expect from Doubt. So 68-60. As he will advance, and he will face, I believe, Sorakuma. On the other side of his bracket will be Jordan Barles. That's the barrel. It's a gunpowder keg. It explodes. Destroys walls and, well, nearby villagers if anyone bothers to shoot it. Anyway, that's a loss for the Spanish, win for the Khmer. And that is Doubt Stone Please done. We're going to take a very quick break here, and we're going to head over to Doubt versus Lobo done. We're going to head over to Lucho versus Stone Please. That'll be coming up next. In 3 minutes, they're supposed to start their draft. And looks like they are still confirming that they're ready. So remember, Stone Please almost beat Doubt in the last round. Almost beat Doubt. Did beat Barles 3-2. This will be Lucho versus Stone Please. Stone Please, one of the chances to surprise in this qualifier, I think. Between Tato and MBL? That's a good question. I think I'd probably favor Tato. I think the map pool feels very good for Tato. And he does have the experience of playing the first one. So I will be right back. Just gonna play an ad to get them out of the way during the games. And stay tuned as we'll have Lucho Stone Please coming up next. Alright, everyone. Tupi Mirror on the draft? What? Is this Blackwood Archers on Vala de Selva? What? What has the meta become? I was not expecting that. So Lucho's home maps, Satan and Pantanal, Stone Please, Araucarias, and Fernando de Noronha. But Tupi is the mirrored first pick? Are they that good on Vala de Selva? They do look cool, that's true. They need some jet engine flames shooting out of their feathers on their back, whatever that is. Propelling them at super speeds. Berber is also for Stone Please. Faster moving vills for Boros on Araucarias could be nice. What are the Tupi good at? Fast Castle Blackwood Archers. Tato had 16 vills and 0 TCs and won a game with that strat on Satan the other day. You should eat more beans, like someone was telling us about those javelinas earlier. The Vietnamese made it pretty low on the draft. And Vikings are banned, so it seems like Italian's probably the pick for Lucho for Fernando de Noronha. Berbers could be a pick there. Don't really see a water save yet for Stone Please. Thank you, Monsieur Sulu, for the follow. There's also right now Nikov versus Husiel going on at the same time. If you want to check that out, go check out Ornlu's stream. And then after this one at 20 GMT, so we'll see how much of that we get to cast, but it'll be Kasva versus MBL. That'll be the last set of the day. And then afterwards, it'll be time to fix maps. It'll be time to adjust map scripts. If Tato gets in, we're going to get those barrel explosions in the main event for sure. I hope so. I hope so. I do hope. It would be nice to get all the tyrants in. But Jordan and Doubt will be fighting each other potentially. Oh, Dravidians. I totally missed Dravidians at the top. But my mind was... Let's see. This is what happens when you cast 5 hours straight. Instead of looking for a unique unit that represented a civ, my mind started looking for boats. I was like, which of those civs is a boat? He doesn't have a boat. At the end, Georgians, just good all-around civ. Aztecs are interesting. Aztecs could be for Vala de Selva, but probably not if Tupi or the Mirror there. Bohemians, too. We don't have an arena map here, so where Aztecs or Bohemians get used, I'm not sure. Also, hello, Drex. Alright, looking for them to host a lobby now. So, predictions, chat, predictions here. Going into this, I would have said Lucho is the favorite 3-0, but after seeing Stone Please last round, now I'm not sure. Am I going to Brazil for the main event? Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Drex. I will be there. I'll say 3-1 Lucho, 3-1 Lucho. Alright, that's a popular right off the bat pick. Oh, 3 in a row, 3-1 Lucho. You don't believe in the 3-2 Stone Please victory? It's confirmed. No need to cast. Just go update the brackets. Stone has his chances. Debating servers now. Looks like they'll play South Central US. Germany for Stone, please. Argentina for Lucho. It's hard to get the internet matching up. The first pick is done in parallel. First pick's done in parallel, so they can have the same pick first. Now some 3-2s for Lucho. Everyone thinking Lucho's gonna win. Alright, let me go grab my coffee. Then they're starting to host the lobby. We're good to go. Neutral map is huge here. I think neutral map is huge here. Also the fact it'll probably be a 2P mirror. Go, Gabby rooting for Stone Please. Stone Please was very impressive. And here we go. Valle de Silva. It's not going to be the 2P mirror. It'll be Aztecs versus Romans. Aztecs for Lucho, Romans for Stone Please. A matchup where Jaguar Warriors might be seen for the Aztecs if Romans go infantry. If it goes late game, maybe a chance for Siege Onagers for the Aztecs to counter Scorpions. If we get to Jaguar Warrior or Siege Onager, I don't think the map goes that late usually, but oh, that would be insane. You usually have to play Arena to see that, in a 1v1 at least. Scorpion Centurion? Then Aztecs add monks too for the Centurions, right? Anyway, I'm excited for this. We'll have Lucho in the blue, Stone Please in the red. And this will be the map with the deer patch in the middle, the rock terrain from one TC to the next, and all of the neutral capybaras scattered around. One of the many maps with neutral capybaras. Chat was all on the 3-1 Lucho hype train in our informal survey of picks. And loading in. Here we are. Stone Please will be the red Romans to the north, Lucho the blue Aztecs to the southeast, and immediately Stone Please goes forward to take the deer. Now Aztecs do start with plus 50 gold. They don't get the free loom like they had in the past, so they can't simply come forward and vil fight. Stone Please taking the deer right away. Now they each have this wonderful rock terrain running from one TC to the next, so they can't wall. And it does make it awkward to take wood in the back. We have seen players go down here for a lumber camp. I don't particularly think that's a good strategy, but it is one that I've seen. And oh, is he Stone Please pushing a deer with a villager? He's gonna push 2 deer with villagers. Is this a good use of your vil time? Well, I don't know, but it'll mean he can use his scout to scout then. Lucho heading around the map to start picking up capybaras with his eagle. You can trade off scouting and capybara numbers for deer usually, but here's Stone Please saying, I'm just going to push the deer. I'm going to play AoE 1 style and push deer with villagers. And not even bother to shoot it under the TC. And yeah, you always do wonder if pushing a deer versus scouting for capybaras is worth it. Of all the maps with the neutral capybaras, I think this one does them very, very well. Oh, and there's a shot with the TC. And in the back, the players do have the tapir. Now, there are basically 2 ways to wall your base. You can stick to one side of the rock terrain only and do a circle wall. And Lucho might do that, if not for the mill on the opposite side. Or you can go for the double-sided wall, like we see Stone Please doing, one side to the TC, and the other side up to the wood line in the back. And he will have a safe gold. The map a bit more difficult to play for Lucho, with both of his golds being forward. So the blue player will be the Aztecs, red player the Romans, and interesting civ matchup, I think, where Jaguar warriors counter Roman infantry, but Romans aren't always played as an infantry civ. They're a pretty good cav civ too. Where Aztec monks are useful, but then Aztecs can struggle a bit with mobility, and mobility can be very important on this map. But then so can monk rushes. Monk rushes can be great on this map. Aztec monks' extra HP for the monk techs with redemption could be converting the Roman scorpions. Can we call the tapir beaker? Why, our base? Is there a reference I'm not understanding? Chat posts about clown operas from centuries ago, and I get the references. Our base says something, and I have no idea what he says. So, it's dueling feudal age times with 1 second of idle time on the TC each. Efficient Dark Ages, 22 population up. So these might be fast castles. This might be FC Scorpions from Stone Please against FC Monks from Lucho. FC Eagles, maybe. Luchupta. Like Beaker from the Muppet Show? It squeaks? Oh, because it squeaks? It also does a little wiggle. Has a fun animation. So, Capybara Heist, indeed. Lucho absconding with 2 capybaras. These large rodents bringing back to his TC for food. And now Stone Please in maybe a dire circumstance where he's running out of capybaras? Only has 2 left. Does he have the food actually to pull off this fast castle? If he's going scorpions, he doesn't need as much food after he clicks up. Workshops, ballistics, none of that costs food. Well, the capybara numbers with that heist, much better for Lucho. And Stone Please, even with the initial deer push, might not have had enough scouting. And you can see they didn't quite scout. They left a bunch of capybaras unscouted. I mean, this might even be a map where you pick Mongols for the extra line of sight on the scout. Eagle with more line of sight in the Dark Age might be the better scout at not missing capybaras. Now I'm thinking Satan might be a 2P mirror. So Loom for Stone Please. He will loom on the way up. Loom also for Lucho. Not going to do completely naked fast castles without the loom. It will at least loom. And mark it for Stone Please. I've really enjoyed seeing the fast castle strat on this map. I didn't know what to expect when we first make it. I figured that a Phosphoro-like strat would be possible. I didn't quite predict it becoming meta. With how open it is and how few resources you have in your base, but I guess you don't really need much. No stone, so you can't do a castle, so it has to be other types of FCs. And there's the eagle going down for Lucho. No more scouting for him. Maybe Stone Please could pick up some more capybaras in the meantime, but probably more valuable just to pay attention to Lucho's base. Yeah, Stone Please sold the stone. He's saying, Stone, please take it. And a barracks for Lucho. If he's trying to hide the barracks, that won't work with the scout back there. Maybe he wants to use it as part of a wall. As I said, and wall off this side by the rock terrain. Is Lucho going eagles? He could be going eagles. He could be going monasteries for monks. We'll get one more eagle scout. Be a bit too early to tell. Whatever he does as the Aztecs, he's gonna need a lot of gold for it. Only one barracks. He hasn't sold the stone either. It could be, honestly, could be TCs and a mini boom into eagles. One TC over here, one over here maybe. Or even just a TC at the front. Well, 2 vills forward for Stone Please. No surprise there. I would worry if the Romans get enough scorpions that they could beat eagles. Castle Age Eagle beats the scout quite handily. And double workshop. Defensive workshop. So right away we see 3 siege workshops. Now redemption monks might eventually be an option for Lucho. And Stone Please will have to figure out how to adjust the scorpion build to deal with the presence of these Aztec mangonels. That's a funny tree line he has. A lumber camp right there would be efficient for 1 line of trees. I do 1 workshop when you can do 2. And this feels like Mangonel Eagle now from Lucho. Monastery from Stone Please, so Lucho will head forward, try to see what Stone Please is cooking up. And he's cooking up a monastery. Scout still fairly low in HP. Eagles deciding they're going to run through, but get house walled out. So they can go through the rock terrain. There's no stopping them. Well, you can stop them with TC fire. You don't want to run in 1 or 2 at a time, though. And I think that maybe was a mistake for Lucho. Only 16 HP. So how dangerous will this be to villagers? Probably very dangerous. But it could also be turned and vills could fight it. Nothing at home for Lucho actually to stop this. He's going to have to send scorpions back home, seeing the double mangonels. Or nothing at home from Stone Please to stop the eagle from Lucho. The only thing he can do is fight with vills. And fighting with vills might just be effective. Might need some interior walls around the lumber camps. Ooh. 4 HP.
Salve.
There's a village here from Stone Please will chase. And okay, oh, scorpions are bunched up. Scorpions are bunched up. Mangonel shot. Mangonel shot! Ooh, split micro at the last second. I remember Phosphoro saying something about needing to use box formation or stand ground for scorpions because otherwise they don't pathfind properly. That might have been Stone Please using it there. We're seeing the downside of being punched up to a mangonel. I still think I prefer Lucho's setup here. I mean, the scorpions are cheap. The question for Stone, please, is when does he start adding his own mangonels instead of just scorpions? That scorpion will go down to the eagles. Now a ram forward from Lucho to deal with those workshops. Yeah, Romans have redemption, but no sanctity, so the monks can't tank a mangonel shot. Mangonels will one-hit monks. Town watch for Lucho as he adds in an outpost. I'm still kind of waiting for a second TC from Lucho, just to have an ever so slightly better economy while pushing this. And that workshop will go down. Scorpions, 6 of them forward. Monk wants a conversion on the mangonel. That will reveal the redemption, but the mangonel can one-shot the monk. Eagles and the rams. Eagles and the rams will be able to hop in and out and break conversions too. Ram will keep them safe from scorpions. Double monastery for stone, please. And oh, mangonels on the vills. Stone, please, vills falling down. The right's gonna ram the monk. Or monk could try to convert the ram. Here's devotion for Lucho after he sees the monasteries too, so he has his own Aztec's monastery. Devotion will give his monks some more HP, and he can start running around and picking up relics. He's seen 2 of them so far. Monks going for a conversion on the mangonel, not getting it. Well, the one thing Lucho, he needs to hop in the ram there. He's topping the ram to break the conversion. The one thing he doesn't want is monks getting a conversion on mangonels. So monks could still turn this. Monk, I think that swapped targets. I think it swapped targets. Will it get an insta? Will it get an insta? It will get an insta. The other monk not so lucky. And the mangonels immediately take out the traitor. Another monk that has to dodge, can't get the conversion. I think you really do need to mess up micro to lose your mangonels to conversions here. Oh, stone please. APM too fast, dodging back into the shot. So both workshops at the front cleaned. Triple monastery now for Lucho, as he can add in sanctity, redemption, fervor, and atonement. It's a lot of gold, but he'll have the better monks as the Aztecs. Atonement his first priority against the monks. Redemption would be, and sanctity would be for converting the scorpions, and of course all the techs give you HP as the Aztecs. So, double workshop scorpions. Outpost for Lucho. Maybe time to move into something. I think the only recourse for Stone Please is full clown. I don't think this is gonna work here, but I don't know if an infantry swap would do anything. He doesn't have the economy for it. He has 4 vills on food. Doing fervor. When you're this all in, your economy's all in. It'd be one thing, yeah, maybe he had 20 farms, he could add in 2 or 3 stables and go light cav, but that's not the eco setup he has. For 20 minutes in the game, he's been 1 TC, YOLO, Siege, and Monks. Which is a hard thing to pull off against the Aztecs. This is a setup, though, where Lucho... Usually Aztecs are great against Monks, but probably too many Roman Scorpions with the number precluding the Eagle play. So, has to be Mangonel Monk, and Mangonel Monk should beat Scorpion Monk, particularly when the Monks have HP enough, potentially, to tank Scorpion shots. Oh, and we do have a pause. Yeah, Lucho needing a second. Try to swap conversions to the Ram. You can swap between units, just not from units to buildings. How many don't get Sanctity? Let's see, I think Vikings, Persians, Romans. Probably a few more. So monks, they have their conversions charged. They're moving forward. The outpost gives nice vision. Thank you, Selinsky, for the follow. Monks want the conversions. Big monk war. Mangonel the monk he was converting. Monks getting converted. Mangonel gets converted. Monks for Stone Please going down. 2 Mangonels converted. Lucho snipes it off. Might need to convert back his own Mangonel. Monk numbers dwindling a bit. Ooh, that Mangonel didn't go down. How did they both not go down? How did that get converted? 4 HP, but no military unit to snipe off the 4 HP Mangonel. That's as good as full HP now. And that, all in all, went better for Lucho, who had more Scorpions to pick off converted monks. Now he has a couple of Aztec monks. So now things getting a bit scary. And very scary. Mangonel's maybe not able to deal as well with Scorpions there. You think, in a direct fight, the Mangonel flattens the Scorpions, but if the Scorpions are pulled back, maybe more useful out of conversion range than the Mangonels are. Conversion started first by Stone Please. Stone Please getting the monks. Mangonel hit on the Scorpion. Monks swapping back and forth. Mangonel hit, but his own converted monks are tanky enough to withstand the Mangonel hit. A Mangonel's a monk he converts, and then the Scorpion. That's key for the Scorpions. Pick off the monks. Is Stone Please devoted? He's not even devoted. Lucho had to spend all that resource on devotion. But still, it's a 10-vil advantage for Lucho. And Lucho will be adding houses around the map. Why not? Outpost over here. Love the outpost scouting. All the young kids these days always have the APM to build outposts. Stone Please not even using stone. Ram push. That is interesting. Again, Lucho pulling back, but Stone Please pulls back too. There's devotion. There's redemption to convert Scorpions. Oh, Mongols don't get sanctity. Mongols get atonement, if I remember. So the monks moving forward. Mangonel. Can it engage as the monks want conversions? How much HP on the monk? 65 HP now. But that doesn't really matter in the monk versus monk fight. Will matter only against Scorpions or against converted Mangonels. What are the Rams even doing here? Going for the monasteries? I'll force the Mangonel in the back to try to deal with them. Part of me is just wondering, is there a moment when Lucho, his eco hits enough Vils on gold, he can plop down 2 more barracks, get triple barracks eagles, and then push this? He's trying to go for a tower. That might not work against the Scorpions. Monks with redemption, they can convert the workshop. The Rams are destroying the monasteries. They're ejecting the relics. Stone Please might be doing this. Stone Please might be doing this with the Roman Scorpions. Deleted workshop from Lucho. Monks yelling at each other, trying to convince each other to swap sides while the Scorpions are shooting at the blue ones. I sure wouldn't want to be a blue monk here. Stone Please takes the score lead. The monasteries are going down. The monasteries are going down. The tower foundation is not finished. Lucho has to delete that. He's got 4 Vils on stone. He's desperately buying stone for a castle. Wherever he places the castle, Stone Please goes elsewhere. Stone Please adding a TC. The outpost will see that. But now what does Lucho have? He still has a 10-vil lead. Scorpions have to deal with the fact Lucho added, he has 6 monasteries now, and another workshop in the back. Scorpions starting to get converted. Lucho not going to run out of monks anytime soon. Still is ahead by 3k resources collected. 31 to 21 KD, I don't think that tells us anything. 6 minutes of idle TC for Stone Please. Yeah, Romans out-monking the Aztecs? So I think the Scorpions are what's doing the out-monking. Yeah, welcome to the conversion chamber, Stone Please and Lucho. Oh, the Scorpions. The Scorpions, they can slaughter the Vils that are attacking the Rams. That's how you take the Vils down. They lined up for the Scorpion shot. They're lined up right now. Scorpions worried about the monks. All those Vils between the house and the mining camp. 53 to 53. There goes the Vil lead for Lucho. So the Scorpion there might get converted back. There's a monk. Oh, we might see. If Stone Please picks up the relic, the monk will change graphics to his own monk. Pick up the relic, Stone Please. Do it for us. Show us the bug. And you swap monks with a monk with relic. You'll lose all the HP, so maybe you just don't want to do that. But it's fun. You trade your bad monks for good Aztec monks. Alright, monk picked up the relic. There are 70 hit points now for Lucho on these Aztec monks. Looks like he's pushing back. He has a lot of monks now. The Romans, they don't get heresy. The Aztecs do get heresy. That could be an interesting option for Lucho to go for heresy. Now, third TC for Stone Please. Part of me thinks Stone Please needs a castle now. As Lucho, if Lucho wins one fight, he's dropping a castle right here. His outpost sees the TC. And if he gets, actually, it'd be better if he came around the outside and dropped it right here, because then he'd secure all the extra stones and golds. Maybe something to keep in mind, castle drop the outside now. I mean, he has the stone for a castle. He takes all those vills and YOLOs a castle up right here. That'd be insane. A wizard fight. Chanting at each other. Oh, wait. No. It's going to be Imperial Age for Lucho. Look at that res collected difference. He's up to Imp. Once he gets Imp, he'll have Imperial Age upgrades, block printing, illumination, theocracy, faith, and he still can do heresy. What if instead of a castle, he just sold the stone, sold the wood, and tried to do heresy? He might just win the game right there. We've seen Britons in this tournament, now we're seeing Aztecs. He needs to convert his own blacksmith back. Okay, so Stone Please, now he has more vills, but he might not have the timing to use them. Because the 4,000 extra resource collected lead for Lucho, he's using just about half of that to go Imp. And the rest he can be down in KD. But what he doesn't want to do is lose monks before Imp. This could be a good fight for Stone Please. Scorpions are converted, he might be better at taking them down. Eagles can't really run in, they don't have upgrades at all. They're Eagle Scouts with no blacksmith upgrades. And monks changing sides now. I guess the Scorpions are less effective against Aztec monks and really won't be effective in Imp when more HP comes in from upgrades. But they have a chance to do some damage now. Monks healing each other though. You can tank the Scorpions by healing each other. And there's a mangonel somewhere. There it is. Attacking the converted blacksmith. That's true, you don't need the blacksmith. It doesn't affect the monks. Oh, yes, on the other side. Fourth TC from Stone Please. Imp comes in, though, and I don't know what he's able to do. He has 11 of his own monks, 13 converted monks. That's only 16 Aztec monks for Lucho. Doesn't have any converted monks. But he's Imp. Now he's doing Horse Collar. Block printing, +3 range. Illumination. You regain your faith more quickly. And the next would be Theocracy. Once he has 200 gold for group conversions. But Stone Please, he is saying you might be Imp. I'm a YOLO a castle on your face. And the monks are blocking the castle foundation. They're blocking the castle foundation. One clutch conversion could block the castle. The monks are not pathfinding off of the castle. Lucho deletes the monks so we finally can build the castle. Mangonel coming forward. The monks are now going to have crazy high HP. 70. Illumination will finish. That'll give us 75. That'll give us 75 HP. There we are. Or, wait, no, it's a converted monk. It didn't change. No, we got 80 HP. We'll get up to 85 once Theocracy comes in. Once monks change hands back and forth, they don't get the HP from upgrades anymore. So, petards from Stone Please. He's going to go petards and rams to push the castle. We'll have one TC in the back for Lucho, another TC on the side. Lucho's found some gold. Stone Please is scouting with outposts. Stone Please, 83 to 63 vills. Theocracy for Lucho. Scores flip. Lucho now has a treb. I don't know what's happening. That's a lot of monks. Two separate clergies joining together with different graphics. Are Aztecs losing this? Are they losing this? There's another TC for Lucho. Lumber camp for Stone Please too. Stone Please could push. He could push the left TC. But I think Lucho wouldn't mind that too much because as long as he has the center eco, he has the production. So 6 monastery Aztec monks. There's a petard over here. Group conversion, so monks will swap. Lucho's gonna get a really good set of conversions here. Scorpions against all that HP. The petard kills a monk. Alright, what did I say about Lucho getting a good set of conversions? What the heck just happened there? Okay, well, Stone Please's APM for the monks was insane. What the heck just happened there? Those were Imperial Age monks. Lucho didn't pull them back after they converted. Stone Please with the control groups went nuts on the monk micro. Lucho was converting one, but that's fine with Theocracy. You just gotta swap the targets, but I guess he didn't swap them enough. Okay, so that's now 20 monks versus 20. But 8 scorpions. Those vills need to run. Hey, maybe Lucho just needs to sell everything and go for heresy. Bill's fighting the ram on the TC. Stone Please trusting in his monk micro. If the scorpions... The problem is the converted Aztec monks might hold out against scorpion bolts. So if a monk is converted while it is in the process of trying to convert something else, then it starts with 0 faith. And okay, looks like Lucho taking a better set of conversions there. Stone Please... Still down by about 4k res collected, despite now being up by 30 vills. Those are houses over there. Houses not raiding the eco. Another TC for Lucho as Lucho retakes the score. Oh, the scorpions changing hands, the monks changing hands. For some reason, Lucho doesn't seem to be successful in getting any of Stone Please's monks. We will need to check the conversions afterwards. 3 trebs for Lucho. I don't think Stone Please can dare send the monks forward enough to convert them. He'll have to resign himself to destroyed TCs and abandon the area preemptively to save whatever economy he can. As he has a 40 villager lead, but that does nothing if he's stuck in the castle age. He can't get to the trebs. He doesn't have enough monks. Well, maybe that's the problem. He only has 3 monasteries. 400 gold, but 3 monasteries. Over here, we still got 6 monasteries, and the Aztecs have gold. And all this gold out here. Now, Stone Please can't mine. Stone Please may be saying gold, please. He'll need to come out here where he does have gold mines and gold access. He has scouted that. Didn't any... Oh, wait, that's the Gaia player. Where are we? He didn't scout Lucho's TC over on that side gold. There's Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow to run the vills away from monks faster. Wait, monks with fervor, 0.8 speed. Vills, 0.8 with Wheelbarrow, 0.88, so they can escape conversions. Stables with only 16 farmers. When this is the farming economy of Stone Please. The vills, they're running from the farms. We'll pan over just to see more farms being abandoned. I don't think light cav are the answer now. I think it's a bit too late for that. Treb's attacking the TC, also destroying the monastery. And Lucho with the Aztecs might be holding on. Bloodlines and light cav. Do you need bloodlines? I don't think light cav kill 85 HP monks fast enough. We have squires and jaguar warriors. That's what I said. I wanted to see a jaguar warrior. Here he is, in all his glory and majesty. That pelt upon his head. And oh, look at him go! Look at him go! With that monk, they're saying, let's go forward. Let's keep trebbing. Yeah, light cav is way too expensive for a player who's still down 4k res collected. Upgrades for the Eagle Warriors. And Lucho and Imp is just chilling now. Oh, this was... I hope the whole set's like this. This has been an amazing game 1. More conversions back and forth. Stone Please still having both monks. Lucho, for whatever reason, one single monk of Stone Please's skin. And 31 of his own against a more balanced... Well, 2 to 5 now. The balance has gone to 0 for both. Perfectly balanced soon. Bloodlines is useful when your own scouts get converted and then try to attack and kill the scouts attacking the monks. So Jaguar Warriors both get converted. We have some Roman Jaguar Warriors helping out the Roman scouts. Yeah, the scouts are not going to get enough hits here. The Romans have heresy. We checked that. No, they don't. No heresy for them. So with heresy ultimately being a play maybe for Lucho, I don't think monks would have been an option much longer for Stone Please. And what a mess this is. I think there's blue everywhere now. An absolute mess this has been. Treb's taking out this TC. TC goes down. Stone Please just farming in the middle of nowhere. He is 0 TC gaming right now. Trying to mine enough stone for another castle, but the Igalos are hoovering now. The Igalos are coming. They're killing the Vills. The Eagle Warriors. Slaughtering everything. Vill count 114 for Stone, please. Remember when he had a huge Vill lead? Not anymore, not with these Eagles rating 110 to 110, and Lucho trains Vills to take the Vill lead. Still up in res collected, up in map control. Stone, please, gonna hang on as long as he can. And he maybe needs to get warmed up. Imagine this using MPO Wooloo mod. And the Eagles themselves resist conversion just like the Light Cav do. There's Elite Eagle Warrior Chainmail Armor. I mean, maybe you need forging when there are no longer TCs to attack you. There it is. And Lucho, in a crazy game 1, will emerge victorious. 111 to 82 KD. 86 to 72 conversions. 45,000 resources collected. Same exact feudal and castle time, too. That's in sync into the Monk Rush. That's the type of game we like to see. And that's why I'm really happy with this map. Oh man, that was insane. Let me see if I can spoiler-free post this. To Twitter, there we go. Type of clown game I like to see. So, after that, that will be Valle de Selva. It was not the 2P mirror we were expecting, but it's a win from Lucho. And Stone, please, will get to pick the next map. That's Aztecs over Romans, both kind of towards the end of the draft. And it'll be a water map now. Fernando de Noronha, picked from Lucho, or picked by Stone, please. So picking his second home map. So we'll move to... Maybe we'll see some transport ships here. I imagine this is Italians versus Dravidians. He could also go Berbers or Bohemians for a castle drop. Okay, it will be Italians, Dravidians. 2-minute spec delay. Italians for Lucho, so they would be the better monk save if we do get to the landing situation. Also, the dashboard telling me Lucho's around 100 elo ahead of Stone, please. 2777 to 2652. I know Lucho is one of those players who grinds the ladder. Grinds the ladder. Okay. A lot of the young players do that. I feel like all the old players, Doubt, Tato, Viper, they don't really care about the ladder. They play Rage Forest. Yeah, we're still here. We're still going. I mean, this is a short stream today. We're not even 6 hours into the stream. I'm sure we'll have a really long one on Sunday. And then Monday and Tuesday too, when we have the Latin American qualifiers. The Mets scored 3 runs today. What a good day. How many have we given up? Probably 10. Garden building. Sounds like a useful villager skill. And here we are on Fernando de Noronha. We'll have Lucho as the blue Italians to the north, and Stone Please as the red Dravidians not playing to the south. Someone dropped. Do you have stuttering? My game is stuttering like crazy. I think Stone Please is a bit worse than stuttering Lucho. Well. Alright, we will say a prayer for the German internet of Stone Please. Stone Please got kicked from the game, it would look like. That was weird. Well, once more into the breach, dear friends. We'll try that again. In the lobby once more. We don't know what happened. Stone Please just posted a screenshot of his main menu all grayed out, so he got kicked from multiplayer services. It's happened to me before. And alright, hopefully we're good. Still same saves, Italians, Dravidians. Both outside of the Vikings, maybe the top water saves. Outside of Vikings, Koreans. Both Vikings and Koreans were banned. Italians, the cheaper age ups, cheaper dock techs. Dravidians, as I'm sure you know, get the housing space on the docks. And also get wood every time they age up. And to build ships, you need a lot of wood. I have seen a few games with landings. FedEx went for a crazy Bengalis landing against Vivi, but these two civs feel like they're going to just play a standard water game. So 30 seconds until we launch. I do have the time limit set properly. I always gotta check that. We do have a 90-minute time limit, so it's not gonna be one of those islands games that runs out of wood. And 3, 2, 1, loading in, praying that it works this time. And this time I see movement on the minimap. We'll have Lucho as the blue Italians to the west, and Stone Please as the red Dravidians to the east. Looks like they all have good fish. I did see one game with Vinchester where he didn't end up with, like he did a dock here, and then the fish were like over here and here. So I'm trying to keep an eye out for that. But the map does have a lot of whales. You can take whales with your fishing ships if you want to skip a mining camp. And we get to super late game, and the Dravidians would have the Therisidae and Imp. Usually water's decided in the Castle Age, as we see fast castles all the time. You can decide whether to do a side dock or a forward dock, but the back docks do not give you any whales or oysters directly in your back. They can be over to the sides. But at least the directly behind you part of the island doesn't have the gold. You need to at least go somewhat to the sides for it. So this was a very pure water-focused map. Back in February, when we were trying to come up with the map pool, before the water balance was released, decided to go with one water map, and this is it. For better or worse, the meta has mostly become fast castle. And even with forward docks, fast castling. I feel like this meta side dock is better. Well, we have a back dock from Stone Please, and I know Stone Please is going to be well practiced on the maps. He'll probably talk to everyone else and try to get ideas for the meta. Okay, yeah, the new birds have a square around them when I select them. The macaws earlier had a circle. See that square? Is there a macaw over here? Do I have other birds? we got a Dark Age on a water map. We got a long time to build up. Oh, that's a nice deer push. Right under the TC. Oh, and even shooting with the TC, one TC arrow to kill a deer. It doesn't spoil the food anymore. Oh, this will be a beautiful side dock from Stone, please. Of course, you can't really scout the coast all that well unless you use a Mongol scout. Or it won't be a beautiful side dock as you go somewhere else. I was going to say you'd have 2 fish, a whale, oysters, a 3rd fish. But no, he's going to go for a back dock. Well, that'll be near a fish too. Or no, he's going to turn around and go here. Well, it's by a fish. Oh, no. 3rd dock. Now, after 4 dock locations, he settles on one that's not by a shorefish, but is by 2 deep fish. AoE1 that Vils could shoot the birds? That was in the Rise of Rome expansion to Age of Empires 1, the original version. So if you have the CD Rise of Rome, you probably can do that. It was later patched, so if you ever installed the patch, or if you have the later Gold Edition DVD re-release, then it would be patched in that version. So it's a very specific version of Age of Empires 1 where villagers could hunt the birds, yes. They'd throw the spear, the bird would explode. So, deer push here from Lucho. I know that because I put it in a video once, and I had to install different versions of AoE 1, because I have a few different CDs, to figure out where I could do it. I know, a patch back in the 1990s? Who knew of such things? You wouldn't be like me, casting games to go fix map bugs after the stream. Worked on your Gold Edition? Maybe there are different patched versions on the Gold Edition, too. I know there's also a later DVD release, which might have patches on top of what was in the Gold Edition. Might also be regional, too, what ended up on your Gold Edition specifically. You can even have a CD drive. I have a specific CD drive I plug into a USB port, just for AoE 1. The original CDs still work on Windows 11. I think it still is the best way to play AoE 1 with the CD version. So 3rd dock for Stone, please. He is slightly ahead in fishing ships. Italians will have cheaper fishing ships, so easy to get a lot of them pumped out. You'll have a good fish boom. And Feudal Age first for Lucho, 27 Vils, and with the cheaper age up, still looks like a fast castle time. Didn't even lure in one of his javelinas. Might use the scout for it. Not good if you anticipate being landed to lose the HP on your scout, but if you're playing a pure water map, you could simply use the scout to bring in the javelina. And no problem. Although he doesn't want any Vils on food, the fishing ships are doing the food for him. Just moving all the Vils to gold and to wood. I think it's more efficient to mine gold than it is to fish it from a whale. Kind of the opposite of deep fish, where deep fish are the fastest food source. Unless there's a mega random map with predators. Players don't even take the javelinas. Here I am thinking, oh, you'll lure the javelinas with the scout. No, you pushed your deer, you get 2 groups of deer. Don't even bother luring these things. Save them for your TC later. Oh, is Stone Please gonna take one? Oh, he is. Even blocking with the scout, make sure no HP is lost. Well, he does need a bit more food to pull off the fast castle. Res collected within 100 of each other. Just about, so pretty similar efficiencies. I don't know, does Capture Age count the free wood the Dravidians will get when they hit Feudal? So Market Blacksmith from Lucho will be faster up. As a 28 population with Loom. No Loom for Lucho, so Loom and Avil, the difference in up timings. Mouse Puddle's here. Giving me the Mets drama. As we're on an 8-game losing streak. So fishing lines for Lucho, as he'll be doing the fishing upgrade, clicking up to the Castle Age, and opening with a fire galley. So which ship do you open with in this situation? I genuinely have no idea. Stoneplease may be rejoicing at the back docks, so he will have a bit more time to amass ships as he's getting ready to click up. This is his home map, so he should be very well practiced with the build and prepared to go for the Civ matchup. He did choose to play it. Fire getting the Vil, and he'll open with a Hulk to counter the fire. A superstar second baseman? I don't think he's a superstar. I feel like he's maybe a mistaken trade when we could have put Beatty at second, kept Nimmo as a DH, and then had pretty much the same roster with a better batting order. What is more painful, being a Dout fan or being a Mets fan? Definitely being a Mets fan. Doubt's had huge periods of success in his career. Far more so than anything the Mets could ever hope for. So, Castle Age for Lucho. And he'll be clicking medium warships immediately. You'll see the same thing from Stoneplease, as he gets all 3 ship types queued up, or 2 of them actually. So just queuing fire galleys now. Using the Hulks to fend off the fires at the start of the Castle Age. Not to mention the winner of RBW3. It is still so amazing that Doubt won that. Okay, fired down. And medium warships bow saw for Stoneplease. Do I think there will be another one? Every time they have one, I hear it's the last one and then they have another one. That's all I know. I've never been involved with the organization, so I'd have no insights as to their thought process. So fire galley, shot by the war galleys. I have Bowsaw for Stoneplease, University and Monastery House. All on the way, University in the middle. Fire is pushing back. A place where you can get good coffee, not the UK. A place where we can bring the coffee in without needing to transfer it to a Red Bull cup. That'd be nice. So Bodkinero for Stoneplease, he's trying to push back. He has more Vils, more fishing ships. So should have the better eco. He's up by 1,000 res collected. And he needs to turn that into a winning fight on the water. Upgrades will be cheaper and easier for the Italians to add in. War galleys not as easy to micro as the feudal age galleys, so the fire ships should be pretty useful here. And both players rushing for clinker construction. Upgrade the fire movement speed from 1.47 to 1.62, so they'll be extra speedy now. Those going down to the war galleys. As the fire ships keep pushing this away. Next one in the Colosseum. That would be epic. Do they still do events there, or is it just like a tourist site? I actually don't know about that. Honestly, it would be awesome if it was still an active event venue. So, fire ships pushing back. It feels like Stoneplease just, he had a longer Dark Age, longer uptiming, and wasn't punished. Wasn't punished for this. Now losing a couple of fishing ships, but he's still up 19 to 13. A few on the forward dock, he'll go repair that dock again. As the war galleys hit the fire ships. Lots of fires over here. Fishing ships back and forth to the whale. They're just like, oh, we just want to drop off our gold. Don't mind us just passing underneath all this fire. Just passing. Fire ships on the other side fended off from the dock. Fire is going down. And now lots of fires from Lucho. Feels like he's going mostly fire. We're not seeing Hulks now. Maybe they were over-nerfed, the War Hulk at least, but we never see Hulks in the mid-game. It's always fire plus War Galley. There's siphons now for Stone Please. KD is ahead for Lucho, despite being 2k down in resources collected, so at least we have a bit of an asymmetrical game now, as we have enough War Galleys trying to camp docks. Lucho also didn't sell the stone like Stone Please did. Stone Please again. Being the stone seller. Saying, I have too much stone. Please take it off my hands. Now, remember, no demos. I saw Dragon start trying to add demos on this map. When you get Imp, Italians will have all 3 ships, will have all the upgrades. The only thing they miss would be heavy demo. And Dravidians have literally everything, and also have Thericidae. So now, as long as it's a close game, no one really getting a huge advantage. My question then becomes, how useful are Thericidae? There are a couple of War Hulks. Maybe it's useful to have a couple added in against the fires, as the fire ships get amassed. A couple here and there doing some work. And if they're far enough away from the galleys, they won't be threatened. And Stone Please making that swap to the Hulks. Still only galley plus fire lines for Lucho. And Stone Please maybe holding. KD maybe getting a bit more even. Now those Hulks, when they're separated from the galleys and working out, they use the mangrove to try to get some separation. As mangrove forests they gotta sail around. And now Stone Please coming forward for the fish. Maybe the downside of doing all your docks on the back at the start of the game is that now when you're fighting with your military in the front, you have to bring your fish to the front, and they're more exposed. So careening for Stone Please. I think that's already in. Yeah, 4+1. Careening's already in for Lucho. Easier for the Italians, and Lucho may be looking at going Imp. Stone Please doing the gold mining. Ooh, not having the gold mining upgrade. I don't know the exact timings in the current water meta. Maybe I'll need to pay more attention to that, but in the old galley Myco, you would always do the gold upgrade on your way from feudal to castle. That's when you need a few more vills on gold. Fires may be surrounding Lucho's navy. War Hulk coming in from the back too. That'll go down quickly to the war galleys, but slow them down for the fires to do more damage. Doc still pumping out fires. Feels like now Stone Please is getting the initiative. Pushing into Lucho's docks. And Lucho still taking the oysters from the corner. Will this game actually go Imp? It looks like everyone's investing so heavily into the Castle Age it won't. And I think Stone Please now that Eco is really kicking in, still having, what, 55 to 49 vills, and 18 to 13 fishing ships, where the fishing ships are useful gathering gold. People skip ballistics now? People prefer going for clinker construction, which is the movement speed. And I noticed that usually is the preference to ballistics. You're still rushing the university, but it's for a different upgrade. Because if you don't have that, then you can't take proper fights where the ships run away. And the movement speed for catching ships with fires is better than the ballistics for catching ships with war galleys. As the ships you're catching with war galleys would be fires that resist the damage anyway. But there you go, Stone Please, as he pushes forward, takes the game. So Dravidians with a longer Dark Age, you get pushed a bit. We saw Lucho pushing him back, but res collected still 2.5k ahead, maintained the res lead, and even with the negative KD, Lucho still had the better KD at the end. But Stone Please consistently had more ship numbers, more of that military count, eventually led to better fights. Military count and the brief addition of the Hulks. Eco ahead the entire game. And played the water to perfection. You know, that's a good point. Gold mining upgrade maybe not as important when there are whales and oysters, since your fishing ships are doing the gold mining. Oh, was that a disconnect? Lucho's hosting again. I don't. They had a disconnect before. I don't see anything in their chat that it was a disconnect, so I think that was just the GG. Seems like all the momentum was heading for Stoneplease's way. That was Dravidians over Italians, their water map civ. As part of the drafting, I would think Lucho maybe could just skip Italians, give Stoneplease almost a free win on the water map, and focus civs for all other maps. But, I mean, it's always interesting how you want to prioritize. If you allow yourself to have a worse civ for some maps, prioritize having better civs for other maps. So let's see what they're hosting. It looks like it is Satan now for Lucho. And maybe this will be our Tupi mirror. Still don't know if it'll be a mirror. I mean, maybe Pantanal is for the Tupi mirror. This looks like it might be Jurchens versus Maya, actually. Or versus Berbers. Or Wei. Vietnamese for Skirm is also an option. If I think Lucho wants to get Vietnamese against wherever he thinks Stoneplease leaves the Maya. So on to game 3. Will be Jurchens versus Maya on Satan. So different approaches. Who knows what the Jurchens will do? We've seen FC Grenadiers. We've seen instant drushes. We've seen full scouts. Seem pretty versatile. The Maya, probably men-at-arms into archers. Thanks for putting in the hours. You're enjoying the casting? Well, thank you very much. Make sure also to give a follow over to the Onamaru stream. They are the hosts of this event. We're at 1,712 followers. We've just about doubled the follower count from before the qualifier. We were at like mid-900s. So if we can hit 2K over the weekend, that would be crazy. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for taking a break from T90's community games to come over here and join us. And Senef Gens 2000, thank you for the follow. So both players with hunt bonuses. Maya hunt, along with all their resources, lasts longer. And Jurchens for Lucho will simply not have hunt decay. $4,476 viewers are watching this match on 12 streams. I'm guessing the Spanish language civs probably. Or the Spanish language casters, not civs. I'm probably doing pretty well for a Lucho game. Well, thank you, Cicero. Thank you for the merciful comment. So here you have Lucho as the blue Jurchens to the north, Stoneplease as the red Maya to the southeast. Lucho's forests all spawn together. I have a lumber... Oh, he's a wonderful lumber camp nook on this acacia forest. Maybe happy that his forests spawn together, but the front of his map will be difficult to wall. His golds are kind of towards the back, but he has a setup where one tower keeps most of his base safe. Dad jokes? I don't know if that's a dad joke. I think that's just a 6-hour into the stream reading someone's name joke. It's like a strong bad email level joke, only a compliment. So forward walls already for Stone Please. He might go for a barracks and go for the instant drush with the Maya. With the Nineville start, you can skip Loom, or that's just a lumber camp. Ooh, he got me excited for the instant drush, but no, it's just a lumber camp. Just normal things. That's the idea on this map. This was one of those... We had a few different thought processes for maps, but this is one of those... Nego Drama gave me some areas in Brazil to try to make maps for. And Satan was one. I looked at some images. It was dry. It was arid. Apparently had trees that are, I guess, similar to the African acacia trees. Similar enough that I can use the graphics for them. And I just kind of made a map over that concept. That's where the cracked terrain came from. Pretty open, aggressive, also kind of fit the niche we needed for this type of map in the map pool. This is Amazon post wood chopping. So you can fit TCs down here, but multipliers for 25% downhill damage, 20% cracked terrain damage, and they are paper thin when mangonels come forward. Why does the Maya have idle TC time? Can be tricky, honestly, if you're skipping Loom to keep Vil production going as the Maya on the 9 start, at least in my experience. Because you also start with minus 50 food. So if you're really pushing the Loom skip, you have to be 100% efficient on your TC. Any small inefficiency gives you idle time. And one Javelina still not taken, but I guess if it lasts longer, maybe you don't take it. Don't think Lucha will lame here. I think Lucha wants his scout HP. So no early drush from either player. We'll have the barracks for Stone Please. Against Eagles, the Jurchens might have Grenadiers as an option. They're their Castle Age unit from the archery range. They throw a grenade that does bonus damage against infantry. They are in general very strong, but also easy to kill. Also, because you start with the extra Vil, you also have to keep in mind that you might get housed at a point when you won't with other civs. So your timing might be slightly off for when you do the house in your build order. So Feudal Age, we will see the effects of that idle time as the scout will be for Lucho up and finding a Vil at the back of the wood line. Ooh, maybe that Vil hidden behind the tree wasn't seen.
Shot it.
Oh, Stone Please has to be careful not to run into the TC. Stable for Lucho. Stone Please wants to see something. It is the fact that his opponent is going scouts. Wants to see that the stable is what's going up. Scout Cav for Lucho getting to the back of Stone Please's base. Stone Please will be able to do a lumber camp on this wood line. One of his wood lines super far forward. Lucho wall into the TC, then happy to have 3 wood lines altogether.
Ashike. Shot it. Ashike. Shot it.
So Eagle attacking the scout, and we'll have an archery range up for Lucho.
Tabish.
And then archers here for Stone Please. So archers for both. No heavy scout investment. We have seen double, triple stable scouts. Just scouts immediately into archers, and maybe this is just for skirms rather than archers. Knowing against the Maya, you're against archers. Now it's a question of how quickly can Stone Please go forward and apply pressure to Lucho versus needing to defend against Lucho's scouts. Stone Please trying to go for a bigger wall off. Did wall the gold in fully. Didn't wall the wood line in completely. Wants to wall towards the TC, but that'll let the scouts at least idle the Vils a tiny bit more. Stone Please still has that maybe half a Vil advantage after that idle time since he is the Maya. And a blacksmith here for Lucho. Blacksmith for Lucho. And those will be Scout Cav and Skirms for Lucho Just patrolling the middle of the map. No one really pushing in yet. Stone, please, trying to wait until he has more eagles and archers. You have to be really careful with your walling here. The TC does not stop scouts from running in. So if you do see scouts running in, you have Stone, please, here would have to react with very quick walls. Skirms behind the wood line. Hitting vills. As the scouts keep hovering around, we'll have fletching for Stone, please. And Stone, please, with the eagles maybe pushing out. No spears added into the military, so scout skirm against eagle archer. Armor coming in for the eagles. I think fully upgraded scouts, bloodlines, forging armor win very well against feudal eagles. But that's also more expensive than it is simply to do armor on the eagles. Eagles with armor, when scouts don't have upgrades, I think are pretty hard to kill. Pineapple bush is a bit exposed. These are reskinned berries. Lucho trying to finish the walls. Probably close enough to the TC. This is okay. He's trying to wall himself up fully in a circle. Is there an overforage there? No. But Weakville gets away from the pineapple bushes. Lucho still with the scouts in the back, thinking about when to jump. Horse collar for Lucho. This is... Ooh, that's open. Ooh, Vil hops just in the TC just in the nick of time. Stone, please, doesn't want to go in. He doesn't want to jump in too deeply into the heart of Lucho's base. Armor now for the archers. Armor for the cav. Lucho not on gold. The way he's walled himself, he's left his golds exposed. All three of his golds spawning on one side. Every player does have one pit with their own personal gold at the bottom of a pit. But here, all three of his golds together, he needs to control this area of the map. Honestly, the way he walled leaves the gold kind of open. Also more gold here because the two middle golds spawned on the right. All the gold spawned on the right side of the map this game. Lots of coin flips all falling in the same direction for that. Scouts, they can't really fight this. It's too much military for Stone, please, but at the same time, he doesn't want to fight skirms. Where are the skirms? There's only 5 skirms. So Lucho not really investing too much into the skirms. He wants a lot of farms. He wants forging. And so the question then becomes, does he try to go... I don't think he should jump now. I think he needs to get bloodlines somehow, but his golds are way too far outside for bloodlines. He needs 100 gold. And stopping the skirm production, he's going to restart it now. Maybe necessary to keep the stable and TC running. Does have less idle time than Stone, please. But both with about 15 seconds in feudal. And the scouts trying to jump. The scouts, there was a quick wall that wasn't up in time, and now the scouts are on Vills. The forging just finishes. A spear comes over, but the scouts from Lucho are on Stone, please's mining camp. He didn't get the quick wall up in time. The scouts are in. And they're kind of dying to spears and eagles. But all in all, I think that's a great fight for Lucho. Res collected still the same. He killed 4 Vills now. 41 to 37 Vil lead. Padded archer armor for Lucho. As the eagles are trying to break in, he has to throw up a tower on his wood line. The egalos are in. They are hoovering. There are quick walls underneath the base of the tower. Archer is not able to pick off a Vil there. The archers will keep running around. They can get to... This is open. This is open. They can get out if they want to. Has the Weakville not picking it off for the eagles. Stone, please, standing under the tower. He has way too much to micro. He might have the fastest APM, even too much for him to micro. And he'll just get out. He'll just get out. 12 to 6 KD for Lucho. Alright, res collected still close. Maya Eco still is the Maya Eco. That's what I was worried about, not being fully walled by the TC earlier when scouts get in. And get in they did.
Tabish. Ashike.
Scouts getting ready to jump eagles. Eagles chasing skirms back. And wheelbarrow for Lucho. Scout numbers growing, but still no bloodlines. 5 on gold, however. 5 on gold. And if Lucho, I don't think he wants to fight. I don't think he wants to fight yet. I think he needs to wait for bloodlines. Doing a good job keeping his military grouped up. He stays here much longer. Stone Please will overchop his woodline. And Castle... Oh, okay, this is crucial. Castle Age versus bloodlines. If Lucho takes a fight and wins it, the scouts run in and Stone Please is dead. If Stone Please camps the TC and gets the Castle Age, the Eagles get their +3 attack. And suddenly he can do more upgrades. Stone Please has to avoid overchopping the wood line. He will do a tower. Is that the right spot for a second tower? Buying stone. Oh, Stone Please has to be walled here. He did that. That wall doesn't even finish everything. He's setting 3 vills to wall. He's adding stone walls by the gold mine. There is a hole, and he fixes it. This is still open. The scouts trying to get in. That bloodlines is a big investment for Lucho. Stone Please has to... Stone Please saying, buy stone at the market. He had been selling so much stone, he needs to buy it now. Saying, please, I need stone for stone walls. Skirms forward. How well can they stop vills from walling? That house might go down. Stone Please needs to wall behind the house. Stone Please... The scouts are in. He's running. The rest of the base is mostly walled, but he's running away. Still has some gold, and behind this, Lucho's able to click up. Lucho fully upgraded feudal scouts now. 12 scouts. And Stone Please needed to wall there. He needed to keep walling. Stone Please has a tiny bit of stone left. And he's still 15 seconds from being up. He needs to time this fight properly so that the Eagles get their Castle Age boost. And 5 seconds away, maybe this is the timing. This is going to be close. And will the scouts go down? The Eagles now +3 attack, but I think too many Eagles went down. The scouts going down too, though. And Stone Please may have stabilized. 8-1 Eco KD, though, for Lucho. And another barracks, but I think barracks plays right into the hands of the Jurchens, who could go Step Lancer Grenadier. Triple stable now for Lucho, pumping out Scout Cav on his way up. Also, full feudal scouts can be effective even against Castle Age Eagles, because you're forcing the Eagles to do upgrades to fight properly, and you still have light cav. Oh, that's... a bit of walling there. He thought he could go to the other side of the TC, but Lucho still managed to force the fight. So, misread on the situation from Stone Please. And quick defensive tower. Still no real way to fight the crossbows during this transition. And Lucho... engaging with scouts, no ballistics. If there were ballistics, that'd be one thing. He dodges vills on the tower. That tower might not go up. The crossbows have a hill advantage. Now it's time for Stone Please to raid vills. Lucho has a good eco advantage, but that could disappear in a hurry if it's now his turn to run vills. Stone Please might need to work his way back towards his base, though, and try to group up with reinforcements. Double range, double barracks. The Maya will be pumping cheap crossbowmen along with eagles. Eagles themselves really aren't that expensive. We'll need to find a way for ballistics at some point. Oh, and thank you also Hyperion Omega for the sub. Thank you for using your Prime sub. Really does help support all the stream and the map scripting. Oh, so this is going to be light cav husbandry and armor. I think Stone Please needed to be running that whole time. Needed to swap identity with a different German player, but he wasn't running. Making like their trains. Can he still take the fight against the light cav though? What is the armor? What is the armor going to do? What is the pathfinding? The light cav trying to take the hill. And I think the light cav clear this. They should clear all of the crossbowmen. And the score for Lucho going to climb, as is the KD. Have another range. Well, the Maya, at least their crossbowmen are cheap. Thank you, the 1Y, for the follow. Yeah, that's fine. Prime is helpful too. And there is the pikeman. Pikeman from Stone, please. And where will the step lancers go? They'll try to fight the palisade. Yeah. Well, Cav can't push. If there's one civ that can recover from losing a group of crossbows, it's the Maya. Their discount in the Castle Age is minus 20% cost for their crossbowmen. 3 ranges, they can sustain that production. This would be a very different situation had Stone Please somehow gotten ballistics earlier. The Vil counts are still very similar. As a workshop, though, for the Jurchens, they can do rocket carts, they can do scorpions. So if this game turns on Castle Age Siege Engineers, that would be something else. More scouts, but this time against pikemen. So pikemen in the mix against all the light cav. These farms are exposed. Those farms are the definition of exposed. Armor now for infantry for Stone, please. And perhaps easier to micro. Crossbowmen, eagles want to pick off the scorpion. More pikemen in here, and I don't know if this is a good fight for Lucho. Trying to jump the crossbows away from the pikemen. I think the step lancers might go down here. Maybe everything goes down for both players. This is maybe a cheaper fight for the Maya. Oh, thank you, Ephraim. Thank you for the sub. Light cav going down, but the crossbows are cleaned.
Which no son of Europe has ever seen.
Crossbows are all cleaned.
Shot it.
And overall KD better for Lucho. His army's still more expensive though. The res collected is a bit more worrying for me. Light cav by themselves, you get enough crossbowmen, you can deal with it. I am more worried about the scorpions. And Stone, please, if he keeps losing small groups of crossbows here and there, won't be able to keep taking fights. And also, Grey Shrimp, thanks for using your Prime sub for the Onamaru stream. I think we had a sub goal of 10 there, so maybe we just hit it. So thanks for supporting the Onamaru stream too. And okay, quick wall time. Quick walls for Stone, please. He's saying, I need stone, and no, he doesn't get the stone walls in time. Lucho attacking the gate foundation, but he's in with light cav and step lancers. These vills are dying. There it is. This right here does it. Stone, please, couldn't make it work with the Maya. Had some opportunities where he took good fights, but now that the Scorpions are out to deal with the crossbowmen and the raid is in, there it is. Lucho goes up 2-1. And Stone, please, who did so well in the previous round of the qualifier, now one step away from being eliminated by Lucho. Remember, if Lucho does lose in this bracket, he will be eligible for the Latin American qualifier Tuesday and Monday, or Monday and Tuesday. Let's say the days in order. His name should be Stone Walls, please. I feel that the game kind of hinged on that feudal age house going down when Stone Please didn't wall behind it. His villagers yelling Stone Please for the walls they needed to keep them alive, but then they all died. So Jurchens over the Maya. And what map? It will be Araucarias as our next map. And let's take a guess at the civs there. I mean, Berbers, Way, Bohemians. I think it has to be one of those for Stone, please. Vietnamese, Persians, and we have seen Georgians here a lot. I don't think that works. I think it has to be Vietnamese for Lucho. Now 10-3 Cubs. Thank you, our base. Who do we have pitching today? Guessing it's Vietnamese Way. Now Vietnamese Berbers. Senga. Ah, okay. Yeah, he had a decent rookie year and feels like he's kind of on the Viper side of washed up now. Oh, now Manaya. Viper catching strays. Catching some baseball strays. Alright, so Vietnamese Berbers. Berbers will have the faster moving vills for fighting in the Dark Age over the Boers. So 8 seconds, and who's ready for some Rage Force like boar luring? I have 3 groups of 3 javelinas, and players will go out after them right away. The Georgians had been a shore fishing civ on this map for Lucho, but not going to see that here. Vietnamese, I spelled Vietnamese wrong. There we go. So, Lucho, Vietnamese, blue to the north. Stone Please, Berbers, red to the south. Faster moving vills, 0.84 to 0.8. Will he get to the javelinas in the middle first? Scouts are there. The javelinas are wandering around. Stone Please can shoot. Can he take all 3? Oh, Lucho went to fight the scout. Lucho went to fight the scout. And he will get all 3. So just to double check, because we had a bug from Vinchester's game. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Double checking, doing the admin work that there are 3 shorefish in each of the ponds. So, now we have a scout fight on the hill, some houses from Stone Please to delay the javelinas. He has loom, went for the instant loom. So the forward vills from Lucho will lame, he's doing loom too, and immediately we have some Dark Age action. Lumber camp will be in the back for Lucho, as Stone Please garrisons to shoot the javelinas under the TC. He'll grab all 3 of them. And some laming. Oh, the capybaras, look at them waddling away. As the deers are lamed. And the vills, as they head to the other side, could grab 3 javelinas. On the right, though, Stone Please ready to lure in 3 javelinas. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, took an uphill hit there, so not too bad for him. Lucho will find the javelinas over here to the west. And will he fight? Wants to fight the scout. So Stone Please has to be careful with his scout. Now if Stone Please wins this, we will go probably to a 2P mirror on Pantanal as game 5. That would be amazing. This is Stone Please's second home map. Won his first home map. Stone Please's sets have been 5-game epic masterpieces so far throughout these qualifiers. And he's gonna try to... Oh, he needs to bring the boars back. He can garrison the TC and shoot them. Can he shoot? Yes. 1, 2, 3. He saves them. He saves them. That build doesn't have much HP. He needs to kill the boars. Or the javelinas. That's why you don't mess around too much under the TC. Don't let them walk back after all that work. Well, he now has 6 javelinas he can take. 1 still out here, 5 under the TC. And the question is whether or not he will dock. There's a Vil there from Lucho. Hello, a Vil there from Stone Please. Both just looking for the other javelinas that are already taken. Lucho getting his under the TC. 2 chasing that Vil. Is there 1 walking somewhere? No, he'll get them in. He'll get the food. And dock now from Stone Please. So this is his home map. He thinks the dock is worth it. Stone Please is victorious. That looks like a drop. Oh, some internet problems in this set. Let's see if we got a drop there. That is definitely not a GG, even though Lucho's housed. Didn't look like anyone really had an issue there. Like it wasn't someone stopped moving their units. Theogor, thank you for the follow. Was this me who dropped? Did we just have some lag on the stream? Why wasn't Hart in the first qualifier, asks YouTube. Because he was traveling back from Red Bull and wasn't around to play then. Alright, what just happened? And did I drop from the game? What did Arbase say? Stream is working fine. Stone please asked to check for bugged map. How is the map bugged? Wait, what? Is it a re? I have no idea. Was it bugged? The only bugged map I saw there was that one Vinch sent me. Yeah, check now, they're out of the game. Wait, why are they in Pantanal now? What just happened? I'm out of the game now, Arbase. I can check the rec. It didn't look bugged to me. They're hosting Pantanal. Did Stone please, like, resign there? What just happened? I mean, nothing looks bugged to me. Goldstone in the back for both players. They have their resources. 3, 3, 3. The deer were there. They were laned. We checked the fish. This looks fine to me. Why are they hosting Pantanal now? Why are they in Pantanal in a 2P mirror? Wait, what just happened? Let's hope the golds are even. What just happened? Hey, did you just say GG? Like that makes no sense. We're gonna... What? You didn't want to play the map, I guess? Oh, okay, I'm gonna guess that's 2-2 Stone Please, and we're going to a 2P mirror on Pantanal? He lost the Vil, apparently? Okay. You call it GG after losing a Vil? I thought he had a really good Civ matchup too, Vietnamese against Berbers. I feel like he should have won that. Like, just based on the Civ matchup, if it goes late, feels like losing a Vil is... What? I mean, maybe Lucho just has to go somewhere and he's trying to finish the games fast? Alright, well, let's load into Pantanal then. Okay, well, they're playing game 5. Alright, so TC's up for Lucho and for Stone Please.
Yes.
Oh, and Stone Please asked Arbase if the golds are even. They look very even here. We spent a long time evening out the golds. So he wasn't asking about that map. That's the downside of Capture Age, maybe not capturing the post-game chat. We don't see a GG. So I guess Lucho lost the Vil, and then called the game. The amount of incredulity? I'm very incredulous. Yes, that he's still... yeah, Stone Please still traumatized about having a bad TC location on a Nomad map. So okay, it's a 2P mirror. I guess this is FC Blackwood Archers. Alright, Javelina taken by the TC. I need to update my in-game scoreboard too. So this is our 2P mirror. It all comes down to a 2P mirror on Pantanal. Both players with a TC on a small woodline and a gold. Players trying to get lots of capybaras under the TC. You gotta wonder what Lucho's mindset then is. Up 2-1, loses a Vil, and then calls GG. Maybe he just feels confident in himself in the 2P mirror? Yeah, Arbase thought that checking the golds was for the previous game. Now he understands the message from Stone Please. This is also the downside of... I absolutely hate the fact that we have a 2-minute spectator delay. I don't think spectator delays stop cheating at all, and it just makes it much harder on the admins to admin stuff. But anyway, Feudal Age first for Lucho, 21 vills up. So could he be going for some type of archer play in Feudal? It feels like Stone, please. I mean, Stone for both of them has to be FC Blackwood Archers. I don't think there's anything other than FC Blackwood Archers that they could play here. So Stone on the outside on a settlement, Stone on the outside on a settlement. Pretty much the same build here, only Stone please staying Dark Age a tiny bit longer. And I'm gonna do one thing. I'm just gonna, hold on, I'm gonna swap the scoreboard because their TC locations swapped from their starting locations where they had their vills. So I think that scoreboard makes more sense. Stone please TC on the western island, Lucho on the eastern island. What happened? I wish I knew. So, Feudal Age, a little over a minute behind for Stone please. Lucho heading up and down the middle as Stone please is lowering in more javelinas, grabbing more capybaras. The extra capybara maps are probably nice for Stone please because he has the APM to micro them. And there's Lucho up to the Feudal Age. And Loom for Lucho. You see, shoots down the javelina there. And it'll be Villager plus Loom for Stone please. Now, this was the home map for Lucho, so maybe he has practiced this 2P build quite a bit. Stone please up to the Feudal Age. I have to wonder, how would that... What's the civ with... Is it the Mapuche who have the Guetra Warrior? I wonder how they would do going FC unique unit, because they have a Skirm unique unit archer against the Blackwood Archer. I'm sure we're going to see castles. We have the stone for the castles already, as they're up to the Castle Age. Double bit axe now for both players. Stone please should be able to go up. And there he is. So 14 seconds of idle time versus 4 seconds of idle time. Res collected similar. Maybe some more outposts for Lucho. I always do like the Loom plus Town Watch feudal on Nomad. Lucho, could he steal some capybaras? No. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, there's 3 capybaras. Lamed a bit. Stone please his own TC. Stone please doing his own outposts. No Champy Rush. Champy Rush has been nerfed a bit. So this is the downside of the slower up timing for Stone please. He's going to be castle dropped. 30 seconds away. And what is that? That's a house. In the fog of war, will Stone please see this? He could just YOLO all his vills to vill fight, maybe. Oh, he sees it. He sees it. And what does he do now? Yeah, there go all the vills. He can maybe block off all potential castle spots if he spreads the vills out. Oh no, there's the castle. Still a minute away from the Castle Age. He could maybe do a quick tower as he vill fights. I think he would need a tower. And his vills on the gold are doing nothing for him. He's going to try to vill fight this from Lucho. Big vill fight going on right now. And Lucho's losing HPs on the vills. I think he has so many vills he should finish this. Stone please, if he had reacted immediately with a tower and fletching, then maybe he stops this. Lucho coming forward with more vills. This castle goes up and Stone please is underneath it with his vills. He's going to lose all of them. He only has 1 vill mining stone now. He's not going to stop this with a vill fight. He's not going to stop it with a vill fight. He's trying to run away. He's going to lose vills now. And Stone please with the slower uptime. Well, he'll only lose 1 vill. Time for him to drop a castle, but that castle will be with Blackwood Archers chasing him. And that one doesn't hit the TC, so I think Lucho has won this game. Lucho is sending capybaras forward because why not? Make it harder to quick wall the vills, I guess. I mean, Lucho only has 13 vills. Wait, Lucho has 13 vills. Stone please has 21. Lucho lost some vills in that fight. He lost 10 vills. What is this game? Chat, it's 14 versus 14 villagers. Does this castle go up? Okay, Stone Please down to 11 vills. 10. 93%. 7 vills left. There are 3 vills over here. 1 vill left. 99.75%. And he calls the GG. With 3 vills left. 3 versus 14. I think if Stone Please had just done a tower, he actually would have stopped the castle, or at least killed more vills. And the 2P mirror, the enough 8 Blackwood archers out. What was that? But congrats to Lucho. Didn't need game number 4. He was just like, let's get this over with. He was like, I could play a 90-minute game of a Black Forest-like map, or I could just YOLO a castle drop and win in 1437. 99.75%, the ultimate doubt castle. As where are Stone Please's vills? He's got 3 vills. Where are they? So he's got 1 over here, and he's got 2 more somewhere. Okay, close that, and then 2 more over here. Those 2 just they didn't want anything to do with that. They were just chilling to the side. Yeah, he had the stone to drop 2 towers immediately. Right? I think when you see that, you drop 2 towers, you do fletching, and the rest of your vills vil fight. And you stop the castle. I mean, because if the castle goes up, you kind of lose the game due to the timing, because you're not going to get your own castle drop with the Blackwood archers. You had to commit immediately to the towers. But dang, that was a very quick final 2 games, 22 to 10 KD. I was not prepared for that. I'm still trying to figure out where the resignation was for losing a vill. Let's go back and check out game 4 for a moment. I'm still curious what happened. So I need to do some scoreboard checking. So Stone Please won that. Lucho won that. Oh, I see towers fail. You just need to commit to the tower properly. I guess Stone Please chose wisely in finishing the set as fast as possible. Let's just check this real quick. So let's just go back to the previous game where it was Vietnamese Berbers on Araucarias. Like, that game was so short the dashboard didn't even pick it up. And swap their sides on the scoreboard. Alright, and so where are the vills here from Lucho? We're just gonna try to watch the vills. Where does he lose a vill? He doesn't lose one yet. He has some over here. He has a vill over there. He's gonna block 3 javelinas. We'll have Stone Please. Not even harassing with the scout. Sees there's nothing there. Still don't see a lost vill. Maybe soon? Scout doing some spin moves there. Oh, the javelinas walk back. Okay, so that's annoying for him first off. Here comes another vill. Oh, that javelina's uphill. Gets a couple of hits. This vill over here just chilling still. No vill lost. Everything's still fine. Okay, the weak vill, not the one that shoots it. And that's it. Oh, well, it's restarting. Well, if if you lost the vill, I don't think I have the rec for it. Don't try to understand. Let's maybe try not to understand. I'll need to download the rec, which I can't do because the dashboard doesn't have it. But anyway, 3-2 Lucho, he'll advance. The run of Stone Please ends in the first round, or the second round this time. And we have one more set going on right now. We have Kasva versus MBL. We can check that out. Let me grab their drafts, and this will be the last one for today. And a bit of a spoiler, we're going to join the second game. MBL did win game number 1. That was on Amazonia. And for game... Oh, that was Malay over Vietnamese. And then for... Oh, I also put the right bands there. Game number 2, we'll have Ceja dos Corajas. We've been in there for 32 minutes. Romans versus Wei. And let's join this. So I'll put MBL in the red. So Kasva as the Cyan Wei to the west, MBL as the red Romans to the north. Let me just update our stream title once more. MBL versus Kasva. And Kasva up. And let's see, so Kasva repairing a stable, MBL pushing with men-at-arms. Fletching for MBL. So the first map MBL playing here, fairly standard for him as far as unit composition is concerned, as far as walling. And we'll have padded archer armor for MBL. They were around 32 minutes into this game when I joined it. So Kasva will maybe take some damage, but try to use the Wei economy to catch up with the free vills. PC up for MBL. And just booming for MBL. It'll be a castle, though, for Kasva as the way. So Tiger Cav for him. MBL will have to deal with Tiger Cav. Pikeman Wheelbarrow on the way. He went for a forward Mangonel push, but I feel like Tiger Cav probably stopped that. Monks for MBL now. Pumping out of the monastery. I feel like they're probably 40-plus minutes into the game by the time we catch up. So Tiger Cav raids on MBL's eco. MBL's starting to fall behind in vills. 9 by 10 vills now, trying to counterattack with the Mangonels, pushing into Kasva's base, pushing into the TC. That's a Mangonel from Kasva, but MBL is good Mangonel micro even against Tiger Cav. So Scorpion's pikeman and Kasva will repair the TC. Chainmail armor for MBL. Pikeman still clearing everything. I think those are some Shinbei raiders to try to deal with the pikemen. As Kasva's trying to counterattack, hit the wood lines, Centurions from MBL. What's that unit? I've never seen it before. Romans very rarely make those. There's Ballistics, Town Watch, Handcar upgrades for Kasva. There's a good score lead. Good Bill lead too. Almost closed on res collected. That Roman eco is insane too. There is Handcart for MBL. Heavy plow for MBL, both players up to imp. And I said 40, maybe I underestimated. Looks like Kasva's in the lead, so MBL, we know he's a player who's going to hold on. It'd be nice if we get into this and it's a competitive set. Chemistry, Squires, Bracer all coming in. Heavy Scorpion and Squires for MBL. Heavy Scorpions 2 under the TC shooting down the Shinbei Raiders. And Scorpions hitting the TC here. Oh, what was going on in this mini-map? Alright, 15 minutes in. Kasva with a score lead. Remember, 90 minutes in, there is a score victory. I was not expecting this map to be the one that might head for a score victory, but now camping atop the terraces is Kasva with some castles. I'm noticing just how limited the farming space would be if we did have the rock terrain again. Alright, that is a massacre in the middle, some heavy scorpions from MBL, maybe closing the score a bit. MBL at 200 pop, Kasper struggling a bit to stay there, but he's got 20 hussars in the queue, maybe needs a few more stables. Trying to camp all the hills with traction trebs, Halbs to stop the raids. And is the fast forward slowing down? Are we getting close to real time? The dashboard said 30 minutes, so we've been watching this for a while. If I zoom in, it'll speed up more. Are we close to real time yet? Kaspa pushing with Trebs, pushing this TC. TC goes down. Last Furnace Parthian. Fork, thank you for raiding Onamaru's channel. We're, I think, caught up to real time now. Alright, so 15 minutes into the game. The Tiger Cap for the way were insanely powerful for Kaspa early on. MBL losing his relics. MBL the heavy favorite in this set, leading 1-0. Kaspa trying to steal a game off of him. And the Shinbei Raiders here will be fighting heavy scorpions, not what they really want to fight. But this is the type of game with Wei and Romans, neither of whom have particularly good anti-building siege that can be hard to close out. And this is feeling something like a candidate to go to that 90-minute time limit. So Scorpion's pushing forward here. Ville's hit by the Hussars. And another castle in the middle. Ville's YOLOing forward for the castle. Wow. Capture Rage jumping back and forth has got so much to render. MBL 106 Vills, but they're more efficient Roman Vills, so the Romans need perhaps fewer Vills than other civs, but it's a 4k score lead for Kasva. And he's got 30 minutes either to win the game or to hold on to that score lead. I'm gonna use a double checking game that they did use. Yes, they used the timer, so they'll see the number of years remaining. And Trib's going for the TC. Cav converging here on the Shinbei Raiders. MBL still trying to hold, trying to stay at 200 pop. He now gets behind Kasva's army. With Pikeman will be pushing down the hill again. And trying to get us around. Hussar versus Light Cav. Pikeman pushing the traction trebs. The trebs go for the market. On the other side, some Light Cav hitting Halbs. Trying to raid Vills. Vills going down to Light Cav. Going down, we'll have a castle in the mountains for Kasva. Another castle in the south. Kasva's just securing all the tops of the terraces. Well done with his castle positionings. Look at this. This almost looks like a campaign. It probably would were the wood still there. What, like, you got the farms on the terraces, castles guarding it, AI villagers going idle? Kasva, put your vills somewhere. We got 37 vills right here. MBL needs a good siege manager shot here. T90 for a couple of T90 farms, it's not that bad. Scorpions trying to hit the Shinbei Raiders. Pikemen poking them down. Traction Treb going for the Scorpions. Scorpions keep pushing. It's over 5k score now, so we're at ACCM territory. We're at the territory where, no matter what happens, I don't think MBL can come back and score. And Kasva having castles atop all of the hills is going to be really hard to push. Maybe MBL even could eventually win. But Kasva 2 relics to 0. There's got to be some relics out there. Oh, MBL could grab 3. I see 3 relics. 1, 2, where's the third? Oh, over there, hello. Could be 3 to 2 relics soon. F looks okay to me. Is it just an F on the Onimaru stream? Rip. Okay, I see the Onimaru stream ripping. Alright. Oh, F5 people? F5. Let's see, is that back? Oh, nope. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Let's see. My stream is fine. I think it's... maybe it's back? Yeah, F5 worked. Okay, now it's good. Now it's good. That's weird. 4 streams I'm doing one right now, and one of them dropped. So hopefully we're good. We need to recombine the chats, though. Only a lack of request cam. Let me message Nego Drama. See if we can recombine the chats. Start sharing chat. Looks like the stream dropped briefly. Are you around to recombine the chats? Let's see if Nego Drama's still around. Only lack of a cam. Yeah, I figured might as well be going without the cam since we're doing the stream on the Onimaru channel too. Might be weird to have my personal webcam just on another channel. And it's just me. So Treb hitting the castle. Castle trying to hold. One drop in 7 hours. I think that's fairly decent as far as my internet's concerned. Much better quality than it was over the winter. MVL just can't take fights. He's not dead yet by any stretch of the imagination, but he can't take fights here. He's stuck with pikemen now. Romans have halb, right? Yeah, they have access to halb. Let me see. Yes, okay. Let's see if he can recombine the chats for us. I might need to redo a guest launch. And the Onimaru, it did briefly, Tripta. It did briefly. Trying to recombine the chats. Maybe knock again. Okay, there we go, I think. We're good. Are we combined? Someone type in the chat, see if we're combined. It doesn't look like we're combined. That is weird. Let me try that one more time. End the collaboration. End the previous one and do it again. Rip Scorpions. I think MBL, he doesn't want to resign himself to it, but I don't think that's gonna work. Here's a GG. And Kasva will take a game off of MBL. Ooh, had to catch up to that one for quite a while. MBL calls the GG. Romans not able to out-eco the way. 700 kills for Kasva. Leading in res. GG. Isn't this game 3? Nope, this is game 2 because we had to catch up to it. It was a long time, our base, for this game. Yo, hello, Dajo. It's not showing live for Trupta, really. How's the YouTube doing? Are we good on YouTube? Looks like we're good on YouTube everywhere. Oh, Toaster, thank you for the raid. You're on the Onimaru YouTube, too. Yeah, good there. So thank you, Toaster. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Effie. Let me see if the stream is back. Looks live to me. Chat not combined, but there we go. Anyway, we were getting into game number 3 of MBL versus Casfa. It'll be Valle de Silva. Absolutely crazy aggressive map. Sometimes the aggression comes from a fast castle, but aggressive nevertheless. So that was Casfa winning on MBL's home map, actually. Liked the Civ matchup maybe of Wei versus Romans. Anticipating that. MBL does a Britons. This could be Britons versus Bengalis, Britons versus Spanish on this map. Oh, you're getting a collab invite. Okay. I can accept. Allow. Okay, shared chat, yes. Alright, we're back, we're back. Okay, so Valle de Silva will be game number 3, tied 1-1. A long game, MBL didn't want to resign. Now we're all together again. I don't know why the Twitch stream dropped and the YouTube was fine. Only for the Onamaru channel, but just Twitch things, I guess. So thank you all for sticking with us all day. We're 7 hours into the stream and we got one last set to go. How did Stone Please versus Lucho end very suddenly? But Lucho did win. Have they started? We're just waiting for the lobby to launch. They're in the lobby still. They had a pretty long game last game, so we need a quick break. And here we go. It'll be Britons versus Tatars. Oh, the 2 sheep bonus civs for the map. Britons versus Tatars. I'll have MBL as the Red Britons. Am I Spirit of the Law? I am not. It was not a draw, no. Oh gosh, T90 streaming force, nothing. Thank you, Mem, for the raid on the Onamaru stream. I don't know if that was before or after we just had a drop. But thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Just waiting for MBL and Casper to go. So here we are, game number 3. Swap the scoreboard around, and here we are. Casper will be the blue Tatars to the west, MBL the red Britons to the east. I think you probably raided us while we had a brief drop, and I totally missed the raid. So thank you very much, Mem, for the raid. And we'll have a few capybaras coming in from MBL. MBL hoovering around to try to pick them up. And no instant drush. We have seen a few instances of players plopping a barracks down immediately and going for a drush, trying to catch their opponent off guard without loom. At this point, they're probably both aware of that. So the Tatars, they will have longer lasting herdables. So they'll, over time, gather more food in total from them. The Britons will gather faster, so different herdable eco bonuses. And Britons, we haven't really seen them picked in competitive games for a long time, but here they've been making a comeback simply because I added tons of capybaras. No, Spirit of the Law is Canadian. He's not American. And out here, more capybaras found for MBL. Yeah, tons of Britons picked. Tons of Britons, tons of Tatars. Yeah, it is a mostly flat map, but there are hills on the sides Tatars can use. And Kasva taking advantage of all of those herdables now. Neither player trying to push the deer. Pushing the deer with your scout does mean you're wasting time that you could be spent picking up capybaras, and both thieves say it was probably no surprise to see them focusing on the capybaras instead. Our Tatar versus Britain monks? The last time we saw this map was Aztecs versus Romans in a huge monk war. Tatar monks, no redemption. Also, Tatars are very weak to monks though, no faith, no heresy. I've seen that on Rage Forest several times. Britons, no heresy, no atonement. So I guess the Tatar monks are a bit better? At least the Britons do have faith. The Britons will be up first, MBL using the faster collection speed to go up a Ville faster.
Ready.
And they both should have loom. Loom for both of them. And we've seen a lot of men-at-arms early on. It's pretty easy to wall yourself, but you're giving up a ton of map control if you do. Even how MBL started his walls, he won't have a gold inside the walls. Kasva has gold back by the backside of his TC. And he'll be doing a barracks. He'll get a bigger wall off over to the top side of his base. Pick up a couple more capybaras too, if he wants to. Just scouting where he needs to wall. There's MBL up to feudal, and we'll look at the capybara count. 10 for Kasva, and what do we have? If I can double click. 5 for MBL. But I guess that makes sense. MBL takes them faster. Kasva's last longer, so Kasva should have the larger number under the TC at all times if they scout equally. Fletching in double bit axe for MBL. We'll have double bit axe also for Kasva. And house going up for MBL. I was heading over to the gold. Kasva will scout that. And no surprise to see the Britons going archers. Kasva going to open with skirms and try to play more defensively. So Kasva going for the walling style, where you don't wall both sides of the rock terrain, you only wall one side of it. And try to keep everything condensed over here. Blacksmith blocked by the scout. There's the blacksmith. That's a weird location directly adjacent to the gold. Could be awkward for archer pathfinding to go in and out, or skirm pathfinding. Now's the scout, and both of them have been scouring the map for capybaras. So fairly even for both of them. I think Kasva, I don't know if it's better scouting or just the fact they last longer versus taking more quickly, but he has more capybaras to the inside between the TC and the wood line, trying to keep them safe, not let them get lamed. As one person you need to be extra aware of for laming, it's MBL. House deleted for more space inside Kasva's base. Now that's how he's trying to work this walling. Lining camp on his gold. And padded archer armor for Kasva. Master Capybara Lamerick changed his name to MCL. Bracket. Oh, I still need to adjust my chat for the bot. Here's me being my own bot, giving you your bracket. I keep forgetting the bot only works in the Onomaru chat. One capybara out there for Kasva. I'm going to keep looking at that blue dot on the minimap forever. So scouts hit each other. And market for Kasva. Even if he sells stone, he's not going to be up that fast. MBL's eco, I think, looking a lot smoother, but MBL also going to hit the point soon where he's out of capybaras. He's doing a market, but MBL can market his way up. He can market his way up now. He's also selling the stone first, buying the food first, so that'll be a more expensive sell where he gets more gold, and then a cheaper buy where it costs less gold. So good timing for him, as we'll have one more market up for Kasva, but that's going to be so much slower. Trying to do a stable, and we might end up in a situation where Kasva has to play full feudal with scouts against MBL. As the skirms get in, MBL doesn't really want to fight this. What is this MBL not having enough skirms?
Ready. Maandagen.
I'll hop in the TC. Kasva could try to dive. MBL doing the same thing, walling one side, but not walling all that wide around. And Castle Age for MBL. I'll have a stable up too. Britain Knights incoming. We could see Britain Knights. I mean, we have seen Britain Knights before. They didn't work out. That was Turs against... Was that Turs? Who did he play? Was it Shikso? Whoever Turs' opponent was when Turs went Britain Knights and couldn't figure out enough Knights against the Eagles. I think it was Britain's Maya. There's another gate going up for MBL. Was it Sito? Not this round. In the previous round, in the previous qualifier. Tatars could go camels. I'm actually kind of surprised to see Kasva. He did have to use the market, but look at how much more he had to sell. 200 stone, 200 wood, 400 wood even, just to keep up with MBL's uptiming, and he's still not up at the same time. So MBL gonna have a good number of archers to turn to crossbows. He's even pushing in another deer, and we'll be able to make knights from the stable. Sorry, was it Turs Lobo? That might have been it.
Mandatum.
Vodkin crossbow. And leather archer armor elite skirm for Kasva. We've casted too many games. We've casted too many games. They all start to blend together after a while. Elite skirm bowsaw leather archer armor for Kasva. MBL buying stone. And a TC up for MBL. MBL still comes forward for MBL. I have a university for Kasva. Was it Maya versus Catans? That was probably a different matchup than I'm thinking of then. There's definitely a Knights play against Eagles that didn't work out. I thought it was Britain's, maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, 2 extra TCs. 2 extra TCs for MBL, using that Britain's cheaper TC bonus as he goes for the Mangonel push. University, as Kasva would love to get ballistics. MBL no ballistics, just extra range. And scout here for Kasva. Do you see the TC? Didn't see the TC. Found even more capybaras. MBL has to be careful about his farm placement. It's hard to get farms down on the map with the rock terrain and with the forest kind of blocking your farm space. And then this is super far open. And sometimes I do worry about the cav civs not being able to get enough farming to make stables or make knights or whatever cav they need. I think some of the cheaper units usually prevail, but I guess both these civs can go for archery range units. And Bloodlines for Kasva wants to protect the stable so he gets the research done. Knight from MBL along with the crossbow is not going to let that happen. He'll lose some cav archers. Skirm is pushing against MBL. As the Britons, he can hop in the TC, use the 8 range. And let's try to stay out of the harm's way of the skirms. Has to be careful with his vills. Stable goes down. Why all of a sudden everyone's playing Britons? It's all because of the capybaras. Every time you see a skirm raid, you die a bit as a person. That's how effective the skirm raids are. Skirm raids kill everything. Even the viewers. Yeah, so bloodlines, no bloodlines, that did get denied. Ballistics for Kasva, but not gonna have bloodlines for the cav archers, which he really does want. Against the crossbowmen. Bloodlines and ballistics for Kasva. Cav archers and skirms all in the middle of the map. We'll have bloodlines for Kasva. Is MBL getting raided by skirms? I mean, it is kind of rare to see MBL not having enough skirms. That's fair enough, fair enough. As the mangonels... Well, without the mangonels, the crossbows will get trapped. Cav archers and skirms. Skirms finally chasing down the crossbows, and 10-vil lead for MBL. I think the score is probably not reflecting the eco difference. That should grow for MBL soon. But he's losing the crossbows, and against skirms, still needs a unit to fight. Casper needs a miracle to come back. Ooh, needs a split on the mangonels. Gets that. Crossbows forward. Mangonels hitting the skirms. Skirms. That's not what he needs. Needs a good destruction of the mangonels. Well, it's still on 1 TC. He wants a forward workshop. He's got a Vil heading over there. Got a Vil heading in the right direction. Everything goes down, though. There's another siege workshop. Am I going to remove cav archers from the game? Go back to AOC balance where only the Huns make them? There's husbandry for Kasva. Cav archers have to dance away from the mangonel. Mangonel goes down. Cav archers pushing forward. Now, Kasva has a huge score lead. It feels like MBL is like super far ahead, though. I feel like the score is lying. Sometimes the score is more intuitive than I am, though, and understands the situation better. And thank you, Crazy, for the follow. TC defending. I think MBL still is walled. Might need to do some houses behind here to make sure he stays walled. And Banana, thank you for the follow. Make sure to give a follow also to the Onimaru stream. Hopefully the shared chat's still working. Scouting score inflation. I mean, they both have a lot of scouting, right? I don't think it would inflate it that much. Kasva maybe a bit more. It's the KD that's really doing it. And I don't think the KD is telling the real story of MBL up by 20 Vils. Kasva may be a chance if he can ram push the TC. But even if he does, I don't think he has enough military to kill Vils here. MBL should be able, with 3 ranges, 3 Britain ranges, get out enough crossbows, maybe even skirms to defend. He has ballistics for MBL. Cav archers for Kosovo running around. Skirms will rid the wood line. No armor. Oh, that's true. No archer armor. No ballistics even for MBL. He still needs to get his crossbows amassed, but that usually isn't a problem for the Britons. Oh, MBL's housed. That's the problem. He's housed. You think the game's looking kind of over? Over for whom? Because I think MBL has this easily, but he just needs to take one fight to clear this army, and then he should be fine. Classic MBL housed. And Ming Hitoni, thank you for the follow. MBL1. I tend to agree with you there. Kosovo is still 1 TC this whole time, and he simply hasn't done the aggression on MBL that he needed to punish the eco. Sometimes you can find someone going for that 3 TC boom, but MBL was the aggressor in early Castle Age while he was booming. So it gave him a good eco advantage to boom while Kosovo was trying to clean it up. Skirms and Cav archers falling back. Kosovo trying to grab gold. That's pretty far forward, though. MBL need the longbows? I mean, that's a long ways away. Is 0 stone. Could take the stones over here. I think he's more than happy just to push with the crossbowmen and mangonels. Nice mangonel shot on Cav archers. And the second mangonel goes down to the Cav archers even. So can he take this fight? Does he have the numbers of crossbowmen? Ram pushing. Oh, that's a ram push from Kosovo. Kosovo arming a ram push. 4 rams there. 2 knights from MBL. They got walled in on a mining camp. Kosovo can't use his ram push though. MBL has knights and vills to attack, and Kosovo has no army to support. MBL trying to use the range of the crossbows to stay out of the way of the Cav archers. Cav archers going down. There's 1 ram. The rams are going to be forced out of the workshop soon. Bringing the knights over. There's a mangonel pushing for MBL. MBL takes the score lead. There we go. Now the score is reflecting MBL's eco. 92 to 52 vills. And this is MBL's game now. Now it feels very over as, well, Kosovo retakes the score lead. I wonder if Kosovo knows how far behind he is? Or if MBL knows how far ahead he is. Like, do the players have the intuition on the game to see what we see? Well, MBL has the intuition for attack grounds. Qatar Cav Archer is still very strong. Here come the rams, the remaining rams from that workshop. That Vill repairing the Cav Archers, it looks like. MBL will send the Vills. Kosovo will turn around with the rams as MBL comes over with a knight. MBL will just fight that wheelbarrow to chase the knights more quickly, or chase the rams more quickly with the Vills. What should Kosovo have done more differently when they hit Castle Age? I think the game was decided before Castle Age. I think it was more the feudal economy of MBL organized better than the one for Kosovo. And you see that in the early market usage, where MBL sold 200 wood. Or can we go back that far? We gotta go back even farther. Yeah, MBL... gotta go really far back. There you go. He sold 200 stone. Kosovo sold 200 stone, 300 wood, and then another 100 wood. So compared to that, Kosovo is basically down 400 wood compared to MBL. And that all comes from early game engagements in feudal eco-management. And at that point, you're just kind of trying to come back. But once MBL sees it's kind of an equal army situation or a slight advantage for himself, he added the TCs, and basically playing for this type of game where he has a 50 villager lead. And just kind of waiting until he turns that eco into an army advantage. Now, if Kosovo somehow comes back from here, that would be incredibly impressive. But now, the closer MBL gets to camping the TC, the more advantage he gets with the Britain range, staying out of range of the Cav Archers. He hasn't had armor for a long time. Well, he doesn't need to play perfectly here. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed by Kosovo's army numbers. And I mean, here, I don't know what it is, MBL not making skirms. A few skirms probably clean the cav archers very well. Another forward workshop from Kosovo. Kosovo's still playing all in. MBL has to react to this, but look at the 2k9 to 2k, or the 29,000 to 22,000 res collected difference. MBL needs to just amass crossbowmen from those 4 Britain ranges. Remember, Britain ranges don't work as fast as they used to. It's only 10% instead of 20%. Nice micro against the Mangonel there. MBL still 0 on stone. This is also where a castle would stop the push and basically end the game. MBL just now showing off those new flag icons, those garrison flags in the ranges. Mangonel hits the cav archers, Knight still wandering around, skirms taking the fight. MBL needs that Mangonel to pathfind properly. He's trying to use Knights against the skirms. Knight goes down, and Mangonel hits the skirms. Nice hit from the Mangonel, and MBL can take the fight even if he loses the fight. He's at 9,000 more resources collected. He can afford to lose a fight. You see that in the score now as he's pulling ahead. He even has a 4th TC on another gold for more farming space. There's a GG from Kosovo. He realizes he's not going to push this when he sees all the MBL TCs. So let's see that. That's 124 to 112 KD for Kosovo, but not enough against this type of eco-graph. That's the type of game MBL played for once he added the TCs. Using the Britain's cheaper TC bonus to kind of fight evenly, perhaps even a losing fight against Kosovo, but long enough that he could boom. And there we go. So MBL with a 2-1 lead. And looks like all the streams are stable again. Again, thank you, Mem, for the raid. Probably while we were having a drop, but thank you nevertheless. We're also working on some Warlords maps. That'll be what I do after the stream tonight. Can it be faster? It's hard in that situation because he doesn't have the eco to push faster. It's really all about the economies there. And if he doesn't have the economy, he can't do the push. I think you really want to look more to the feudal age for where that game was decided rather than the castle age. Alright, all good on all the YouTube streams too, just double checking that we're still okay. So thank you everyone also for watching. I think we also hit let me check. I saw earlier we were at 29,999 subs on my YouTube. So did we hit the big 30k today? Refresh the page. Oh, it's 29,999. Need one more YouTube sub. That's a brilliant number. A 30,000th. Making the number round. It might take a while for it to update. Oh, there we go. 30,000. Beautiful. You did get the 30,000th. Go to YouTube Studio from a live stream account. Okay, we hit the big 30k on YouTube. So, if Kosovo picks the next map, he'll pick Lensois Mariniensis. And probably no surprise on the civs. It'll be Persians versus Wu, our typical hybrid map civs. And here we are, MBL up 2-1, trying to close out this set. Kosovo trying to hold on, force a game 5. Persians with the faster working TC and faster working docks have a great economy for the hybrid maps. Kosovo is the Wu, also a good economy. Don't think it matches the Persians, though. He'll get the extra food every time he builds a dock. Oh, the Mets scored a 4th run. Good offense today when we gave up 10 runs to the Cubs. Well, the Cubs have a good offense usually, but still, we don't have a pitching staff. So everyone cheering Brazil. Oh, we have a scout fight. Scout fight. Kasper trying to find MBL's Vil going for the dock. Well, MBL with the Vil, the scout HP will be so low, the Vil will turn this fight around. And both scouts go down. Both scouts go down. And that gives us actually a pretty interesting game when we have tons of idle or Gaia sheep around the map to be found, but no scouts to pick them up. The players will probably leave their dock Vils out here. Both scouts are dead. And now, how do you scout? How do you know what your opponent's doing? No scout. We have two simple TC circles and then forward lines. Kaspa maybe a bit more scouting. The bans are global. The bans are global. So those are the civs each player personally banned, and neither player is allowed to use. Yeah, pretty much all drafts in AoE 2 follow that same format where a ban is a ban for both players. So Kaspa looking to wall up. MBO will likely do the same. You wall from the wood line to the TC. Pretty flat wood line against the edge of the map, or, well, not flat, it does have some indentations, but you can get a good wall up and reliable lumber camp. Docks out here. Fishing ships are fishing. And there are some whales out in the water. MBL's first gold is forward, his other gold's in the back. Same thing for Kaspa. There are some golds also in between the players. So lots of neutral golds and stones scattered about. MBL will head to these ponds where you can dock and take the shorefish. Vils will go drop the food back off at the TC. And oh, long distance drop off there. Could also mill them instead of docking them, but MBL will dock them. There's Loom for Kaspa. More fishing ships heading out. Grabbing the tuna. And Feudal Age for Kaspa. And one little tree there, MBL does have to worry about over chopping. And I do think he's walled between those two houses, but the elevation does of course make it a bit confusing. And more docks for MBL on these shorefish. Barracks for Kaspa, and probably adding in an archery range then, with MBL focusing on the docks. We'll see if he focuses on water. You have to be careful with your dock hotkeys that if you dock the middle ponds, you're not using select all docks. You then end up building ships in the middle. Well, you can see MBL slightly ahead in res collected. Very far ahead in Vils, 27 to 21 Vils. Actually staying Dark Age for a long time. Ooh, you know, the way MBL's playing this, he might fast castle. He's doing Loom. He's doing Loom. Okay, I haven't really seen the fast castle approach on this map as much as the Men-at-Arms water approach in Feudal. Only one dock for Kaspa, so he's not going to have an immediate pressure to MBL's dock. MBL will do a second dock, more space to garrison fishing ships, more deep fish access. And Man-at-Arms and double bit axe for Kaspa. And actually Kaspa has to realize MBL has no Vils in the TC. He could simply run through here. There's nothing stopping him from running through. He's afraid of the TC when he doesn't have to be. His scouting isn't there. He doesn't see what MBL is doing. That comes down to both players losing the scout early on. Kaspa doesn't know MBL's out on these ponds. MBL manages the quick wall. Quick wall, the Vils in by the barracks. He'll have a mining camp for MBLs. He tries to add in some palisades. Couple of palisades are going up here for MBL. And the men-at-arms want to get through that palisade. Bill's constantly repairing, giving it more HP. There's Feudal for MBL, and looking at the resources, he's almost at a spot where he can FC, but he had to take a lot of vills off of food. Relying on fishing ships with fish that are super far from the docks. And he didn't practice this map. I mean, he's playing it. It doesn't look weird the way he's playing it. Persian's also not a civ that strikes me as an FC civ, but clearly his build order does not give him the food to fast castle. Comes with a more standard play on this map. If I watch tower going up for MBL, as he has vills against the edge. Trying to hide them, but Kaspa sees everything, and be able to try to wall them in. Has a nice protected area to wall them. Vills is chased to the far docks. MBL still doesn't have any warships. Fire galley queued now. Or actually has 2 fire galleys. He's attacking Kaspa's fish. I have fletching for Kaspa. Oh, Taramis, hello. How you doing, Taramis? Welcome to MBL. Oh, the mic is acting up a bit. Audio is crackling. Okay, let me try to fix that. Let me start Reaper. I don't know if it's fixed now. Happened right as Taramis came in. I don't even know if that fixes it or if it's still bad. I can swap other settings too. Not fixed, okay. Yeah, way to go, Taramis. Let me know if that's any different. It might be a bit quiet. Let me know if that fixes it. Sounds like a cord issue. Quieter, good. Okay, there we go. It is a very weird issue. I don't know what it is. If it's an audio interface issue, I just swapped over, and instead of using Reaper, I apply my audio effects chain directly in OBS. Which means if I'm on Discord with someone, they wouldn't hear it, but you guys hear it. I started having that issue when I swapped to Windows 11, so I blame Windows 11. Maybe it is Taramis' fault, though. So anyway, apologies for that. We'll have archers fended off by the dock. Being able to put the fishing ship in the dock makes a mini tower. Clutching for MBL on the way as Kasva keeps sending archers and men-at-arms around. MBL still has a Vil lead thanks to being the Persians. Also 8 fishing ships. As Kasva's trying to push on the water, but it's still really hard to push those Persian docks with how fast they produce ships. You can fall behind, as MBL kind of did with the later feudal, and still recover your numbers. Now Vil goes down. Fires will fight the Hulk as another Vil goes down. And there is Castle Age for Kasva. As he adds a stable, Kasva might be on the verge of forcing a game number 5 if he can pump knights into MBL's economy before MBL gets up. He's done a great job harassing on the wood line, on the water. 6 Vils idle for MBL, so even with that eco lead he has, those fishing ships were trapped in the dock, not working. There's double bit axe for MBL. And Bloodlines, Castle Age both for Kasva. double stables for Kasva, as skirms now come forward for MBL. And Kasva adding more farms, bloodlines on the way. MBL will see the double stable. Don't usually see double stables from Wu. I do like the Ghost Swordsman, but it will probably be then Huiguang Cav. So Fire Archer, Gen Swordsman still options. As the Persians, MBL could do a stable and then go camels. So he's going to rely on camels to defend against the Huiguang Cav.
Ari.
And there is Castle Age for Kasva. And medium warships for Kasva too.
什么？
MBL selling wood. Scaled riding armor, medium warships, and well, with medium warships, can he push? He has 3 fire galleys, but MBL still has the size of the navy, especially with hulks. I think he'll hold. It's more about the push on land now. As Huiguang Cav get underneath the tower with the archers. Archers will try to hit the vills, and skirms come over to hit the archers. Huiguang Cav will fight the skirms, though. That's a lot of skirms that could die. They can maybe hop in and out of the tower. Cav will clean them up. Not much HP for the Cav, but enough Pierce Armor they can sit here for a bit. More Cav come in for Kasva. Still at a build deficit. That Persian Eco is crazy. Forging now for MBL. Yeah, only 10 on food. Kasva set up a bit more nicely to keep spamming. Defensive monastery with walls for MBL. So this might be the setup where Kasva decides he wants to add TCs, and yep, there he goes. Basically doing what MBL did the previous game, where he sees, okay, I have the advantage, but I'm not going to be able to push it immediately, so let's add economy. And MBL investing very heavily onto water, and I can't help but feel MBL is making the mistake we've seen so many times on this map, where someone overinvests into water, and then loses the game. Well, that's a nice animation where the sails deflate when the ship stops. That's cute. Now, Huiguang Cav gonna find another fishing ship. No demos from this dock. And be able to try to add a TC on the wood line. Still a boom as the Persians. Here's a siege workshop for MBL. Hulk's still down here attacking the dock. And the camels now. The camels now to counter these Cav. They'll maybe take a fight under the tower. Forging in for Kasva. Kasva probably could force this fight. It's tricky, there are a good number of camels. The camels produce quickly. He's kind of bouncing back and forth between attacking camels and attacking the tower. And be able to try to repair. And the vills will start to go down. A monk is out for MBL. And the monk is maybe the situation where Kasva has to fall back and MBL will hold the tower. But 3 TCs to 2 now, and Kasva's on stone. Hoping he can keep that military advantage with the Huiguang Cav and lead maybe to a forward castle drop on MBL's face. Try to force game number 5. Your MBL is the Viper now. Did you hear that from MBL? So Kasva off the water. Maybe the score lying in the opposite direction this game, as MBL winning the water gives him a score buff. 57 to 45 actual vills, as MBL will add fish, but now that he's won the water, he's taking all the fish near his starting docks. Kasva still has a fire ship out there that might snipe some fish. Is gold being pressured? So MBL actually will have gold now, though. Because he has the water, he can access the whales. Here's wheelbarrow for Kasva. Huiguang Cav attacking the Mangonel. That gets in under the TC. And Mangonel goes down.
آماده. سلام.
MBL the Viper? Check out Hardy's YouTube, there's a song about that. Ask that question. Archery ranges now, interesting. Setup, Kosva could push now Cav Archer plus Huiguan Cav. Have something to push the camels. MBL, fighting for that gold, finally gets a TC forward where he can secure a middle gold. What's the whale collection compared to deep fish? I don't think they're as fast. Let me just alt-tab to the game so it shows me. So fishing ship is 14.40. There are no whaling ships out for me to click on. I'm keeping an eye out for a whaling ship, and I'll check. But MBL just on food. Does MBL know how whales work? Has MBL played a map? Yeah, yes he does. He played in Red Bull, right? So he knows whales from the Red Bull map. There's a monastery, triple range cav archers. But 2 unit compositions that maybe camels stop? The Wu do have arbalests. They don't have heavy cav archer. So maybe crossbow even would have been a bit of a cheaper and long-term better option for Kosva. If he wants to push MBL. Kosva has a 4th TC. Still has a 500 res collected lead, and this is a very close game. MBL actually taking advantage of the water. He's the Viper now. Adding in more TCs, so he's gotten to 4 TCs of the Persians, and he will probably pull ahead in Vils now that the TC goes up, as the skirm walks off the foundation. Monk can grab the relic and come back. Wants a conversion on a camel, MBL has to fall back from the monk. Great use of the monk from Kosva. Kosva needs some houses too, he's housed. Kosva's turn to be housed. MBL has had the score lead this whole game, Kosva getting an outpost up. MBL is overchopped. If Kosva wants to go for a castle drop, honestly, castle dropping the wood line here could be insane. MBL doesn't really have stone right now, he's just getting to the outside. Castle drop here and then all-in push on the wood line would be an interesting way to play the game. How do whales work? You gather from them with fishing ships and they give you gold. They have 1,000 gold each. Like a gold mine on the water.
Ari, آماده. Ari,
فرمان
سلام. آماده.
Have Archer snipe a Vil.
什么？准备就
Monk
绪
wants to pick up another relic. Have Archer still hoovering by the TC, making it able to keep them away. And Kosva even... is he selling a bit of stone? I think he's trying to balance his eco by selling stone. Has to be careful of MBL getting imp, though. On the main TC. I think a castle drop would be really good for Kosva now, since he has all of the army and map control. So he went for a tower on the wood line. I don't like that. I think a castle stops MBL from taking wood. MBL has to go back here, and then he could push. Or a castle over here, too, would have the same effect, only that straggler's in the way. Chop the straggler and drop the castle. But Monk back to the monastery. Vil's still chomping on the ward line. Tower trying to fend them off. Next DLC, there will be seaweed that gives you wood and sea rocks that give you stone. Well, they've always been scenic sea rocks, never gameplay affecting ones. So Parthian tactics and ballistics for MBLs. He's going cav archers too. Okay, we're getting Persian versus Wu cav archers, because everyone has to go cav archers these days. Kosva, look at that stockpile of resources. He's 1k ahead. The KD feels very low for what it is so far. Now he's going for the castle drop. He's not bringing his army with him, though. MBL needs ballistics. Those houses, didn't see the Vils. No town watch for MBL. Vils on the hill. So Kosva ready to click imp. Does he have... he doesn't have a second building, Kosva. Ugh. A bit sloppy from him. MBL might not have seen the Vils. There he goes. And Kosva... He's dropping the castle, but at the exact wrong time? Maybe he can debate MBL's military here. MBL will try to do a tower to stop it. He's gonna give it up. I don't think he should. I think he wins the fight easily and then drops it. Still needs the second building to go imp. Things just collapsing for Kaspa here. He's gonna rush up a forward university. That'll maybe clue MBL into the imp. There's a, what is it? Handcart. That's the answer. Not heavy plow. Handcart for Kaspa. He's missing some eco upgrades. Floating everything. There is imp. Sloppy, but he clicks up. So Kaspa missing eco upgrades, floating everything, missing blacksmith upgrades. Trying to get the castle not as far forward as he'd like. MBL with a few watchtowers to try to deny it. Kaspa has to move it back. Bloodlines for MBL, but MBL still doesn't have a way to go imp. Kaspa might be able to go imp and win. I'm still worried about the cav archers, the fact they can't be upgraded to heavy cav archer. Don't have Parthian, don't have thumb ring. Don't have the final armor. All they get is bracer chemistry. And you know, cav archer without ballistic too this whole time. Kaspa still in the maybe score deceiving him stage of being super far ahead, but not having the confidence to pull it off. Wigwam Cav chasing down the mangonels. Swamp conversions on cav archers. Mangonel hits the cav archers. Can't get enough shots off though. And I think Kaspa still has the army to push this. Once he gets imp, I think he takes the score lead. Just now realizing armor and husbandry, needs to realize the rest of the eco upgrades he's missing. He needs to realize ballistics. He won't have trebuchets, only traction trebs. Does take out one tower. Well, we're missing the Vils Clume into ballistics. Fire archers now. There is ballistics. Realizes he doesn't have it. Can't push the Persian TCs all that easily with the HP they have, but can try to push the towers. So many different opportunities for Kaspa to push now. War Galley in the middle pond for MBL. Conversion on the War Galley in the middle pond for Kaspa. Is this a good fight for Kaspa? I think he's losing the fight. Converting the War Galleys, but he'll take the fight to get the map control at the castle. There's Imp. MBL still with the score lead in Imp. MBL trying to do more docks, maybe? He's running out of fish. Running out of fish on the water. And when I first made the map, I thought maybe there were too many fish, but from what I've seen, it feels like I actually hit the right number. How did we end up on Wu Cav Archers? I genuinely don't know. Kaspa has been super far ahead, I think, but struggling to spend the resources, make the right decisions. I think he's gonna pull it out, though. Well, it wasn't super clean, but I think he's gonna pull it out. Elite Skirm now, Chemistry Bracer. Elite Skirm, he doesn't have much gold access anymore. MBL still moving across for more golds. See, Kaspa has done a bunch of houses around a gold, and he's trying to chase MBL's army. MBL getting a nice raid on Kaspa. Well, needs to make sure he's queuing Vils. He has chopped a ton of wood back here. Needs maybe another TC for garrisoning Vils, plate parting armor, and chemistry. Pushing with traction trebs. MBL has to defend with a castle-age castle for now as he clicks Imp. Kaspa takes a nice score lead due to the Imp. Fire Archer plus traction treb. Can this push fast enough for Kaspa? MBL realizing he needs to hold the wood line. Now, if MBL does get Imp, he can do Citadels for minus 25% bonus damage for castles. Helps tremendously in keeping them alive, especially against the Fire Archers, who benefit from bonus damage. You take an attack away from them. Plate parting armor chemistry for Kaspa as he keeps pushing. Action Treb's taking out the towers slowly but surely. Doesn't yet see the castle from MBL. He's cleaned up most of the raids in his base. Has to be careful over the Cav Archers over here, but with the hill should be okay. And he's still queuing Vils. He's queuing enough Vils. TC being trebbed. Traction Trebs also have bonus damage. Yes, they do. So, I mean, any type of Treb siege weapon, bonus against buildings is what it has. Skirm there for MBL. And, oh, the whale. That's what I want to check. The whaling ship. It is 33 per minute compared to a fishing ship. There's no more fishing ships left. They're all whaling ships now. I'll need to do a comparison. Anyway, Trebs attacking the castle. MBL repairing. I don't think this is enough traction Trebs. Castle needs to be careful and get them on top of the hill. So they're not doing reduced damage against the castle. It's MBL's only castle. He's trying to get Trebs, sending more and more vills to repair. That'll cut into his eco. He has one relic to fork. Kaspa has to finish this game off. He has heavy Huiguang Cav, iron casting. Cav Archer's going down to skirms. He needs the unique tech for the Trebs. That he does. He is pop capped. He can afford sitting Tiger for more projectiles. Maybe he can. Maybe he can. He's close to it. He's floating a bunch of food. Floating a bunch of gold. What's that cost? Wooden gold. Well, 52 vills on wood. Should be able to get it soon. He's pulling back because of the Treb. Oh, he's trebbing the market. Alright, Treb the market. MBL holds the castle behind a lot of repairs. Kaspa's eco growing. MBL fishing ships and war galleys all trying to take from the whale. Some skirms from Kaspa. MBL doesn't have anything else on the water. Feels like MBL a bit desperate for gold with all those fish. Yeah, you need a lot of traction Trebs to push castles, but Huiguang Cav raiding the eco, also to push person TCs because of all the HP they have. MBL going to elite skirm. In his wheelhouse now, trying to hold. Only a 1k score lead for Kaspa. Wonder how much that's still alive from the water. Nice hits on the skirms. Last furnace, he's worried more about the Huiguang Cav. 45 minutes into the game. This has been a long set for these two so far. Kaspa selling food. Palisade gate in front of the Trebs for MBL, trying to keep the Huiguang Cav out, but they're going to get into the eco. They'll get into the eco, maybe get to the Trebs. Those Trebs are expensive now. Those Trebs are expensive. One Treb down, the second Treb will fall too. There it is, sitting Tiger for Kaspa. Traction Trebs go downhill now, but the Trebs are gone. Some camels for MBL, but lots of fire archers. MBL is trying to just do gates anywhere he can. Not dropping in pop yet, but the resources looking much better for Kaspa. Conscription for him on the way. He now has 6 traction Trebs. They have the unique tech for the extra projectiles. The extra projectiles are so small and puny, but I think it's helping out. And the castle just about to fall produces 1 Treb. Down it goes. Lots of fire archers now. I think MBL is going to have to play game number 5. I think he's going to have to play game 5. There's chain barding armor for MBL. And light cav for Kaspa. Trebuchet attacked by the traction Trebs. And it goes. Traction Trebs going for the TCs. Cav getting onto MBL's wood line. And I think we're going to game number 5. There's Red Cliff's tactics. What does that even do? Demo ships and fire archers deal fire damage. Well, that means fire archers deal fire damage, because no more demos in this patch after all the nerfs. There it is, fire archers now. Good against the non-heavy camels, normal camels, not even having their armor until just now. And there's a GG from MBL. Kaspa, after another very long game, holds on Lensois Mariniensis and beats MBL. Survived longer than my microphone settings did. GG. And we're going to game number 5. And it'll also be Pantanal, which is another one of Kaspa's maps. How well did MBL practice Pantanal? Bengali, Spanish, Portuguese against Koreans. Those are some good nomad civs. Alright, and again, this is the final set of the day. So I'm going to be right back. I need to run to the bathroom after that game. That was a long one, and we'll get into game number 5, the final game of the day up next. Alright, chat, you ready? You ready for game number 5? Antonal, here we go. Koreans, Bengalis. We saw this matchup, Tato versus Nacho, where Tato with the Bengalis dominated. I think they would be my favorite civ. MBL with the Koreans, Kasfa with the Bengalis. Alright, let's jump into it. Here we are. Pantanal. The golds have been balanced, the island sizes have been balanced. MBL will head for a TC in the middle, Kasva doing a TC on a wood line in the middle too. They'll be opposite each other, picking up capybaras, no one on the outside yet. Players will need to be on the outside for stone. Not playing a second or third pick. Well, I think it's just a civ matchup. He's probably anticipating Koreans for MBL and liking Rothas the most against the War Wagons. You'd think Bengalis maybe with the better early game eco. Koreans in the hand of MBL can be scary. Good at picking up capybaras because they have extra line of sight on the vills. They'll scout them more easily as he goes for the TC. So could be off to a nice eco start there. Kaspa scouting around. Why Ratha's monks counter them? Well, monks counter them too. It's probably the Ratha monk combo that Kaspa will be looking for. Monks themselves won't be pushing MBL if MBL has a castle. And the one thing Kaspa needs to be aware of is that he doesn't want to be castle dropped by MBL. And MBL's TC location I think is actually great, since he puts it on the side next to the muddy shallows. So Kaspa can't really castle drop the front of his base. MBL can castle drop Kaspa. Wait, our base. What version of Pontinel are we on? Is this version 1 still, I think? Yeah, okay, it is version 1. It was in the big update. I just double check that it's version 1.
Hey.
I just want to make sure somehow, if there's someone who somehow doesn't have the right map version, it's MBL. But it looks like from the golds that it's the balanced version. Just had to mentally double check that. And build forward with a couple of buildings. Market Blacksmith at the front might even be the play for him then. Wait, I mean, MBL could also play feudal and go for a tower rush. It doesn't have to be war wagons against Rothas. War wagons against monks. The one thing that Koreans do well against monks would be guard tower, as long as they don't get converted. I have 10 capybaras here from MBL. Javelinas being taken under the TC. You want to lure as many Javelinas as they can, and I'm sure MBL will be well prepared for that. Doesn't look like an FC map, it's too close. It's a Nomad map though, and your TC defends so much of your eco on Nomad, you can usually get away with an FC. MBL doing some scouting houses. Using that Korean villager line of sight. Now that's where I always feel that the feudal age build for Nomad should be Loom plus Town Watch. So your houses then serve as mini outposts. You see they're one line of sight on the house goes to 5 with the +4. It's a huge increase for them. MBL could also consider outposts here. He's doing Loom now though. And this looks like a fast feudal from MBL. Fast feudal tower rush, potentially. I don't know if that's the play on this map. He's going to send lots of vills to stone on the outside. There'll be 4 vills mining stone. He's doing a house as he can't quite click up. Or no, he's just doing extra houses. He'll have 15 extra housing space. There's a barracks from Kasva. So one option for Kasva is to fast castle with archers. And if he fast castles with a couple of archers, that would prevent the castle drop on his face. You think Kasva would pick the Spanish here? Maybe he doesn't like Conch versus War Wagon. I mean, I think Spain and Bengalis, I'd favor both of them over Koreans because they both have either good monks or good missionaries that you can use to convert war wagons. War wagons tend to be weak to them. What is this, lumber camp MBL? It's not the worst lumber camp I've ever seen. That belongs to John Slow. But it's... It could have been a couple tiles forward in that nice little chopping... I mean, he would have had a nice 4 tiles of trees against it. MBL tower rushes. Well, as the Koreans, he will tower rush. He'll be feudal second. So what does Kasva do then? He has 3 vills on gold. Don't think he's going to fast castle then, looking at his food. MBL's going to vill fight a house. It is more cost efficient to repair a house than to vill fight it. I've tested that before. As soon as Kasva... He needs to click up, though. Okay, so the house does go down. And now does he add militia? MBL immediately will tower. And Kasva can try to counter tower. And actually, I would like the militia addition here. There's loom for Kasva. Res collected definitely in Kasva's favor. He'll have extra vills. MBL not doing the barracks. Kasva gonna send vills forward to fight. Or even just a spear here. So the initial tower being under the TC for Kasva means MBL can't rush it with vills. MBL's not going to get his first tower up. He'll have to wall around the second tower, but doesn't get the walls up in time. MBL forced off of the tower. And Kasva stopping the Koreans' tower rush. More importantly, he's not going to have guard towers on his face in the mid-game. Vills fighting down here. Lots of low HP Vills for Kasva as they have to run away from MBL's Vills. Double bit axe now for Kasva. Kasva, I don't think he should run away there. But as he walls up, not going to get up to the castle age yet. He has a range. He has some archers. Archers that, if he has scouting, should be able to hit MBL out here, but that's a long ways away. I don't know if the range was actually the play for him. I mean, maybe even the skirms. He would want to stop future towers from MBL. The MBL could maybe creep forward. Lots of capybaras. You want to make sure the capybaras don't go under the tower play. Does he play unique unit? He hasn't been on stone yet, so maybe he did want to play monks. But it will be... I mean, crossbows do not want to fight war wagons if it gets to that stage. MBL making progress with the towers. Now, is this a mistake for Kasva to pull back and not continue Vil fighting the towers? Because he would have had the Vil advantage as the Bengalis as long as he doesn't get housed, but there he is getting housed. Yeah, redemption and convert the towers if they don't guard each other. Now that is an option. I mean, your monks do resist the arrow fire enough with their pierce armor to get underneath them. So, capybaras, MBL still with a few left, same with Kasva. Lots of hunt to take on the outside. But here come the archers. MBL immediately does a defensive tower. The archers from Kasva will seek these vills out, try to force them away from the hunt. That'll force MBL more onto stone. Now Kasva will see the tower and be aware of it. Has to run around with his archers. But he'll get away. Could maybe try to lame the hunt. We've seen a lot of people doing that. At the same time, he's trying to wall off behind this to keep MBL out. Has to be careful not to lose vills. Still ahead in res collected, but down by 3 vills now. A bit of vital TC time. Oh, but he did wheelbarrow, actually. Oh, Kasva did wheelbarrow. That's why he's down in vills. He did wheelbarrow so his vills are faster. And if he needs to vil fight, he has faster vills. So MBL has walled in this tower. Would it actually be out of the question for Kasva maybe to have his tower target the palisade? Put a few vills in it. I don't know how much damage it does, but then rush this down. It would be tricky for MBL as the vills are over here to defend it. So we now have skirms for MBL. Korean skirms will be good against the archers. Kasva close to being able to go up, but he doesn't have the buildings. And going up could be tricky if MBL gets up too, because that means guard towers that Kasva couldn't clear with mangonels. But Kasva might be able to go up and do a castle drop. What's happening to MBL with his lumber camps? Oh, another lumber camp. This one on 2 trees. There's a lot to micro. This map has a lot of little pockets in the woodlines, so you have to scout with your lumber camps. He could have done it one tile forward. Actually, no, there's a tree there that blocks it. Should have probably just been over there. I guess he really wanted it in range of the tower to defend, but this would have been even better for that. He's microing, he's microing, he's got a lot to micro. Andy saying, I've already qualified, I can go call out people for their lumber camps. There's Castle Age for Kasva, and he was rushing up one more defensive tower, a few weak vills he needs to be careful of. But he should get it up in time to protect his farms. And then, as long as MBL isn't pressuring his stone, which he hasn't scouted yet, Kasva should be able to drop the castle as soon as he gets up. If he doesn't want to go for that, he could also drop the workshop. And with all the skirms, Kasva will leave the vills forward. That is a risky decision. MBL can't get the spear or vill underneath. Kasva will lose a vill. That's the first vill kill of this game with how crazy it's been. Kasva walling in his vills. MBL, the good old vill inside the tower trick. You can't ungarrison. And it's actually working for Kasva. I was questioning that a bit. I guess the skirms don't kill the vills fast enough. That's working out. Lots of low HP vills getting poked by, or the scout getting poked by the spear. Low HP vills mixed in. MBL trying for more towers. He is nowhere up. He is nowhere close to going up. He has the score lead. That might be deceptive simply because of the castle age. Kasva has gold access. And on the outside, he still has stone access. He's not going to have a castle yet. But he should be able to move to another stone mine. If you look at his scouting, he has seen another one. He's got 2 towers versus 1 here. Could try to just garrison the towers and shoot it down. Mark it for him. MBL maybe trying to get closer to the castle age. He's not there yet. This tower down, so Kasva has wood. MBL still with the score lead. Kasva floating gold. His only resource. MBL buying more stone. Going for another tower. And Kasva can afford a castle now. Where do you place it? Where do you place? Oh, he's going forward. He's going to place that on MBL's face. He's going forward for it. Let's go. Let's go. He's saying, get out of my game, MBL. He's saying, watch this, MBL. You make towers on me, I'll make a castle on you. MBL sending his archers back. He doesn't have vills. He's not trying to counter tower. Kasva sending even more vills. He's saying, you can send 3 archers in a skirm. I'm going to put more vills over here. Those vills are weak. Kasva doesn't care. He is dropping that castle. I hope he goes petards now for the TC. MBL deletes the TC. He says, I'm getting out of here. I'm putting this TC on the gold in the woodline down here to the south, and he's sending more vills down to the south. No chicken castles here from Kasva. He will find wood now. He has kicked MBL off of his starting TC, and it's time for Rathas to come forward. Don't think the Ratha denies the TC, but Kasva is looking to kick MBL out of this tournament, out of this qualifier. Ratha has to be careful of the TC. Ooh, MBL might get the Ratha. Nope, gets away. These things have 100 HP is insane. And Kasva gonna steal the farms. Oh, let's go. MBL not deleting the farms. Is he deleting them? Is he deleting them? Kasva's vills, they're gonna spread out on the farms and steal them? Oh, yeah, there he goes. Stealing the farms from MBL. He needs a monk to convert the mill now. So what does Kasva do from here? There's a tower. He's gonna tower the farms. Why not? What does that tower do? So MBL did not delete. I feel like... Oh, actually MBL though. Kasva not noticing. Kasva not noticing his vills. This could be a Titanic from Kasva. Not running off of the berries. Not turning and fighting. Maybe he thinks he's won the game. Well, not so fast. MBL with a counterattack. Kasva not noticing. And he's gonna lose 5 vills here at least. Kasva not like this. He's too worried about stealing the farms. Finally he notices. He can't run. He's just saying, I'll drop off whatever food I have. But now it's 44 to 35 vills. Kasva with Rathas though. He can go monks now. You don't need vills for monks as long as you have gold. These towers are going to become guard towers. The towers have not been cleaned from MBL. MBL with that raid still in this game, walling his wood line down to the south. Trying to defend with towers. They will become guard towers. They will become guard towers. MBL will get that tower constructed. Rotha not hitting the low HP Vil. Kaspa trying to raid, but MBL has eco. He's going towers everywhere. This is the most MBL tower game I've ever seen. I don't think MBL has any stone left. He's got 71 stone. The rest of his stone will be from the market. And I think all Kaspa actually needs to do is pressure this gold. Maybe actually, MBL, he's sneaking around everywhere in the middle for gold. Kaspa needs to secure his side of the island. So Kaspa is down by 6 Vils, down by 5 or 6 Vils. And he'd love to be equal in Vils right now, because MBL actually has 2,000 more resources collected. MBL deleted his starting TC, might still be in this game. As Kaspa doesn't have any stone either. Bodkin arrow for MBL. MBL with a few archers on the side, looking for Kaspa. Kaspa's not on the outside anymore. Kaspa's full on Rothas in the middle. There's Elite Skirm from MBL, the one unit that can counter the Rothas, the Elite Skirm. And I dare say that Kaspa might not have the eco he needs to add in mangonels to counter the Skirms. And with all the guard towers here, it feels that maybe MBL's Vils are safe as he retakes the score lead. This could be a couple of dead Vils. Should be at least 2 dead Vils. MBL doesn't notice. And there'll be a dead spear too. Every spear matters in this population. So 43 to 40. Rothas could clean some of that army. Kaspa probably needs to heal the Rothas. MBL going for more guard towers. This tower from Kaspa still doesn't really accomplish anything. MBL may be trying to get his farms back. Rothas won't be there in time to deny the tower, but the castle will kill a few Vils. So Kaspa's now evened up the Vil count, and he has 9 Rothas. I don't even know what's going on. And oh, this could be a good raid. The melee mode Rothas need to go melee mode here and fight the Vils. There he goes. MBL doesn't see this. MBL gonna lose 5 or 6 Vils here. He's trying to run to the tower. How many Vils will garrison? Okay, he notices just in time. Garrison's 4 Vils. But Kaspa now up by 3 Vils. There's a workshop, an elephant. Kaspa not even going for a mangonel. He says, mangonel's useless against guard towers. Let's go for the elephant. Let's ram the market. Well, this is one heck of a game to end the day on. Rothas here trying to push through the palisade wall. MBL walling if Kaspa notices he can kill the Vil. I think Kaspa's winning this game? I mean, elephant should counter Elite Skirm, right? MBL will need to do another market. And without the market, MBL still has no access to stone. He doesn't have any Vils out here still. Those few archers outside still. Thank you, Sentient Souls, for gifting a sub to Jan Chess.
We shoot to kill.
There's a TC for Kaspa. Is there... Oh, no. Kaspa, not like this. 3 feudal archers with Bodkin. He has a mangonel, though. Mangonel on the way. MBL sending skirms to try to deny the TC. MBL with a siege workshop. Kaspa can mangonel skirms. He's bringing the Rothas over. The Vils are weak. The Rothas maybe can, with the mangonels, get the TC up. Rotha should be able to kill this small feudal army. And shot on the skirms. Mangonel shot on the skirms. MBL losing his army. MBL has to run. MBL on 2 TCs. Kaspa trying to get his second. Oh, where are the Rotha going? It's hard to use the Rothas with the towers. Same with the mangonels. And MBL kind of has towers on both islands now. Kaspa doesn't have access to the outside. Maybe the outside TC for MBL is nice. Kaspa's saying, I'll destroy a mill. Rocket cart for MBL. Loses to the shot from Kaspa. Kaspa retaking the score lead. MBL retaking the Vil lead. Hitting farms. Maybe Kaspa needs to delete these farms now. Is this a real game? Yes, it is. Oh, well, this is the best game we've seen all day. Maybe that monk game was a good one too. From Stone Please and Lucho. This is freaking amazing. MBL a candidate still to qualify for the LAN. He would need to beat Tato in the bracket he's in. And always a question mark what type of shape Tato's gonna be in these days. He did just join Onamaru, though. Might give some good competition to MBL like he did to Leary. A rocket cart micro, not as good for Kosva. MBL thinking of a tower there, but thinks better of it until he gets a second rocket cart. That was a big hit for MBL. I don't know why they picked this time to play. It is MBL, our base. Kosva played like 500 games on the Red Bull ladder. I'm sure he plays that every hour of the day. I'm sure his sleep schedule is almost as bad as mine. Alright, so 56 to 50 Vils. MBL 3k more res collected, somehow. I don't know how MBL has been collecting resources at all. Rocket carts dodge back and forth. Mangonel attacking the rocket cart. Rocket cart still survives and destroys the Mangonel. It does go down, though. Kosva, ooh, dodging back into the fire. I think that's the mistake. Kosva needed to commit to one direction and not dodge back into it. But repairs there for Kosva. This guard tower is so hard to remove. Oh, almost got a kill on the rocket cart, but he gets the Mangonel too. Oh, that's rough for Kosva. Lots of Kosva's eco idled. He's got 13 idle Vils. MBL only with 3 idle. That's what the guard towers are doing. Oh, he's always shaky. Well, we saw a bit of shakiness in that previous game. He was floating a ton of res. Didn't have the second building for Imp. Kosva's on stone, though. Kosva's ready to drop another castle. Where does he place it? Where does he place this castle? He doesn't want to show the skirms to the castle, right? Where does he place it? I don't know if the Rothas can fight that many skirms. It's 13 elite skirms. Could he just melee mode fight those skirms? They don't have ballistics. They do have their armor. Original island? He could clear guard towers on the original island. Take MBL off of gold. There's so many guard towers, it's hard to find a castle spot. Honestly, where could he go? If he puts a castle right here, it's risking rocket carts denying it, but it would clear towers and basically push MBL off of gold. MBL still has gold on the original island of Kosva's. His TC is being rocket carted. And MBL still would have stone on the outside. I mean, if he drops it maybe here, he clears the guard tower and this TC is safe. If he ever gets one good Mangonel shot on the skirms, then the Rothas go melee mode and stop the rocket carts. So this cart will push in. Ballistics now for MBL. Rocket cart dodges. Lots of repairs for Kosva as MBL splits. Oh, redemption monks! Kosva's going monks. He's going monks. Are monks the path to save him? He doesn't have sanctity. The Rothas want to fight. Has to be careful not to dive too early. We'll push this back. Would converting these guard towers be possible? They don't. That one isn't covered. And there's the castle drop. There's the castle. That will clear one guard tower. The castle needed to be like 2 tiles forward. Well, he still can get Bodkin. I don't think he clears that tower, though. Castle, that castle needed to be 1 tile forward. That's an underwhelming castle. It's like almost the perfect spot, but almost not enough to clear all the towers. Ram from MBL. MBL trying to do another TC, get stone access back. There's the castle. Kosva will have more Rothas. And Kosva just jumped the skirms. It's 11 Rothas, 24 skirms. Monks now to convert the rocket carts. Has to protect the monks from the skirms. That opens up the skirms to Mangonels. And maybe the skirms getting away from the rocket carts. Kosva really afraid of those rocket carts, and the Rothers are dying to skirms as MBL clicks Imp in the new TC. Second castle from Kosva. Now, if MBL gets Imp, still a question of how does he clear the castles? He might not have a way to do that. 71 to 58 Vils. I think MBL just Mangonelled or rocket carted his own skirms. Korean towers everywhere. You need to afford chemistry. He does have a university. I think this TC is going down. So rocket cart's taking down the TC. Is that a mistake from Cospa to repair it? Monks won't convert. If monks convert rocket carts here, MBL has to pull back. The TC can't be garrisoned, so it won't defend the monks from the skirms. And the ram was not mangonelled that entire time. Should be taken down. Monks could try to convert it. Mangonel's not useful against the guard towers. And it will be especially not useful once Imp comes in and the guard towers get Bracer. So what's MBL's, I guess the first thing he has to do is click chemistry. He needs a bombard cannon. He's getting another TC. Ratha there to deny it, but skirms to attack the Rathas. Yeah, Kasva losing those 6 fills on the berries. That, I mean, he wasn't ahead in res at the time, but that denied him having a good eco lead. Skirms killing the Rathas. I mean, maybe the Korean versus Bengali play is not to go War Wagon, but just to go towers and skirms. And skirms serving MPL well so far. This has been a messy game. Felt like Kaspa was almost winning when he dropped that castle, but MPL now up to Imp. MPL ran the TC at the right time. And now it's keeps, instant keeps. And chemistry from MBL instantly. That'll be a bombard cannon, and Kaspa will call it. I don't know what just happened, but MBL survives to the next round, and he beats Kaspa 3-2. Dang, that. He was feudal age. He had a castle on his TC. He deleted his TC to run. Kaspa did not notice 6 vills on the berries that MBL found with 3 archers. He had options. He could have turned to run. He could have fought the archers. He was forward, stealing MBL's farms, towering the TC. MBL had 1 gold left. But he survived. He survived. Siege Monk would have been the play. I don't know if... I mean, Siege is always so risky against the guard towers of the Koreans. Ratha gave MBL the option to go skirm. And with the guard towers, Mangonels never really could hit the skirms. Well, let's check out those stats. That is a 48 to 41 KD for MBL. Kaspa came as close as he possibly could. But ultimately, MBL holds on. Who's the Viper now? Well, that's what Kaspa should have typed in the chat if he had won. So Bengali's at the very end. Lose to the Koreans, and maybe he's going to question, would Spanish have been a pick? I think Spanish and Bengalis are very similarly played there, though. Good castle unit, good monks, and still struggling against the towers. Well, that was certainly a game to finish the casting day on. Time for me to go do some map scripting. Thank you all for watching. Let's maybe check out the brackets real quick right before we head off. And again, remember, give a follow to the Team Onamaru stream. We're at 1,737 followers. Give us some follows there. LAN will be this July. And thank you everyone for checking that out. Thank you Mem for raiding during that set. Everyone who subbed, thank you Sentient Sloths. Hope you all are enjoying the maps. When I made Pantanal, I was thinking, oh, is it a problem that there's no gold on the outside? But I think the map turned out just fine. So I hope you guys enjoyed that map. That's been one of my favorites. Wasn't expecting the Land Nomad to be that interesting, but here we are. So, Bracket A. Hearts, the #1 seed there. He will face Dark tomorrow. We'll also have Lewis versus Kingstone. Lewis lost 4-3 to Andy in the first qualifier. Hart didn't play because he was still traveling after Red Bull. And, well, if we get Lewis Hart, that's a rematch from TTL that Lewis dominated. Next bracket, this is the Barles Jordan Doubt Sorokuma. I still think Barles is probably the favorite these days, but a Jordan Doubt best of 7 on Sunday would be amazing. Then we have Sebastian's bracket. Kapach Niaz are playing super early tomorrow. They'll play 2 sets. And then Sato Prisma. So this is a bracket. 3 South American players still alive in Kapach, Sebastian, and Prisma. They'll be playing France and Niaz and Sato. Yeah, this was the France bracket with Niaz, Sato, Siscon, and Lighty. Prisma got past Siscon today. Then bracket D, Tato de Gal. This is the bracket we were just casting against MBL Running. A couple of clown maps in the map pool for Running to pick. Festa da Pulvera and Coast Arena. Tato de Gal, Onamaru clanmates now. Teammates, they've been teammates many times over the years. Teammates again now. And an MBL on the scoreboard there. And then finally, Vinch Vivi against Nikov Lucho. Nikov Lucho, the two Argentinians. In the final bracket. Vinch probably the favorite to make it there. Stone Please, Lucho. I don't know what that set was. That was crazy. That Monk War in Game 1 was amazing. That Pantanal Tupi Mirror was one of the games of all time. I think the viewers won today. So, thank you all for watching. We'll end the streams. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what time yet tomorrow. Probably 14 GMT by the latest. And we'll end the streams on YouTube. Raid someone on Twitch. Thank you all for watching. Thank you also for helping me hit 30K on YouTube on my channel today. That is amazing. So I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Hope you've enjoyed the casting. Hope you've enjoyed the maps. Thank you all for the subs and the support. And I'll see you tomorrow.